Justin Bieber.
Yo, what up? This is Lunch Money Lewis.
What's up? This is David Guetta.
Hey guys, I'm Kyle.
NetSupport Radio. You're listening to Russell Prue.
Hi guys, I'm Iggy Azalea and Charlie XCX.
Powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
And a very good afternoon to you listeners. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. It's Wednesday the 29th of March 2023. It's 3 o'clock on the button and we are live from stand SE51 here in London. My goodness. And when they said it was going to be the best bet ever, they have not disappointed. That hashtag is absolutely so spot on. Welcome to the show, folks. I'd love to hear from you in this afternoon's broadcast. We are completely and utterly live. You can get a mention on the show, just like Craig Kemp did early on, who's not able to join us. But thanks very much indeed, Craig, for that mention. I said I'd happily shout you out on the show. Happily to do that. If you want that, just you can tweet me, text me, email me. All the details on the website if you want to find that, andertontiger.com/radio, or you can go to netsupportsoftware.com/radio. All the details and contact details are there. If you need our text number, here it is.
Contact the show right now. Just send a text message to 07 8600 26 400.
Wow, this is my 38th bet, and it's a lot of history in the making. An enormous amount has changed over the years. This year, the halls are divided in smaller spaces than they've ever been before, segmented in topic and areas of expertise. They've mixed shell scheme with big stand provisions. That's interesting as well. It's brought a whole diverse, a much wider, greater level of diversity onto the show floor, which I am very pleased of. Thank you so much indeed to all my guests today. We have recorded lots of them. Some of them are coming live in this slot. Hey, what could possibly go wrong for us as well? I'd love to have a shout out or give you a mention as well. I think Jacob Waters is listening. He is from Canva, and they're going to come and join us tomorrow. Jacob, that'd be really nice if you could. Thank you so much indeed. Keep those messages coming. I'll give another shout out a bit later on the show. It's always really good to catch up with our main sponsor, which I'll come to in just a moment. We start today's programme with the sad news that we've lost Paul O'Grady. That's an amazing accomplishment. He sadly died earlier this week at the age of 67. Oh my goodness. Passed away unexpectedly and peacefully, apparently, on Tuesday evening, so his partner reports. And I mentioned Paul because he's a fellow BBC radio presenter, and his contribution to, I guess, the love of dogs and animals and Battersea dogs and cats home is just phenomenal, and an amazing entertainer, and he's brought so much. He'll be sadly missed, and we wish his friends and family our most sincerest condolences at this sad time. My goodness, these things just didn't expect that at all. These things just come and present themselves. Amazing. Thanks so much indeed for your company. We'll catch up with Al in just a moment. You're listening to Russell here live on the Bett show floor. We've got a whole mix of guests, and I want to just get on with them because there's some really interesting stuff here, and it is a pleasure to introduce them. First up, it's Al Kingsley. Don't go anywhere, folks.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Folks, there's only one way to open one's live radio show, and that is with an annual catch-up with the amazing Al Kingsley, who is now a major accomplished author with his third book available now for pre-order on Amazon. Al, much has changed in the last year. Congratulations and welcome to the show.
Thank you. What better way to kick off? Always nice to have a chat at the start of that with you, Russell. It's been a busy year, all round for the business, absolutely.
I'm absolutely delighted. Great space here, bigger than last year. A new concept, lots of nice white, which I think makes the space look bigger than it really is. I think it's worked tremendously well for you. Well done. What sort of a year have you had?
We've had an interesting year. I think as a business, we, like all things, you adapt, don't you? You innovate all the time. That's reflected very much in what you see here today, both in terms of our products and that choice we're giving schools between the traditional and the hybrid and the cloud-based approaches to use of technology, just to the way that we choose to engage in education. And we've always been, and you've been very much involved in the heart of that as well, Russell, being very much focused in being a community stakeholder within education. Lots of that we're doing again this year is about listening and learning as much as sharing what we're doing, and that shapes the trajectory of our products moving forward. We're very proud, 33 years now, cracking along, creating cool tools, but we don't take it for granted, and I think this is another opportunity. The layout of the stand is because we want to encourage voices to come on the stand, give us that litmus test about where the challenges are they're seeing with their technology journey, and see how we can respond. Very much as I try and do within my own split between working in the tech space and the edu space.
Indeed, and it's the edu space I wanted to talk to you now, and your dual role as the chair of a MAT, a very successful multi-academy chain. And we're speaking later on in the show to one of the infant schools there, Dogsthorpe Infant School as well. Becky and David Waters are joining me, which I'm thrilled to have on the show there. How's that role been developing?
I'm hugely proud of our MAT. We started off as a school of one and then a multi-academy trust of one, and we've grown through the free schools program and also schools like Dogsthorpe Infants. I joined as a governor there on an IEB. Thought I'd be there 6 months to help and support change. 5 years later it was like, you know what, I can't walk away from this place. It's such a wonderful, engaging community school. So bring it into the family. And we're on a journey still. Growth is very much something that I think all schools and school leaders are reflecting on right now, and I think if you're involved in education, one of the things we need to always be thinking about is scale and accessibility of our tools. We need to be preparing for the future, and so I think it very much is, for me, you try and share and give advice, but you learn from the front line the challenges we're seeing in our schools and hopefully how we can help.
And it's particularly that and the new book about managing change and managing the growth in the MAT, which I particularly wanted to talk to you about.
So one of the things that I'm very mindful of is that need for strategic planning for how do we grow, whether we're an LA school, our trajectory, where do we go from here, or MATs, how do we reach critical mass. Maybe the white paper, now sort of long gone, but actually the ethos of it is still very much in the forefront of the government about sustainability of MATs. And in previous books I've always tried to take the technical and make it a bit more straightforward, as if we were having a chat like we are now. So my new book is my school and multi-academy trust growth guide, and it's really, what are all the options on the table? What might you consider? And then I often think the real catalyst, the thing that you craft so well, is about how do we stimulate conversation? What are the questions as a collective, whether we're a board of trustees, trust leadership, local school governing bodies, what questions should we be discussing? And if we can all come to a position of alignment, then we can move forward. So I try and present the questions. I've been very fortunate to be invited to a number of MATs to go and facilitate those same conversations for them. And not surprisingly, I learn and I magpie a few ideas and think, that's great too. So I'm trying to save MATs time, but also recognise that, growth isn't a linear thing. For some of us, we want to pause and consolidate. For others, we need to grow fast for the economies of scale. For others, rightly, it's all about fit of ethos, and we want to make sure that actually it's a win-win. So looking at those different strategies, that's really the heart of the book.
Brilliant. Tell me about your bets so far. How's your bet been so far?
Well, like yourself, I'm a bit of a bet fan, that's fair to say. So far this morning, I have been really pleasantly surprised. It's been chocker. I'm pleasantly surprised because I've met so many people that I really care and respect, and we've had a chance for a quick catch-up and so on, which is lovely. At NetSupport, the product evolution, the new releases that we've been sharing have been really well received, resonated well, which I think pays dividends to that fact of being a listening first business. It's been a really strong one. I don't know, how's it been for you?
Amazing, really good. I love the idea, the concept of compartmentalising the halls. So instead of one really long, amazingly fat hall, we've got lots of smaller halls, and that's made it busier on each of the show floors, as you'd kind of expect. It's just a maths activity. So it feels busy. You can tell from the sound in our background, there's quite a bit of noise in there. It's lively. I think it's great. Yes, excellent.
Yeah. And there's some really good conversations. I was really pleased this morning, invited to a conversation with a number of DfE stakeholders. It's a turbulent time in relationship between education and the DfE, but at the same time, there are stakeholders here listening, looking for input, looking for advice, and I'm really keen to foster that, and long may that continue.
Brilliant. Well, really good. We'll catch up each day with Al Kingsley, folks, just to check our compass and see how his day has evolved. I look forward to chatting with you tomorrow and find out what else you've got in store for us.
Have a fab show.
The sky's the limit with NetSupport's award-winning software solutions.
Thanks, Al. Really good to catch up with you. It is 10 minutes past 3. You're listening to Russell Live. We've just had a guest drop into the studio, and I said, now, let's go now. So I have Charlotte Solomon with me now. She is Head of Partnerships and Developments at Second Chance. Now, those keen-eared of you will remember Charlotte from last year's show. Oh my goodness, welcome back. You've not changed a bit. You'll be delighted to hear. Charlotte, what's happened in a year?
Thank you. Well, actually, quite a lot has happened in a year. Our organisation has grown considerably since coming to Bett. Last year we made some wonderful partnerships here,
Sure.
Which is why we're back again this year to hopefully make some more.
Brilliant. Now, just tell the listeners, if their memories are as bad as mine, what your business, what your organisation does.
Sure. Second Chance is a not-for-profit community interest company. We're a relatively new company. We've been going under 2 years, and what we do is we look to work with schools and companies, and we take their redundant computers. So when a school is refurbishing its IT or it's upgrading its computers, we work with them to take their computers, and with the computers we teach people with disabilities and the long-term unemployed how to refurbish a computer. So we teach valuable IT skills and refurbish those computers, and then once the computers are refurbished, we work to bridge the digital divide. So we make sure that those go to people that really need, that can't afford a computer.
Amazing. I remember now in great detail our conversation. I loved the bit about using it not just as a computer, again, for a second chance computer, but also in that process you're adding some legacy value to the refurbishment skill set. I mean, that's amazing there. So what kind of achievements, what have you done? I don't know, what's the metric? The metric?
Well, when we began, we had our co-founder, Adam Goodman, who's actually speaking at Bett tomorrow, talking about the social impact of the organisation. And we had Adam as part of our training programme. And just over 18 months on, we now have 40 neat young adults come to our offices and work with us. So that's 40 adults that are not in employment, education
yep.
or training.
Absolutely.
And they are coming to our offices and they are learning really valuable IT skills. And it's not only is it teaching them skills, but it's providing a purpose for these young adults. So we're working with them to learn new skills, and obviously the more computers we get, the more that we can refurbish and the more that we give back. So we are now working with many charities to ensure that they have computers to give to people that cannot afford.
It's a win-win. It works every time for me. Amazing work. Congratulations again. Thanks for stopping by as well. If folks want to get involved or donate, or because of course you need computers in the first place, I suspect, where can they go to? What's the website, John?
If they go to the website, which is secondchance.co.uk, that's the second with a 2, ECOND.
Love it.
And we're on Twitter and LinkedIn, and please get in touch, because the more computers that we receive, the more people can come on our training scheme and the more that we can give back to those that need. So really appreciate your support.
No, you're very welcome, and my pleasure. I'd love to do this more for you. You're speaking tomorrow. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we are speaking tomorrow at the Futures Theatre. We're speaking at 10 to 2. That's 1:50 tomorrow. So if anybody is free, please drop by and listen to what we have to say. We're talking about the social impact of the organisation.
Wow, that's just amazing, and congratulations again, and thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Who'd have thought? You thought you were going to record, didn't you? Come on, be honest, and I've just brought you straight on the live show. You've done brilliantly, and it's lovely to hear from you. Thanks so much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much.
It's absolutely brilliant there. Oh, fantastic chatting there with Charlotte. I'm so grateful.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderton Tiger Radio Network.
Just the different selection of music.
I like the variety.
Just the variety.
I never turn it off.
Good music.
Amazing. Just amazing.
Plays really good music.
Very good.
By far my favorite station.
You're the best. Oh, yeah.
I love you guys.
Powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Amazing, just love that. More live guests turning up. We'll come to you in just a second. Now, this morning we had a fabulous warm-up exercise on the show floor, and it was just amazing. Listeners, I'm no stranger to a good warm-up exercise. I have to say, having written widely on exhibition protocol and how you motivate your staff, we've just had one of those activities here. Tansy TV gentlemen are here with me. Guys, good morning. Good to have you.
Good morning.
Wow.
Hello.
What do we have this morning? What was that? What do you call that?
I mean, what would we call that?
I mean, we'd call it energy. We'd call it fun.
Enthusiasm.
Yeah, we'd call it...
The best way to start the day, I'd say.
Yeah, a bit of active movement, getting everyone moving, a bit of smiling, why not?
Oh, absolutely, I'm all for that. Works tremendously well. Tell me about the history. Where did the idea come from?
So we'll introduce ourselves. So my name's Dario.
My name's Ottavio.
And we're from Tansy TV, and essentially what we do, we're all about inspiring children to get active. We do this in the most fun way by our primary school workshops. We travel around the UK, going into different schools, showing how fun exercise movement can be, and then primary schools are able to sustain this active movement by subscribing to our website, www.tansy.tv, where we have a whole huge catalogue of fitness videos. They range anywhere between 1 to 5 minutes, really making sure that children can get active, teaching it active during the school day for quick brain breaks.
Love it. And unlike Joe Wicks, you are qualified.
There we go. We are qualified indeed.
Not a PE teacher, ladies and gentlemen. I just mentioned that. You know, it was good. It was okay for a bit of fun, a bit of warm up. But I like the expertise, and I like the fact that it's directed towards young people as well. So where can people find you? Where do we go to look you up and book you guys?
Yep. So they can book us on www.tansy.tv. So even to find out more information on what we do, we've got all about our story, our mission, what we're trying to achieve. We've got an email address, info@tansy.tv, to inquire about bookings, getting us to inspire and motivate your school. Book us in. We have a bit of a flexibility in our diaries, but spaces are filling up for this academic year. So if you were interested and you're listening to this, be sure to hit us up.
Book early to avoid disappointment.
There you go.
That's
how it goes.
That's exactly how it goes. So if you're coming into school, what can I expect from you?
Non-stop energy, really motivation, inspiring children to really live a healthy lifestyle. Because the key is, what we talk about Tansy TV is by really getting it into the children's brains at such a young age, it means they're so much more likely to continue that. And really just how we started, we were both working as primary school support assistants during the lockdown, really noticed the negative effects the lockdown was having on children's physical and mental well-being. We wanted to make a change, and that is exactly what we're doing right now as Tansy TV.
There's not a lot of alternative. If you're not sporty, I was never sporty, you can probably guess. If you're not sporty, there's not much avenue for exercise.
Exactly.
I like this.
Yeah. So it's just to get everyone bouncing. It's very inclusive. Our delivery, we utilise...
It was bouncy. It was bouncy this morning.
Yeah, it's just the delivery. It's all about making it fun. It's not just necessarily for those who are the most sporty. You know, it's just keeping it fun, keeping it active, getting everyone involved.
Brilliant.
That's what it's all about.
Folks, if you want to see the NetSupport crew jumping around peeling the banana, that has got to be seen. It's a post on Twitter, and you just look us up at NetSupport Software. Find us on Twitter, and you'll be actually see. Now, Tansy, it's spelled differently. Just spell the URL for the address again for me, folks.
It's Tansy TV, so it's www.tansy, so it's TANZII.TV. So 2 I's in Tansy TV.
I love it. It's amazing. Gentlemen, I enjoyed that this morning.
Our pleasure.
Great bet, and good luck with this brilliant enterprise.
Thank you. Have a great day, guys. Thank you.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
They won't mind me saying so, the Joe Wicks, but these guys are qualified, because I always say the Joe, lovely Joe, not a PE teacher. Bless you. Folks, you're listening to Russell Prue live here at the Bett Show. It is exactly 19 minutes past 3. A very good afternoon to KC. You're listening live and enjoying the show. Thanks so much for your tweet. Very interested, KC, she says, to learn more about Second Chance UK. You're absolutely right. You've got the URL there. Check it out. Lovely. And mention that you heard them here on our radio show. Now, it's lovely to catch up with old friends, and I know she won't mind. It's Dawn Hallibone here, have on Too Simple Software. How are you, my dear?
I'm really good, thank you, Russell. We've had a great show so far. If you're coming to the show, come and see us at SJ20.
She's straight in there, folks. Honestly,
obviously.
You can tell she's a prized old-timer. Straight in there. Go on, keep going.
However, I'm not here necessarily to talk about Too Simple. Obviously, you can come and see us on SJ20. But also, I've got 2 kids. And when my oldest was 16, she had an anaphylactic attack at home.
Wow.
Had never had an attack before. Was rushed to hospital, and we were told that if we hadn't phoned the ambulance and my husband hadn't spotted the signs, we may well have lost her.
No.
During her GCSE year, they then had several attacks. I was trained in anaphylaxis, being a deputy head, but I didn't know enough about the product. We had EpiPens in school, we made sure we had all the training. But actually I was then introduced to Kit Medical earlier on this year, who literally launched last month. And they are a defibrillator for allergies. And having something like this in my school as a deputy head for safeguarding at the time would have been unbelievable and would have made a difference. And actually, yes, we focus on having a defib for heart attacks and everything else, but anaphylaxis is one of those diseases that you can develop at any age, as I found out with my 16-year-old.
Wow.
So enough about me.
I know. I just got so many questions as well, and I'm glad you brought them along, because I mean, I can think of 10 questions already. You brought someone along, and so also in the studio, folks, we've got Zach Marks. Hello, Zach. Welcome to the studio.
Hello. How are you doing?
It's a great name for radio, Zach. I always love it. I'd love to have been called Zach, but I'm
Me
not
too.
a Zach. Yeah, I know. Zach is just a great. Tell us more about it. Tell us more about it. So what is it? How does it work? I guess my immediate question was, for kids that aren't registered or known to the school, how can an educator administer something to a child who's not on their at-risk register, for example? But I mean, there must be some other things. Tell me about it. It's a marvellous. You're doing great work. Tell me all about it.
No, thank you. One of the main things we're doing is providing that spare set of adrenaline pens that anyone can use in an emergency on anyone. So, as Dawn rightly said, allergies can develop at any time. So there are people that have allergies, they know they've got them, they've been prescribed auto-injectors and they're on the allergy list, but we actually see 20% of the incidences at school occur in children that never knew they had an allergy to anything.
Wow.
So imagine they were never diagnosed, they don't have their own prescribed pens, teachers are completely unaware. That's where this spare set can really come in handy. But we also see these pens expiring over 7-8 months. So often you see incidences occur and there's no in-date auto-injector. And that's again where this spare set can come into play. So essentially, with our anaphylaxis kits, what we do is provide 4 adrenaline pens, 2 of each dose to cover all ages, that run on a subscription. So they're always in date, always supplied in our kits. They can be wall-mounted in a school, on the cafeteria, front office, reception, and we provide CPD accredited online training as well, so all staff can know how to use it.
So let's just be clear on this. So it's perfectly okay to administer this to a child who another question. So can you do any damage administering this to someone that didn't necessarily need it?
No. So we lean on the support of our pharmaceutical partners, doctors, and the leading advice is, if in doubt, use the adrenaline. It's going to do more harm to not act on it if there's an anaphylactic emergency.
Well, Dawn's the proof in the pudding, really, and that perfect example as well. Wouldn't it have been fabulous if our households had such a thing? I mean, it's just amazing. I didn't even think there was a condition that made you more susceptible to it. I'm learning so much now as well. What's the biggest challenge in training colleagues? Because basically what you're saying is that you're going to put something that says, if an emergency break glass, you're going to rip something else and then stab that into someone. That's going to take a lot of confidence, isn't it?
Yes, so what we see right now is, if schools are currently getting spare pens, and they might be putting them hidden away in a nurse's office, for example, and then that's really the nurse can touch this, no one else. That's exactly why we design our kits to look like defibs, and they're stored in the lunch hall. They're really clearly visible. They are made to say, please use this if you need to. It's that sort of thing that can save a life. And we give this wide access training as well that can be accessible to all staff. We know that when we've worked with schools before, they've tried to organise a training day and people haven't turned up and it can incur costs. So we just give an online 20-minute video quiz. Anyone can do it, super easy and accessible. And I've got allergies myself, so
well, that's my next question. You've anticipated that. So you're the co-founder and CEO, so you must. What's your story? There must be something here.
Absolutely. I'm severely allergic to nuts, peas, chickpeas, soya, a few other things here and there. The list goes on. But I did design at university, and this was actually my final year project back in 2020. 3 years on, we've just launched, we launched 3 months ago. We're already working with 100 schools across the country, which has been incredible. Multi-academy trusts have an amazing buy-in as well. And if people want to learn more about us, they can just go straight to our website, which is kitmedical.com, and that's kit with 2 T's.
I love that. Just amazing. So you can't do any harm. Better to have one than not have one. This is a no-brainer. It's a straightforward kind of stuff. It's almost the story of defibrillators, isn't it, really, when we're trying to get those, but they're not everywhere they should be either, and we're still struggling to get funding, and we had to raise funds for one in our village, and where it was going to go, we can't have it on there, and it needs electricity, and who's going to train? Well, I went to the training. Said, yeah, let's get everyone trained up in the village and just get...
And schools are at the heart of the community, so if communities can't, and it's not near the church hall, schools can have both. And, Kit Medical's tagline is a defibrillator for allergies, because the children are more could develop it at any age.
Who knew? Just amazing. Great, what a great story. Good to meet you. Thank you so much. I can see you've done something about it. I like that. Thanks very much for joining us. They're really good. You've given the website, given the URL out. Can't think of anything else. Just amazing. Folks, if you want to get involved in this, I guess it's a no-brainer. Is it dreadfully expensive? I mean, they've already got these EpiPens anyway, so there is if they've got a child at risk, they will have to have an EpiPen anyway.
So what we say is a lot of schools are getting involved in these sorts of programs, but they're not doing it regularly, or maybe they did it once and then they forget. Current data shows us there's at least 1 to 2 children with an allergy in every classroom in every school in the UK. And so we really see this as, like you said, a no-brainer. We only run it at £500 per kit per year for all included service. And if they do use a pen in the year, then we replenish that at no extra cost. So it's that sort of guaranteed safety net is the idea.
I think better safe than never. This requires a national campaign. This is the kind of thing that Gillian should have been talking about this morning, rather than say that's my final offer. Do you really mean that, Gillian? That would have been so much better. This is what the Secretary of State for Education should have been speaking about, and this is protecting all of our children. Zach, thanks very much for joining us. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
Dawn, lovely to catch up with you. I'll catch up with you later on in the week, Piddies as well. But for the moment, thanks very much indeed. Absolutely brilliant.
And that's what I like to call.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
What's up? This is Adam from Maroon 5. This is Kings of Leon.
NetSupport Radio.
Listen to me now.
Amazing. We promised to bring you the real diverse, rich set of interesting stuff, and that is a perfect example. It's 27 minutes past 3. You're listening to Russell live here on NetSupport Radio, the official broadcaster at Bett 2023. Thanks so much indeed. Some tweets and messages coming in. I'll come back to you in just a second and play my next interview. We caught up with this gentleman a little earlier today. Listeners, my next guest in the hot seat here at Bett 2023 is someone from iPlicit. I have Alex Middleton, who's with me. Alex, hello and welcome to Bett Radio. It's good to have your company.
Hi, Russell. Thanks very much for having me.
You're very welcome, sir. Tell me all about this brilliant... It's your first bet.
It is our first bet. Not my first bet.
Of course, for the company.
Yes, for iPlicit. Yes.
Indeed. Tell me all about them.
So iPlicit are formed in 2019 from very good stock. So our founders came from 2 different sides of the finance world.
Yep.
One side developed a very successful finance solution called Exchequer. The other side implemented massive finance solutions for huge companies for such as Oracle, SAP. And so together they joined forces and created iPlicit, which is a true cloud accounting software that rivals any finance software on the market, to be perfectly honest.
Of course, there's one that springs to mind, begins with the letter S, and as they're not sponsoring, we really don't need to talk about them. But that's what most folks will be familiar with.
Sure.
So tell me what your key differentiators are. What's different about this solution?
So, in the first instance, it's true cloud. So that means you log on to a web page and you are there. So you can access it from anywhere with only the security that's installed on your laptop. That's the first big difference, because we've gone, hybrid, haven't we? So
Indeed.
You do not need to go into a school to log into iPlicit.
Okay, that's
you can
good
do it
to
from
know.
anywhere. So we have companies that we work with that are 300 entities large. There is no MAT in the country that's ever going to be 300 large. So we can deal with the consolidation for much larger organizations.
Wow, okay.
So MAT consolidation is really, really key. True Cloud is really key. And our reporting suite is phenomenal. So
good. I guess the people in the know will know what they need to look for. I'm not an accountant. I'm not a business manager, although I do run a business myself.
Sure.
I use an online accounting system because HMRC forced me to do that. Thank you so much indeed, Chancellor of Exchequer, for that little one. So I'm having to do that. I guess schools also have to do that, account for lots of things. Are there some interesting things about MATs that are different to non-MAT?
No, so we're willing. We're really keen to work with as many education institutions as possible. MATs are just the sort of, well, I'd say more complex, I could imagine, because you've got that kind of regional, kind of global. Someone who's the chief executive might want to have a look at spend breakdown, capitalisation, capita spend on a whole range of different things, catering, and lettings. I'm thinking, oh, my goodness, it must be this is my 38th bet, Alex. Welcome, thanks so much. It's lovely to chat. I'm kind of been around the block a little while, so kind of know. Wow. I can imagine. I'm just trying to tease out what's different. I like the cloud. I guess the user interface is fairly standard and intuitive, as one would expect with a cloud solution. It's 4 years old, so it's extremely modern. So because there are so many systems out there, and they've been out there for a long time.
Nice.
Ours is new, so the way that it's been designed to be used is new. It's new sort of technology, it's new thinking. So that means when a user logs on, they can navigate it by instinct from all of the other systems they've used. Even to the sense that navigating iPlicit is probably as easy as navigating your Netflix or your Facebook.
Nice.
The menus are so clean and clear that you know exactly where to go just by instinct, like I said.
And I can imagine the current market leader and an historical incumbent is there still because folks have a fear of leaving or coming to something new. What could you say to me that would bring me into your fold and let me leave something that I trust, may not enjoy using, but I trust because we've had it. It has historical value, it has legacy within my organisation. What can you do that would entice me across?
Sure, great question. So to bring up your point about, I guess, leaving something that you're more comfortable with, even though you might not like it. So we actually conducted some independent research, or some independent research was conducted for us, where we interviewed 200 MAT chief finance officers or finance leaders, and just under half, 47% to be precise, rated it as either requires improvement or inadequate, which is quite interesting. So that was the research that sort of spurred our approach to the market, because when you see an incumbent that's not satisfying their customers, and we have great experience of doing that, and we have great results from our current customers. 30%, 33% I think of which are non-profit organisations. MATs don't make money, so we've got a really nice segue into the MAT market.
Nice.
But how do we bring them into the fold? There's three things. The cloud thing is huge.
Yes.
Because the incumbent has a sort of hybrid solution. Ours is true cloud, which makes it very cost effective. And like to say, that modern look and feel.
And secure, I guess, as well. So I haven't got to...
Of course, bank grade security.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to lock my hard drives up all night. I can just imagine immensely. Carry on.
Yeah, so they're the three things that we really like the MATs to know. So the true cloud, the cost effectiveness, which is huge, in these struggling budgets. And because MATs are sort of compelled to grow, I know the 2030 EDIT is very optimistic, and potentially not going to happen. There's a delay, but we don't know what that delay is going to look like. But if you take an action now and you're growing, we can grow you organically really easily by adding schools, because it's just code to us, and we can do that very cost effectively.
I like it. Now, where can folks find out more about the product and yourselves?
So we're here all week, of course. SD61 is our stand. We'd love to speak to as many MAT schools, international schools, as we possibly can. We want to get our name out there, so we're really well known in certain verticals, certain markets, and we want to do the same for MATs because we truly believe we have a unique proposition for them. One of the things that we'd really like to discuss with them is our MAT pilot scheme. So we're looking to, some trailblazers that are going to use iPlicit. We'll give them free software for a period of time, 6 months. We'll roll out the system with them and make sure that they're fully happy before we ask them to sign their official contract.
Brilliant. Alex, well represented. Folks, if you want to find out about iPlicit, they are iPlicit.com. Alex, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Russell. Thanks for having me.
Contact the show right now. Just send a text message to 07 8600 26 400 or email us using studio@andertontiger.com.
I love chatting with Alex there as well. It's 25 minutes to 4. Now, I had to just chat, I had to just dive away from that conversation because I'd had one of my energy low-carb bars for lunch that had peanuts in it. Now, I mention that because I handed the headphones to Zach and his badge back to me so I could read his name out. I just needed to check that the allergy didn't cause a problem there as well. Best not to send your guests into anaphylactic shock just after you've finished interviewing them. It is really good. Fiction Express have been in touch. Hello, come over for an interview if you want. You are very welcome. And Kathy's just tweeted as well. I chatted with her a little earlier on today. She's on the show coming up in just a minute. I wanted to say hello to Elan Izykel. I always hope I got that right, Elan as well. He's not terribly well today, but he's coming to the show tomorrow. Hope you are better for that. He says, thanks, Russell. Tuned in and ready to go. Hope you're enjoying the show there in Oxford. If you are there, really hoping to be able to come to the show, I can give you a wave. Well, a bit more than a wave. It's nice to have a chat, really. Lovely to catch up with you and see how you are. Folks, we're live across the planet. You are very welcome to our live stream. We are on until we've finished all our interviews. A few more guests to come up as well. I caught up with an infant school a little earlier today, and they are up next. Do not go anywhere, folks.
Bett 2023.
Every song totally rocks.
It's awesome.
It's all about my kind of music.
My kind of music.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderton Tiger Radio Network.
Get on down and party.
Don't understand what's going on here.
The first cut on this record has been cross-format focused for airplay success.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Folks, I do enjoy a catch-up with old friends, and both of these people won't mind me saying that as well. I've got Becky Waters and David Waters from Dogsthorpe Infant School here with me. And you've not won anything this year. That's got to be a turn-up for you, Becky.
No, absolutely. We've had a few quiet years, but I'm sure there's something in the offing.
I should think so too. Good. David, welcome. Really good to have you as well. Challenges, Becky. What have the challenges been this year since we last spoke?
Oh, my goodness. Well, obviously, we're still kind of recovering from the pandemic, really. Just it's been a fairly normal year, 18 months, but still busy, and still lots of things to manage. Children's resilience and children's well-being, and just kind of trying to pick up all the pieces that we didn't necessarily anticipate. I'm sure many schools are in that same position.
Indeed they are. David, the podcasting is going from strength to strength at the school.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. Is that all you dreamed it would be?
Well, and more. It was supposed to be just something for the parents to listen to, and it sort of went far wider across Cambridgeshire now, and we're delighted with that. And it's great for shows like this, and to come to the shows like this, because we can then network with great companies like NetSupport and Class VR and Trilby TV, all these great companies. It's something to share on our podcast.
I like the fact it's a nice family affair. I do like that as well. It saves on a lot of time. I'm quite sure as well. I just that the pandemic, as you rightly say, is a huge knock-on effect as well. And one of the things people say, but it's only infants. Surely they're resilient enough to cope. Well, that's not quite true, is it?
No, not at all. And I think we've seen in our school and also across the other trust schools that it's our youngest children that have been the most affected, because obviously they missed a lot of their time in nursery and reception, where they would have built those social skills, those friendships, and just that resilience and problem solving that we probably take for granted. And actually seeing some of them now, they're just really struggling because they didn't have those times they could go out and about with friends and play dates and all of those things. It's been a really interesting and challenging time.
And would you say, looking back, David, that you had all the right IT in place when we kind of hit the lockdowns, or did you have to rapidly catch up?
No, I think it came into its own, really. We were already a good way down the road, thanks to having a governor Al Kingsley, who was already getting us in the right sort of position. But I think the pandemic gave us a fresh look at it, of what our equipment is, the sorts of things, the strengths, the weaknesses, and we're in a much better place because of it. So whilst I wouldn't want to go through COVID again, it's left us with a lot of strengths, as well as a chance to reflect on the past and to look forward with hopefulness.
Indeed, no one wants to go through COVID again, I can tell you, Mark. We weren't expecting that, were you? What are you looking forward to most this year, Becky?
I think it's just we've had a sort of a fairly normal year, if that's the right thing to say, but we've had so many more opportunities to have parents come into school, and that's been invaluable to get them in. If you think how year 2 parents, it's the first opportunity they've really had to come into school and be part of their children's learning. So just keeping that going and supporting them to support their children is an absolute pleasure and honour, and we just want to carry on doing that and getting them in all different ways, workshops, learning with their children, clubs, all sorts of things to keep them active in their children's learning.
I'd love it. I love following your posts and your tweets, and I love listening to the broadcasts that you share on the World Wide Web. Amazing stuff as well. You're doing amazing work there as well, and I think they are so young, these young people, and they're so confident with their speech and language. It's really, I mean, you can imagine what they're going to be like at junior school and what they're going to be like at senior school as well. You're creating young, confident human beings.
That's our aim.
We want learning to be exciting. We want learning to be fun, and that's the great thing about Bett, that it provides, the companies provide resources for us to make learning exciting. And I'm looking forward to meeting more friends here, more colleagues, and getting some new resources for our school. And if anybody's listening and wants to join our podcasting listeners, just search your podcast platform for Eddie's Launchpads. Eddie's our well-being dog, that's why it's his launch pad, so come and have a listen.
I love the fact that you had a dog. I mean, there are lots of dogs. I mean, I'm pleased he's called Eddie, because everyone I meet these days is called Barney. Everyone's well-being dog's called Barney. I go, is it called Barney? I go, yeah, how did you know? I go, And what breed is Eddie?
Eddie's a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
Oh, now that's unusual. Normally they're in the Labradoodle kind of area. No. Fluffy and a paint and brush every day. But, oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, congratulations. You're doing amazing work.
Thank
there.
You very much.
It's lovely to see you both and have a brilliant bet. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Get on down and party.
The first cut on this record has been cross-format focused for airplay success.
Oh, yeah!
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
It is the best station.
They have a variety of music.
It's a wide variety.
You're listening to Russell Prue.
Hi, good afternoon. The time is 17 minutes to 4 o'clock. We're completely live across the planet. An afternoon shout out to Kat, to Duncan and Emma Darcy. Hello. Thanks very much for your mentions. Keep on coming, folks. You can listen to us live and again as a podcast afterwards. Now, more live guests, and we've got some Year 6 pupils with us. What could possibly go wrong? With me is the fabulous Matt Jessup, who's a great head teacher from Crosswaite Church of England Primary School. Matt, welcome to the show.
No, thank you for having us.
You've got a great face for radio, so don't panic.
Perfect face for radio,
yeah. Not a problem. What are you doing here with your Year 6s?
Variety of things. Just come to see some stalls, come to see some technology. On Friday we've got a group in the Sustainable Development Goals competition, and the rest of them are joining in with Kids Judge Bett.
Excellent. Well, it may well be visiting me because I'm on the tour, apparently.
Oh, there you go. Right.
Let's talk to some of your young people. So in the studio we've got Ben, Sophia and Jake. Let's start with Jake with a question. Jake, what do you think of Bett?
It's really good. It's my first time being here, and there's lots of stalls, and we haven't even been to every stall, and
it's going to take you 3 days solid work to get to every stall, and then I don't think you could go to every stall, so you have to pick and choose. Which is what are you particularly interested in technology wise? Would you go for the esports stuff, the gaming?
I think it'd be the gaming.
Fortnite, Roblox?
I don't really know.
You're not a particular game. You don't play Fortnite or? Okay, there must be someone, mustn't there, in the country? With you, you've got Sophia. Sophia, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. What have you come to see today?
Just come to look round all the stalls. There's a big variety of stuff here.
it's the biggest variety of stuff in the world, which is why this is the biggest IT exhibition of its kind in the world. What are you particularly looking for? What might you be looking for? What are you interested in technology?
I like most things. It's really amazing here and there's so much to see.
Good, excellent. And you're taking part in Kids Judge Bett, and I've got Ben here with me as well, Year 6. What are you looking for in the Kids Judge Bett? You thought about that yet?
No, not really. I've not really been looking for anything just yet.
What part of technology interests you? What are you most interested in?
I quite like the robots and stuff.
Do you do any of that at school at all?
I think we have done some, yeah.
Cool, excellent. And would you like the programming, or is it the physical making of the actual device itself?
More of the programming, really, yeah.
Excellent. Are you a bit of a programmer then, would you say?
I do go on Scratch sometimes.
Scratch program. Excellent. Great platform as well. Your impression of the show floor so far?
Pardon?
Of the show floor, the whole place. What's your impression of it?
It's very big. Very big.
Cool.
I quite like some stores. I find it very exciting to walk around.
Excellent. Okay, just before I finally go round, messages for folks that you've left back at school. So they may well be listening now, because there's some colleagues and deputies who are busily texting. They may well be listening. Do you want to say hello to folks back at Crosswaite School?
Hello.
Anything more than that?
No, I can't really think.
Guys over here, so Jake and Sophia. So Sophia?
Hi.
That's nice. And you, Jake?
Hello.
Excellent. Come back to Matt now as well. So amazing. They get so much. Young people get so much out of the experience as well. How are things going at school at the moment for you? Challenges?
Yes. Financially, I won't go political on you because
I don't mind at all.
I can't use the language in front of the children.
No, indeed you can't. But you can be factually accurate, and I don't mind at all. So
schools are challenged. Yeah, finances are a mess. Pressure of Ofsted and everything else is not really acceptable. There has to be reform. Are you up for many in education that don't think there should be reform? What that will be and what funding it will come with will determine how things change in the future. But I mean, currently 5 years on, you look at the lack of teachers and a lack of teaching assistants, the way things are going, and not a small shortage, a national crisis. We're not going to be staff in schools in 5 years if things don't change quite dramatically. So the sooner the government wake up and sniff the coffee and realise that, the better.
I couldn't agree more with you, young man. I couldn't agree more. I look forward to seeing. Are you coming on yourself on the Kids Judge Bett activity?
I'll be about. Yes, we'll all be about.
Sounds good. I look forward to seeing you on Friday. I don't know what you're going to do with these. Are they the same young people for the whole week?
They're off to wander the hall for the next couple of hours, and then they're going into London tomorrow and back on Friday.
What could possibly go wrong?
I dread to think.
Have a lovely time, all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been lovely to chat with you. Really pleased. Have a lovely show, and thanks for dropping in there.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely, you're very welcome indeed. Chatting there live with young folks from Crosswaite Church of England Primary School there. The amazing Matt Jessup, and we will be catching up with these young people again on Friday. How amazing is that?
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
It's time now for a Batman moment. Batman and Robin, the dynamic duo, are here. Jonathan and Lucy Coy are here from Head Teacher Chat, and your fabulous conversations and your fabulous conferences. You've got another conference coming up this year. How was the last one first?
Oh, thanks, Russell. Yeah, it was great. Really good fun. We had so much energy in the room, didn't we? 200 delegates there, all learning from each other, and yourselves, your wonderful self, helping us to compare the event, which was fantastic.
It was good. We had revelations and emotion and excitement. It was a really good. How's the year been? Because we haven't caught up for a year. So how's your year been since you last spoke here on the radio?
Oh, thanks, Russell. It's been absolutely incredible. The amount of contacts that we've had with school leaders has been absolutely fantastic, especially the last sort of couple of weeks with the recent events with Ofsted in the news. We've had a lot of head teachers and senior leaders getting in touch and telling us their experiences, which has been a real privilege, really, to be able to help support them and to signpost them, to give them some advice and stuff.
No, indeed, it was a touching occurrence, really, and we found ourselves dedicating a song to Ruth on our recent broadcast that we did, which is really interesting. Challenges this year for colleagues, Jonathan. What's on folks' radar this year? What are they most worried about?
One of the biggest ones at the moment is the pay increase that is a big struggle.
It's not an increase. You're using that word incorrectly,
really.
Jonathan. But you're being politically delicious.
No, but for the teachers, they get pay rise. but actually it's going to be funded by the school. And actually, there's no money in the school. So what we're dealing with is a lot of head teachers who are really worried about the financial situations in their schools. We get messages every single day about what is their struggles and their hardship which happen in the school. So it's tough. And the whole thing with the Ofsted, we've been involved with quite a few school leaders in the last couple of weeks about the pending Ofsted and how they're going to cope with it. And we give a lot of support and work with education support with giving them a little bit back and helping them out with their own mental health.
Do you see any movement there at all? I'm blasted if I could see anything from Spielman or anything. There's just no movement at all. There's almost they just want to ignore this and hope the problem goes away. I'm really not encouraged, really, at all.
We hope there will be movement. We've written to Amanda Spielman about our concerns about the Ofsted and the effect of the Ofsted on the senior leadership team and the challenges they have within that. So we're trying to campaign to support the head teachers out there and school leaders as best we can.
No, I met Ofsted twice last year. It was a particularly interesting year, not a particularly good year, but two of the schools I was working with, on the days that I was working there, they had an Ofsted inspection.
Wow.
And just so I was a part of it in one school in Oxfordshire and a part of it in a school in Essex, and was interviewed by both inspectors on both separate occasions. Interesting, but you can see firsthand the pressure, the pain, the suffering that goes through. And I spent all day. Don't panic. Do what you usually do, and just relax. It is very interesting. You accept the fact that we need this level of measurement. It's just the way it's done. Needs to change as well. It just absolutely. It's a parallel conversation with gun crime. I mean, you think how bizarre is that? But I'm looking at my news bulletins today, and the same problems that America are having with gun crime and everything. We must do something about it, and nothing's ever done. We must do something about it. Nothing's ever done, which is really interesting. Anyway, good challenges. You've got a good supporting organisation, and I think that's a step forward in the process as well. You've got a conference. You're organising another conference. What are you doing?
We've got a lovely conference coming up in Birmingham on the 5th of October. It's going to be at the Custard Factory, which is a really groovy place to have a fantastic conference, and it's going to be called Empowering Educators, because that's what we want to do. We want to empower people.
Good. You got a date yet for it?
Not with Custard. Yes, 5th of October.
Sorry, I wasn't concentrating on that one. Well, good luck with that as well. It's lovely to chat with you. Thank you so much. I'm loving the colour coordinated book and the whole look as well. It is absolutely fantastic. If folk want to join you, I always say this to every guest as well, where should they go? Where can they find out more about your organisation?
Well, the most popular platform is Twitter, @HeadTeacherChat, and you can direct message us, you can have a chat with us about anything you want to in some way. So that'd be the thing. We also got a website with www.headteachers.org, so you get all the information. There's loads of blogs on there, you get the planners on there as well. So they're the two best ways to do it.
Of course, excellent planners and a really good chat up. They're always good for conversations and peer support, and I think that's what impressed me the most about the organisation. Lovely to chat with you. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a great year and good luck with the conference.
Thank you very much.
Contact the show right now. Just send a text message to 07 8600 26 400.
I love that conversation. It is 7 minutes to 4. It is a National Lemon Chiffon Cake Day. Oh my goodness. I don't know what a lemon chiffon cake is, but I know I want one now. Amazing days as well. Lots of other days and lots of birthdays. I'm going to go into any details. It was the cake one that caught my eye. Amazing. Thanks so much for your messages. Lots of folks listening in. Mary Ann, thank you so much. And Richard Gerver, thank you so much indeed for your messages on Twitter. Don't forget you can text us, email us and tweet us live in our show. A few more guests to get through. It's where's the hour gone? My goodness, in absolutely nowhere. It's still amazingly busy. Normally after 3 o'clock it gets a little quieter on the show floor. It's good. It's a very good Wednesday. I hope Thursday can live up to that. Next up, it's Kath, and she has a brilliant story to tell.
You're listening to Russell Prue, your Bett radio show host, live. on NetSupport Radio at Bett 2023.
Listeners, I'm topping up my international quota now with the fabulous Kathy Karasnowski. Did I get that right?
You did.
Hey, bless you, Mom. It's so good. You're from the lovely USA. Tell me all about yourself.
I am. I've come across the pond. This is my 4th Bett, and I'm so excited to be here. A little about me. Well, by day, I work in public school system. I serve teachers in 7 elementary schools in New Jersey. I'm a tech coach, which means I help teach them educational technology and ways to use it in really relevant and meaningful ways. And all their students too, of course. So that's usually in K through 5, or as you guys would probably say, what do you say, year 0 through year 5?
Key stage 2.
But I also am really, really fortunate to work part-time for a startup company from Seattle called Novel Effect. And Novel Effect makes an app. It's an iOS and Android app, and also now available on Chromebook, that basically it listens to you as you read children's books, regular children's books that you know, and it just listens and it plays these magical soundscapes with character voices and sounds and music that go right along with the words as you say them. It's voice activated. It's magical.
Now, I want to say, get out of here, but political correctness would prevent me from doing that. No, you're kidding.
It's the most amazing thing. My favorite thing to do in the world is to live demo it for somebody for the first time. I'll pick up a book and just read 3 or 4 pages, and the sound effects kick in. And the people who design those sound effects literally have trained to be like Hollywood sound effect designers. They really know their stuff. And because it's voice activated, every 3 or 4 words that you're saying bring on new sounds, and it's melodic and cinematic and dramatic, and I keep saying the word magical, but it is.
No, it is magical. I'm in my radio station here, and the best I could do is probably just some forest birds in the background there. But I know, and I've been teaching that for years as part of a radio station investment to get colleagues to record their worksheets on audio, so it's more enlivening, more engaging, has more bling factor, because we need something for currency to buy kids' attention these days, and this is a lovely way. Tell me more about the product. It's fascinating.
It's just such a great. Well, so it's an app you can download. You can download it right now. Everybody can go download Novel Effect. Go to noveleffect.com or go to your App Store or your Google Play Store. Download it. It's free to download, and actually there's a free trial built in too, so you can read up to 5 free ones a month. And actually, when you first get in there, it's you get 7 days of the premium for free anyway, so you can try the whole darn thing.
So, for example, I'm reading The Tortoise and the Hare, an Aesop's famous one, and I'm reading that, and so when I get to a passage in real time, we're talking about this in real time, I'm reading it or recording it in there. These sound effects are overlaid and it's all mixed, and I don't have to worry about any tech or anything?
No, your phone or your device literally just listens to you. You don't have to look at it again. There's no more screen time. It's producing audio. So I always do connect it to a Bluetooth speaker to make it really cinematic and dramatic, and the kids are enwrapped. They sit with their mouths open. They're in awe. Your little wiggle worms, the kids with ADD and ADHD who can't pay attention, the kids who sit in the back start sitting in the front. All of a sudden they care, they're engaged, and that helps comprehension.
Wiggle worms. I love it. What a beautiful analogy. Fantastic. Your 4th Bett. I hope this is your most memorable, because I have so enjoyed chatting to you, Kathy. This is an amazing discovery. The best of it's a new startup. How long has it been on the market?
Well, it was around pre-pandemic, and then the pandemic things sort of dwindled, as it did for many companies, but we've really been taking off in the United States, and I'm here at Bett because I need my friends across the pond to learn about it and love it too. And I'm hoping to bring it to England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, and anybody else from Europe who'd like to try it. I just think I don't want anybody in the world to miss out on it.
Love it.
And I've got to tell you one final quote. This is my favorite quote I ever heard from a 2nd grader after I got done reading a story. It was a wiggle worm, and he jumped up as soon as I was done, and he says, "Oh my gosh, I feel like I just got off a Disney ride." And that was from listening to a story.
It's what educators should be aiming for, because we're competing with that Disney ride. That's exactly what we're competing with in the classroom. And just going, hey guys, clap, clap, clap your hands. We're all look at me. Is just not doing it anymore. We need more. We need more, and this is more. Kathy, it's fantastic to chat with you. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a brilliant Bett.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. It was nice to meet you.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderson Tiger Radio Network.
Just a different selection of music.
I like the variety.
The variety.
Just the variety.
I never turn it off.
Good music.
Amazing. Just amazing.
Plays really good music.
Very good.
By far my favorite station.
You're the best. Oh, yeah.
I love you guys.
powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Good to have your company this afternoon. Keep those messages coming. It's lovely. I was just reading some messages there and some of your emails. Thank you so much, Kimmy. Just coming out to 4 o'clock. We've got loads more still to come. The fabulous Lord Dave Smith is up next. Amazing stuff. He's here. All things Dave Smith now, listeners. Just amazing. Big Cheese at Pisa, one of the organising, sponsoring, the whole purpose of the Bett activity. Dave, it's great to catch up with you. How are you?
I'm great, Russell. Really lovely to be here again. And it's my 23rd Bett this year. And so I think we've seen and known each other quite a long time now, so it's great to be back here chatting with you today. Thank you.
It is brilliant. How's the show so far for you?
Oh, it's amazing. Absolutely. We're going around visiting colleagues from across the sector, meeting up with folks. Really great to get into the Bett Futures area, see some of those startup companies that are reaching out to be sharing their products. Yeah. Some of those are with us as BISA Launchpad members. But I encourage people to get in there and find out more.
Have you been to one of the Connect at Bett events yet? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't, but I know all about it, and I think this is a great way to be helping visitors to the show, to be engaging with exhibitors, to be able to plan in advance that. It's certainly a way forward in the way that Bett operates compared to perhaps days gone by.
It's a game changer, as they say, and I think we say too. I wondered if you'd had the experience so far, because they've had one session already. I'm yet to meet someone that's had that. It'd be very nice to do that as well. What's your year looking like?
My year ahead is absolutely rammed with events at BISA. We are working on a new program, an enhanced program of additional webinars and support. We've got some overseas visits, so I'm off to Bett, Brazil in May.
Wow.
I'm hopefully off to Hong Kong later in the year as well. But apart from that, lots and lots of ed tech stuff. So really good. This week at Bett, we're launching a leadership briefing paper for education technology with our partners at NACE. We've taken the BISA ICT in Schools research, and we've extracted elements from that. Colleagues from NACE have written a commentary with key leadership questions to help school leaders to think about their overall digital strategy, and to think how do we benchmark our provision against over 2,000 schools in the UK to think, right, these are the things that we need to be working on, this is what's happening in other schools, these are the challenges they're facing, and these are the things that we can do about it.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. It's busy, it feels nice. We've had some great conversations here as well. I like the way it's been organised again. I knew I would. The minute I met Louisa, it felt different this year. Because there was someone that's been to lots of Betts and kind of knows her onions, as we'd say.
I think that's really important, isn't it?
Oh, every time.
Absolutely.
But I'm glad you're thrilled. We're thrilled, and it's brilliant to be here and be a part of the show.
Well, thanks, Russell, and anyone who's around, come along and meet us ourselves and NACE and the Department for Education in the Leaders Theatre at 2 p.m. on Thursday, where we'll be launching the leadership briefing paper for EdTech. So it's a great collaboration between all those organisations for the benefit of schools.
Good. Will that be available on your site for folks?
Absolutely, it's already available now. So if you go to the BISA site, you can access it from there, or come along to the BISA stand SB21, speak to the folks there, and they'll give you a QR code to be able to access that. But
brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Your Lordship, nice to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Lordship, too.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Lordy. You wait all day for one and then two turn up. Wow, you can't beat that. 4 minutes past 4, you're listening to Russell here live from Bett 2023. Hashtag Bett Ever, and they've not shortcomed on their delivery. My goodness. It's amazing show floor, really busy, still busy at gone 4 o'clock here in the afternoon. Folks, they're normally heading for the shops. And of course, it's much lighter outside. I've never stepped out after the show into light. It's normally pitch black because we're obviously before BST, GMT normally time, and so it's a little lighter in the evenings, and of course we're a bit later in March this year. Times go back to January after this show, back on the 24th of January 2024, if you want to catch Bett next year. Don't forget you need to book your accommodation early to avoid disappointment if you are staying on site. Really interesting, lots of headline news about teacher strike and the Secretary of State's final offer still in the news. Looking at my news ticker tape there as well. Lots still going on, and that's still talking about Paul O'Grady. Really sad news today. Wasn't expecting that in any shape or form, and some other news stories that I'm not going to go into right now, but there's still loads more still to come on us on the show. If you want to shout up, make sure you can tweet me, text me, or message me if you want. Darcy Bustle's dance crew are up next. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
What's up? This is Adam from Maroon 5. This is Kings of Leon.
NetSupport Radio.
Listen to me now.
Folks, you're in for a treat now. It's my annual catch-up with everything that is DD Mix. This is this brilliant dance, fraternity, activity, plethora of amazing workouts and things started by the amazing Darcy Bustle, DBE. We love her. She's just finished on stage. I'm yet to get her on the radio show. She so has a good face for radio, but I am blessed with Amy and Sarah. Welcome for our annual catch-up. It's good to have you with her. Amy, you're new to the show. Sarah, you're an old-time favourite. How's your year been?
It's been good. I can't believe how quickly it's gone. It only seems like yesterday we were here, but it's really good and nice to be. Darcy was opening Bett show today, so it's nice to be here from the start.
Nice and early, I hear. Nice and early. We did start a little early this year.
Yeah. We she was on at 8:30, so opening the show. It's really good. We got the crowd going though. Got up and did lots of dancing, which was lovely.
Good. How's the business going, really? So how are your numbers going? How's it progressing? How's the rollout of the whole programme working for you?
Yeah, it's going really well, thank you. We've always sort of expanding into more schools. We've been doing lots of workshops. The other week we did a workshop at the Royal Academy of Dance, which was really exciting for the local schools. And we've also been doing some live classes, which have been going really well. We've had sort of over thousands of schools participating in our live classes. And then Amy, she's running the DD Mix for Schools programme. She's heading it up there, and you're expanding to lots of schools now.
Yes, welcome to the show, Amy. This is your first time on the radio. I don't know if it's your first Bett or not. How are you finding it all?
It's always great as we're wandering around, we kind of hearing from people who were in the talk with Darcy this morning, and they're like, oh, we love your talk, thank you so much. I wish I could start every morning like that, getting active, which is obviously what we want to do, especially...
Well, you can start every morning like that, and that's what we're here for, really. Good then. So numbers good, rollout programme going well for you?
Yeah, we're having schools renewing every year, and we're growing actually a lot of activity over in Wales. We've recently translated our programme into Welsh, so to kind of follow that demand in Wales, and obviously there's been a big change in curriculum in Wales, and we're absolutely here for that because they're acknowledging the arts, which is obviously we want to see that, as well as the well-being and children development and everything like that. So we're excited to go to a few schools and events in Wales as well, but we're very excited to be here at Bett because we'll be bringing along actually one of our member schools to do a bit of a demo later on with Darcy. So
wow! And is that in the main auditorium? Is that?
It's in the Teaching and Learning Theatre this afternoon at 1:40, I believe it is.
Wow! Good luck with that.
So yeah, we're kind of giving a bit of a taster of the programme that we have, hoping that we're going to attract and actually get adults and children active while they're here. So it's a good way to.
Just remind folks, Sarah, of the service. What is it? It's a website, it's a series of stuff. How do I go? Where do I go to subscribe?
So if you go to our website, ddmixforschools.com, it's an online membership where you can have access to the dance curriculum, the DD Mix curriculum, and then we also offer in-person workshops. We also provide PPA cover as well. And then we also do teacher training in set days as well.
Wow, that's amazing. So I don't have to have a physical person in school if that's not possible?
No, yeah, exactly. We do that, but then also a lot of our schools, because we're all over the world actually. We've got, member schools in all sorts of countries. So they just pay an online membership and then they have access to the programme. And it's really nice as well for the teachers, because lots of teachers, they don't really like teaching dance. So they don't really know where to start and what to do, and we're able to help them and support them.
I think it's the confidence, isn't it? You can teach anything if you've got the resources and the support. It's the confidence, isn't it, to do that? And I think you give the confidence. It's lovely to see you in the brightest of T-shirts again, ever again. Good luck with Darcy's. And if she has a spare second, wheel her on. You know she'd get a good time.
Yeah, she was wanting to pop by to say hello.
If she did, that would be very nice. It is lovely to see you both, and congratulations on such a successful programme. And good luck this afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
You're listening to Russell Prue, your Bett Radio Show host, live on NetSupport Radio at Bett 2023.
I have to face the fact that Darcy is never going to come to the studio, that every year she sends these two perfectly serviceable young ladies to speak on her behalf, but what a gift for a selfie. Well, never mind. The fact that she was here that early, congratulations, thank you so much. Good to have you on the arena. This is a fabulous arena as well. I hope you're looking at some photographs of that. As you come out of the halls, there's a direct link to the arena, and you go down some steps because it's actually on the lower ground area of Excel in another hall, but you step down to it. It's incredibly grand and really, really beautifully lit this year. They've spent a bit of money on that. It's a fantastic space and lovely activities going on in there as well. So our last guest is coming up in just a moment. This is Joe Moretti. He has a brilliant product called Sleuth IT, and he talks about it. He's also got a brilliant stand. If you've not seen the tweets on his stand, look Sleuth IT up. He'll tell you about his stand in just a moment. Amazing stuff still to come on the show.
The sky's the limit with NetSupport's award-winning software solutions.
Folks, it's great to catch up with old friends, and he won't mind me saying that. Joe Moretti from Sleuth IT. It's got to be 18 years, hasn't it?
Well, 18 years of you and I sparring and doing this show, yes.
Possibly even longer.
It's a bit of a shock.
It is, and you have by far the most gorgeous stand at the show, and I commented last night on your tweet, and you're getting that already from folks. Tell us about the stand.
So the stand, the whole point of it was to do something a little bit different. We have a 3-seat Chesterfield sofa where people can just sit and relax. Sleuth, it's not about hard sell, Russell. I mean, it's so frenetic here. It's actually about having a quality conversation about education, and we're pretty much 100% on literacy. And I think what we're finding is that people just having a quality conversation about how to engage students with reading, but using our adventure games is what we're finding. It's far more effective than push. So we're not really into that anymore.
Amen to that. I've, as you said in our pre-show conversation, you've stopped taking leads. I've stopped taking conversations. I don't write anyone's address down.
Yes, exactly.
It's all about that, the possibility of a further conversation, which may or may not lead to a sale.
Well, one of the things we've changed is looking at how Sleuth it was scale. Yes. So, if a school, just a teacher. I mean, we've got one school in Aberdeen, lovely little school, total of 30 students.
Wow.
And maybe most
amazing.
Products or manufacturers or developers would not even look at a school like that.
Sure.
But we actively have them as one of our clients because they are using Sleuth It to engage students and get them excited. So if somebody wants to try Sleuth It for a whole term, it's free. There's no GDPR, there's no sign up on the student. We're not trying to capture and then pursue you to the nth degree to buy our subscription, which, by the way, we've also changed. The subscription per head is about £1.25 per student for the year to access everything. For the show, we're saying if you sign up within a month, you can have that for £1 a head. And that's the sell part, if you like. And the reason I'm mentioning that is that actually, if you've got 200 students and you're going to use 150 of them, that's 150 to £200. That's not going to break anybody's back. Most of our customers come back. Most of our customers stay with us because we have a different approach. So somebody said to me, well, this doesn't seem a very cost-effective use of your time, Joe, to keep jumping on Zoom to talk to teachers. And I said, well, actually, you'd be amazed what happens in a conversation when somebody says to me, oh, we devised a project based around critical thinking. Well, they've just given me a whole new idea because I'm not trying to sell them something. I want to know what's working for you with your students. And I think particularly today, education is in a very different place from 18 years ago.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. So where can folks find the website? Tell me all about that.
I think the easiest way, if they went to sleuthit.com, I've now got a redirect, which will actually redirect to intuitionuk.co.uk, which is my whole website. We've taken everything into one place.
Cool.
The stand is SH82. It's by that big theatre over there. And just coming by and having a chat and picking up a card. It's not a hard sell.
I do love a Chesterfield.
I know you do. So how's the show going with you already?
It's class. Classier as a Chesterfield. Folks like yourself. The challenges are interesting. No new news from the Secretary of State. Missed her. She was late. Lots of people left, sadly, as she came onto stage because they wanted to get on to do other things. Let's say that, shall we?
Yeah.
No new pay offer. No difference. We're exactly where we were at the beginning of the week.
I thought the final offer was. I thought they were already on the final offer.
No, this is the now wants to be a millionaire. This is the final answer. Is that your final answer, Minister?
Can I ring a friend?
No, apparently
have you got one?
She can't. Still, never mind. Interesting things like you see, we can have that kind of level of discussion. I do enjoy that. Joe, it is lovely to see you. You're doing amazing work. I love the product. I have always loved the product. It is pupil-led, creative problem solving at its very best.
Well, if it's okay with you, I'd like to mention one more thing.
Do, please.
And not to be mawkish, but I've had a lot of reflection on what you do and the quality of what you do. And a lot of what we have developed came out of conversations with our dear friend Tim Rylands.
Indeed.
And the reason I want to mention that is I think it's important not to forget important people.
Yeah.
And he was very inspirational, and if anybody is listening to this and ever saw the impact he could have, coming back here does remind me of those times we had with him. So I'm just simply saying that it's a sort of name I don't want to forget.
No, mean it. I'm still use his ladies and gentle spoons when you're talking to an audience. That's actually safer now than it was a few years ago.
And fruit flies like bananas and all that. Yes.
Perfect. I still find myself using it, and I do think about him a lot and miss him a great deal.
So do I. Well, thank you so much for taking time to chat.
It is great to speak with you, Joe. It's just amazing. And here's to old friends.
Fantastic.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Oh, how appropriate to mention the fabulous Tim Rylands on our show. Joe Moretti, thanks so much indeed for taking the time. It's 17 minutes past 4. Well, folks, that's the end of our guests for today. I've got a music track I'm going to play for you now to comply with my Mixcloud upload requirements. Mixcloud is a brilliant site. I can directly send this show up there without any editing. It's the quickest, fastest way of doing that, and I'm going to place this in there for you so you can enjoy this song with the whole of the show. I'm going to play this year's Eurovision Song Contest entry. It's May Muller, and this one's called I Wrote a Song. Wow, amazing. That so doesn't sound like our entry. It sounds like someone else's entry, which is why it could be a winner. My goodness. Well, that's all we've got time for today. It's 21 minutes past 4, and that's it for your Day 1 Bett show. You've been listening to me, Russell Prue, on NetSupport Radio. What a thrilling, exciting Day 1 at Bett it has been. Thanks very much for your company this afternoon. We're back here doing it all again at 3 o'clock. Do make a date. If you want to listen to yourself or any of the podcasts, you'll find those published later on the NetSupport website. I'm going to publish the show right now up on the website. You'll be able to listen to the whole lot again as one big gorgeous file in a very short few minutes. Until then, thanks so much indeed. Have a lovely evening, whatever you're doing, and stay incredibly safe.
Justin Bieber.
Yo, what up? This is Much Money Lewis.
What's up? This is David Guetta. Hey guys, I'm Kygo.
NetSupport Radio. You're listening to Russell Prue.
Hi guys, I'm Iggy Azalea and Charlie XCX.
Powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Hello and a very good afternoon to you. It's 3 o'clock on the button. Good to have your company. It's day 2 of Bett 2023. Thanks so much indeed for joining us. Thursday, the 30th of March 2023. My goodness, where's the time gone? Good to have your company. Great stuff coming up on today's show. My very special guest in just a short while will be Rose Maria Caffio, who's come all the way from Italy. She does what I do in Italy about school radio. I'm thrilled to have her. Spoke to her last year for the very first time. My goodness, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's been a cracking day too. We thought Thursday was going to be super quiet because yesterday was super busy, and that lots of folks, you heard me mention this on the show yesterday, lots of folks had moved their trip to Bett a day earlier to Wednesday to avoid the train strike. Well, thank you so much indeed to everyone involved in the trains. There was no strike. And today has delivered almost the same footfall as yesterday. So congratulations to the organisers. Saw Louisa earlier today. Louisa Hunt, who is the Bett Show director for this year. We're catching up with her later after the show for some personal and private feedback. My goodness, they want to hear from you. Isn't that really good news? It's a really good bet. And they said best bet ever, and they have delivered. Coming up in today's show, folks, we've got Al Kingsley. He's coming up for our reflective thing there. We're talking to Kirsty Grundy, Lady Kirsty Grundy, Jade and Martin Bailey later on. Mark Anderson is also with me. We're talking to him, and we catch up with the chaps from Phonic FM. We were live on their radio station earlier this morning at 11:15. They are a community FM radio station down in Exeter. Staffed mainly by folks with additional and special needs. They are very clever, very community based, and we were live on their broadcast, and I will bring you that show later on this afternoon. We talked to Jenna as well, amazing, brilliant, from Digital Media Citizenship, we're talking about, and Jonathan Durant from Cypher is also joining us later this afternoon. It's all happening here. Let's get the show on the road so we get to Rose Maria as soon as possible. I'll catch up with Al Kingsley in just a second.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Listeners, I'd love to open the show with the man himself, our fabulous sponsor, the brilliant Al Kingsley. Al, how's day 2 been for you so far?
Fandabidozi, I think, is a very traditional response. Yesterday was so busy, it was thinking, can we match that again today?
Indeed.
But actually, it's been really good. It's been a constant stream on a purely NetSupport-y kind of way on the stand. Our team hit their annual targets today, so there was a few celebrations, which was lovely to coincide with the show.
I heard. They didn't do that quietly, did they?
They didn't do that quietly, and you know what? Good on them on that one. We've had loads of great conversations. There's been quite a few different activities, different speaker sessions that I've had the pleasure of getting involved in, which has introduced some really interesting points of view and ideas, and a few people I know have come and chatted with you, Ross.
I know, and I wanted to talk to you about that. So you've been on a stage platform. What was that like, and what were you talking about?
So first up today, we were talking about digital transformation and the role of governance. And I think we all think of governance in the sense of the local governing body, but actually it's all different layers depending on whether we're a trust, an international school, and actually often it's senior leaders within an organisation providing challenge upwards and downwards themselves. So governance is a very broad term. But recognising that actually the right digital infrastructure can be a really important lever on facilitating growth when it's right for you.
Amazing. And you've got lots of meetings, and it's. I think today has delivered. We were a little worried, weren't we? But today has delivered.
I was very fortunate. I've just jumped off a panel with the OECD talking about their project for human flourishing.
Wow.
Which is really moving from the PISA idea of academic success for 15-year-olds to how do we measure the broader child? How happy were they? Their sense of awe, their sense of resilience, the skills, the competencies, the cognitive skills, measuring much more than just the academic grades. And, you know, they've already put 2 years in. There's another 2 years worth of work. It was really refreshing, Russell. It's just nice that we start thinking more about the whole person and where technology can just be the enabler.
I thought we'd lost touch with awe and wonder. I thought that had just completely disappeared. I'm delighted to hear it's back.
Absolutely. So it's really filled my boots and given me a motivational boost. Beyond that, I think today is just lots of meetings, lots of collaboration. Obviously, fantastic radio show each afternoon to fill your boots, whether it's today, next week or next month. Listen back on the car or wherever you are.
Absolutely, and there's a lovely mix today with just amazing folks coming up later on in the show, so do stay with us. It's an eclectic mix today with lots of varied guests. I like it, international guests. Today seems to be the real thinkers. Thursday is Thinkers Day.
That's a good name. I like a Thinkers one, and I know you like a Thinkers guests, so that will definitely resonate. So,
got to move it forward somehow, Al. We can't just sit here going, "Oh, haven't we done well?" Yes,
we've
done it.
Absolutely. So let's reconvene tomorrow, and hopefully we can reflect on the thinkers of today.
Good. Have a great day, Al. Thanks for joining us.
Take care, Russ.
Thanks, Al. Great retort.
Bett 2023.
Every song totally rocks.
It's awesome.
It's all about my kind of music.
My kind of music.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderson Tiger Radio Network.
Get on down and party.
Don't understand what's going on here.
The first cut on this record has been cross-format focused for airplay success.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderson Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
It is 7 minutes past 3 in the afternoon, British summertime. We are completely live. I want to say buongiorno to listeners in Milan and also Florence. Hello, we can see you on our listener map. Buongiorno, welcome. It's lovely to have you with us. You are probably here to hear our next guest, Rose Maria, who's a great friend and brilliant advocate of everything broadcasting in student radio. She is up next live on our show. I'm also doing something very special. I'm going to open our phone lines this afternoon, folks, so that you can leave a message on the answer phone. I know, how so 70s of us, but it's lovely to do that. Here is that number. Write it down. You can phone it from a standard phone, any phone. Calls are charged at your normal rate. There's no additional charge, and you can just leave a message, and I'll play that live into the show during the broadcast.
Our phone lines are now open. Call us now on our London studio number 0208 133 5170. Calls are charged at your standard rate. Calls from mobiles may cost more. Please dial carefully.
Listeners, I'm thrilled, delighted, nay, ecstatic to meet up with an old friend from last year. I met this enchanting lady from Italy, Rose Maria Caffio.
Oh, it's very kind of you, Russell. Thank you for guesting me here today.
You're so welcome. We were friends immediately on Facebook, and I've been following her work. In Italy, Rose Maria does a lot of what I do. She's an educator, and they have major radio station action there. Bless you, I have enjoyed learning your experiences.
Really?
Yes, so much.
Thank
It's been
you.
amazing. Just tell the listeners a little bit about who you are and what you get up to.
Okay, so I'm a teacher trainer too, at first, and I'm a teacher in a lower secondary school where there is a little school radio station, completely managed and organized by my students. It is owned by students. Actually, and I follow them, obviously. I support them with a group of teachers. And where do we start from? We start from the classroom. So everything we do in the classroom is a topic for our program and for our radio station. We have a main big topic starting from last year. This is Agenda 2030. So everything we do in our classrooms will be told during the program. And we are online every 15 days. And last year we did this live broadcasting every week. But it was a very hard work. Because
I think you put so much into it, and it's at the centre of your teaching, isn't it? It's right at the centre. Everything is about the radio and how they explain things and how they speak to people and how they communicate.
Yeah, and mostly we started also to do peer tutoring and peer learning. So the students who knows how to do this, they teach to the young one. And it's a very good system, I think. It's like, I don't know, it's like a big sort of sharing. And sharing skills, and
it's sustainable because they're teaching the next year groups, the lower down pupils. It's sustaining. You don't have to keep reteaching.
No, because when the moment that they learn something, the school has finished and they go away.
Yeah.
And this is a good system and it works actually. What I'm doing more is I'm trying to create a network of radio schools in Italy.
Nice.
I should say in Emilia-Romagna, which is my region. This is the region where I teach and live. And I'd like to do this. I've already started some months ago. So at the moment in my region there are 43 schools, radio schools.
Wow.
And they do, some of them they do live broadcasting, as I said. Some of them they do only podcasting.
Sure.
So we started something about library and a collaboration with libraries and a network of libraries, and we do something about books, not audiobooks, but something about reading books.
Stunning, amazing, and we're looking to do the same here in the United Kingdom. You know, it'd be lovely to get some link-ups between us, some twinning. We say e-twinning, but we should be doing radio twinning.
Radio twinning,
why
not?
That's the name of a station. Hello, Radio Twinning. Listen, Rosemary and Russell here live on Radio Twinning.
Oh, it would be fantastic.
Wouldn't that be good to do something like that with? Because you use so. Do they broadcast in English and, of course, Italian, or are they developing their English?
Both of them, English and Italian. You know, we did this great interview with a basketball champion, and this is Togo Shengelia. Don't know if you know him.
Yes.
And yes, in English.
Amazing.
And the students have also some reviews in English and film reviews, book reviews, and they do their best. And it's good for them. It's a good exercise for language.
Yes.
And,
yes.
Not only in Italian, but also in a foreign language.
It is good as well, and it's the exchange of cultures. It's the whole mix. There's so much more on the global agenda that can be met as well.
And it is communication too, because they learn to interview students just like them, or a basketball champion, or the headmaster, or some other teachers, or writers. They have interviewed writers, some writers, and also some directors, film directors, things like that.
It is fascinating and amazing to catch up with you, and you're doing just what I'm trying to do here in the UK, and you're doing...
You are doing this in a terrific way, may I say this?
You're very kind.
I have only to learn by you.
Oh, bless, and the same to you. You're doing terrific work in Italy. I'm just amazed. I love following you and all your details. Thank you so much indeed for catching up with us.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you so much.
Carry on going. Say hello to all your students and make sure they get to listen to this.
They will, definitely, because they have to translate everything.
Excellent. Hello to all Rosemary's students. Good luck with your next broadcast. And from us here at Bett, ciao Bella.
Ciao.
Oh, amazing. Hello to all her students, Rosemaria's students in Italy. I wish I could speak Italian as well as she speaks English. It's stunning language there, doing marvellous work. They really have put radio at the centre of everything they're doing in those schools. What a great idea. We need to get ourselves organised here. What an inspiring individual. Thanks so much for coming over to us here at Bett, Rosemary. It's lovely to catch up with you. Still loads to come on the show. Lady Kirsty Grundy and Mark Anderson and Konak is up next. He's really interesting. He is a brilliant guest all the way from India, and he's got some interesting things about data to say about it.
You're listening to Russell Prue, your Bett radio show host, live on NetSupport Radio at Bett 2023.
Listeners, my next guest has just come off stage with a fabulous Al Kingsley. Sir, introduce yourselves and tell our listeners what you've been talking about.
Hi everyone, I'm Kanak Gupta. I am the Group Director of St. M.R. Jaipuria Schools. We're from India. I run 50 K-12 schools in the country, responsible for 50,000 plus students in the country in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, very marginalized societies, and I'm delighted to be at Bett.
Welcome, thank you. Is this your first Bett?
No, this is my third Bett. I'm speaking the second time at Bett. Yeah.
Well done, congratulations. How was your talk? Well received?
They were throwing vegetables. Nah, I'm just joking. The talk was all about as to how digitalization can happen at schools, and we shared experiences as to how it's happening in the UK versus India and other parts of the country other parts of the world. Basically, we're all talking about as to how we're looking at solving small problems through technology and ensuring that schools are not left behind when the world is changing so fast.
So, example of that would be?
So we're looking at integrating a lot of the curriculum pedagogy with technology. Strongly, I believe that it's not technology that's going to replace teachers. It's teachers who have resistance to technology who are going to get replaced by teachers who accept technology well. We're looking at identifying parents as true partners in the teaching learning process, and as to how you can educate kids about proper usage of social media, about next-gen technology, including ChatGPT. I know everyone around at Bett has been panning it a lot, but well, that's the future, I guess.
It is a challenging future. You're right to do that. How do we educate the kids when we don't have the expertise in the classroom to do that?
So I think we need to understand that our teachers, there are two things, right? Like, so we are preparing our kids for a future that we've not identified yet. I don't know what the jobs of the future will be all about. 20 years ago, if someone would have told me that selling books is going to be the richest person, one of the richest people in the world with Amazon, I would have laughed. 20 years ago, our teachers who were then in education colleges, they did not know as to technology is going to come into the classroom in such a big way. They did not think that collaboration is going to be an important thing. They did not think that we're going to laugh about competition. We're not going to be like, everyone's running their own race. It's not a competition really. So things have changed, and I think gradually we will internalize, gradually we will understand as to what needs to be done. But a lot of decisions would be driven by data. I say this quite often that, in God we trust, everyone else should bring data. So a lot of decisions would be driven by data.
You said that. Now I've heard that banded around quite a lot today. You're the originator of that.
Yeah.
I like it. It's got style. I like it. Okay, that's good. So data, it's about the data. How do we interpret the data? Because we'll all know there's many ways to interpret a data set.
So I think we need to understand as to, so every school would have its own personality. Every school would have its own set of challenges. We need to learn from each other the what, when, why, where, how. But we also need to internalize and understand what our specific problems are. The interpretation of the data would only happen once we know what we are exactly looking at. Now, if I do a regression analysis in a school environment, for the kids it makes absolute no sense. But to understand as to where the child is performing as to their own limited or vast abilities, that's the key skill. We'll need to educate our teachers more about data interpretation. We'll need to educate our parents as well. Because, this is something I've seen all over the world, except for the educators, everyone else is an expert on education.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. Well, I can see why you're so incredibly attractive and your sessions are so well attended. Amazing perspective as well. Really good. What's the solution? What is the long-term solution?
I guess the long-term solution is that collaborate more than compete. I think we need to socially network more, be it on social media or on platforms such as Bett, to learn from each other. Because I think the pandemic did this for us, right? Like when the whole world came as one, but also the education fraternity started collaborating more. I think that is what has happened, and I think we need to continue doing that. Instead of being very focused, as to how the education system emerged was, we all wanted to sell books and created classrooms. And, it's now turned from the Industrial Revolution to technology to now social revolution. We need to understand that empathy is the key. We need to understand that creating experiences is the key. We need to understand that more than just examination, it's, the overall 21st century skills that we talk about. Let's look at those.
Amen. That's just perfect. It's refreshing to hear someone as academically acclaimed as yourself saying exactly what I guess the new thinkers, the clear thinkers, the new policy makers, hopefully, will also be saying. Where can folks connect with you on social media?
So I'm on LinkedIn and I'm on Twitter. My name is Kanak Gupta. If you just Google search my name with Kanak Gupta and Jaipuria Schools, you'll be able to find me.
Thank you so much for joining us. Good to talk to you.
And you. Thank you.
Amazing, talented man there, Kanak Gupta, and you can find him and follow him on Twitter, Jaipura Schools in India. Amazing gentleman and well received. He was actually queuing outside of his auditorium and standing room only. So congratulations to his slot. Loads more still to come. It is just 20 minutes past 3. You're listening to me, Russell Prue, live from stand SE51 here in the South Halls at Bett. And you can hear in real time, you can't fake this sound, we're not playing this into the show. It's still busy. It's always a delight to have colleagues still here at this time in the afternoon. So amazing show, still loads more to come from us. Don't go anywhere, it's all happening here, folks.
The sky's the limit with NetSupport's award-winning software solutions.
Listeners, it's catch-up colleague time. I love this time. I've got with me the brilliant Kirsty Grundy, who's brought a friend along called Jade. We'll have to chat with her in just a second. And the brilliant Martin Bailey. Kirsty, may I start with you? What have you been doing today on day one?
Well, apart from wandering around, orientating myself, finding out and having a look around, seeing what's out there this year. I've been presenting with these two lovely people for Now Press Play in the Leadership Teaching and Learning Theatre.
Wow, excellent. And Martin, the presentation's about embedding audio, because of course that's really what Now Press Play do with their lovely pink headphones. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so that was the second presentation I've done today, actually, sort of all about immersive audio. So immersive audio, it's certainly not children sitting still and listening to a story or whatever. It's about children actually feeling part of a physical experience, about moving around and acting around, and through those sounds, suddenly feeling like you're actually there. Whether it's been going back to ancient Rome, whether it's walking on the moon, it's about giving kids that language. It's about absorbing children sort of in a physical experience. And yes, we've been talking very much about Now Press Play during our presentation, because that was the link there, but you know, immersive audio goes far more than just any one particular product.
Brilliant. The best description of that I've heard today from a US colleague, a wiggle worm. So children that are wiggle worms and ones that just can't sit still and want to just engage. It just plays beautifully to that.
It does, yeah. That was one of the things I actually spoke about in there. That it sort of it removes those lower level behaviour issues in the classroom, because that's what, you know, we're constantly firefighting. You know, the majority of experiences on Now Press Play around about 20 to 25 minutes. The greatest teacher in the world couldn't engage children if they were just listening to us for 20 to 25 minutes. They'd be poking each other in the back with a pencil, they'd be swinging on their chairs and so on. But in Now Press Play, because you've got your headphones on, you're not aware of the people around you. You're not looking for that nod and the wink like of your friends.
Preaching to the converted here, sir. Absolutely. It blocks out the world so you can focus on yourself or the audio input as well.
And certainly you can tell those children who aren't listening, because they're not doing what the other children are doing. So actually you can see very clearly, very quickly, either who's not engaging or the reason behind that. So is it because they don't understand? So I think it's one of the very few tools that actually, just by physically looking at your class, you can see those that are struggling in some way, and you know that perhaps it's because of their language, they haven't understood, that you can then go and target them.
Absolutely brilliant. Couldn't agree more with you. What else have you been presenting on today? Because there was a suggestion of it. So you've done two. But is this about the one presentation?
Just the one.
Just the one.
And this, of course.
And that's, of course, it's very nice for you to join me as well. What else have you got planned for the week? What else are you doing?
Well, we're just here for one more day tomorrow. Really looking forward to looking at. I've got two more technology primary schools that we're opening up in the West Midlands. So on the lookout for, I suppose, the new tech that's there that is going to perhaps find its way into our schools. We're always on the lookout for new tech. and also it's just meeting up with people. I think this is the second Bett since COVID, and it is one of the best places to come and network and just meet old friends and
it's a different
connect.
landscape as well by the look of things. It's a different landscape. It's really good. Jade, let's bring you in as well. What's your role within this huge Shirelands empire?
So I am the Year 2 class teacher. And I am here really just to give an insight into what it's like in the classroom.
Wow.
Using immersive
Is this your
audio.
first Bett?
Yes, it
What's
is
your
my
first
Bett.
impressions? Always like a first Bett visitor. What's your first impressions today?
It's a lot, however, it is really, really fun. I've had such a different experience. You wouldn't expect to come to somewhere like this, becoming a primary school teacher, but the honour is
They used to come in their tens
is.
of thousands, I have to say. It's got on the Saturday. They used to just come in, thousands and thousands of folks. But getting out, tiredness, exhaustion, too much on their
I'm
plate.
really grateful for the opportunity.
Brilliant.
It's
So
been amazing.
let me ask you another question. What do you know now you didn't know at 9 o'clock this morning?
That I can speak quite confidently myself, actually, on a stage.
That was a prerequisite for a colleague in the classroom. Far be it for me to comment on that.
But then also, actually, how much is out there in terms of tech? We can get quite locked into the same things that we use day in, day out, but actually it's quite refreshing to come here and see all the different things and what else we could do in the other opportunities we could bring to the classroom.
And what's still the most challenging thing for you with technology at school? What's the most challenging thing? Don't say plugging it in, but what's the most challenging thing? Is it time? Is it preparation space? Is it being comfortable with it? I mean, you mentioned you weren't coming and speaking, of course, I joke, but of course you're in front of your peers here. You're not in front of your peers in the classroom unless there's an Ofsted inspector hanging around somewhere, which we hope that never happens to anyone. But it's interesting to see what's your biggest challenge still?
That's a question I've never really thought of, actually, because day to day you know what they are, but they're not big, they're little. But I would say it is when something new comes along, in all honesty. When something new comes along, you do get really worried about, are the children going to engage with it? Is it going to really take away quality learning time from me, for the children? And actually, once you get over that, you can really, it can become amazing, whatever
So what do you think the
product
solution is to get over that? Do you need a little sample space time? Do you need to try it with a small subset?
Absolutely.
What would
Those
an
things.
incubation kind of activity?
Yeah, or like just a demo from someone that knows that product really well. As long as there's just a demo.
With your children, would that help more effectively? So,
if that was available, of course, that would be amazing. So you can be the outsider.
Philosophically, I'm just trying to solve everyone's problems today. I'm just wondering what would solve the problem.
A demo. It wouldn't even need to be the classroom, my children, it could just be.
See, once upon a time when we were nice and neatly in local authorities, there would be an IT advisor who could come to your school and did come to your school and showed you that you remember these times, Martin. You're old enough to remember that.
It's too young.
We are quite lucky at our school, aren't we? Because we've got.
I think you are very lucky in lots of ways. You're
we are
well provisioned. You've got some high-profile leadership there as well, who enjoy an enviable reputation. And I'm sure folks are very keen to throw lots of stuff at you and say, here, why don't you try this? Amazingly. Wow, what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Just time now to go around. There's a couple of things that have piqued our interest that we're going to go back to and perhaps look at in a little bit more depth. But just now our presentation's gone. I think we can kind of relax now and just go and search, have a look round.
Good. What about you, Martin? What do you know now you didn't know this morning?
What I didn't know now that I didn't know this morning? Well, I haven't had much chance at all to actually explore it. I was hosting a theatre this morning and presenting twice this afternoon, but there was 3 fantastic presentations I got to see while I was hosting this morning. One term that really stuck with me now was the term PedTech. We've spoke for years about EdTech, but now this term PedTech, about putting pedagogy first. And that actually, I think, when we're somewhere like Bett, it's very easy to get caught into just that immediate wow, and you can sometimes end up where it's technology for technology's sake, but actually putting pedagogy at the heart of it and actually sort of really thinking about sort of what learning has taken place and just maybe considering that bigger holistic sort of picture rather than just getting caught up by that. So I think I said at the end of that session that it's not just a term that I'm going to start using, it's a philosophy I'm going to start sort of, living my leadership by, that sort of, maybe evolving from EdTech to PedTech.
See the clouds parting in the sky, an array of sunshine coming in, orchestra playing beautifully, and this is one of those moments. It's good to catch up with you all. Is all well with you? Everything good?
Yeah, we're really good. We've got, as ever, lots going on, lots to do, but yeah, we're in a really good place. Really good. Got a great team.
You have indeed, and that's taken a few years to get in place, and well done as well.
Likewise, yeah, it's just chatting beforehand, just got recently back from Dubai with 24-hour pupils, and some of those will be coming down to Bett themselves tomorrow and Friday. So
I don't know how you did that. I have to stop you because our listeners are going, what? I mean, the risk assessment form must be a mile long just to take them to the local museum. But no, you said, I'm going to put them on a plane and take them halfway across the world.
It was worth it. Yes, there was some lengthy forms to fill in. So yeah, I was, I'm not connected in any way, shape or form, but a plug for something now called the Turing Project after Alan Turing, who cracked the Enigma machine. So have a little bit of look online. At a time when budgets are tight in schools, there is some money to be had. Our parents only had to pay £100 for their pupils to have a week in Dubai. The rest was all completely funded by
a lifetime opportunity. Amazing. Congratulations, you're certainly cooking on gas up there, isn't it?
So yeah, I was just going to say, so yes. Yeah, 2 days in London's nothing in terms of what's.
I'm so sorry. I'm just so sorry. Honestly, that good old XL Docklands here. We can't compete with Dubai. Lovely, ladies. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Give my very best regards to everyone back at base there. You're doing great things. Martin, I'll catch up with you later in the week when we do our Kids Judge Bet. Have a great day too, Loads. Nice to see you.
Bye.
I love catching up with old friends. It's fantastic. Got another one in the studio. He's with us next. If you want to phone and leave a message on the answer phone, go on, give it a go. I'd love to hear from you.
Our phone lines are now open. Call us now on our London studio number 0208 133 5170. Calls are charged at your standard rate. Calls from mobiles may cost more. Please dial carefully. NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
And a very good afternoon to you. It's 28 minutes to 4. We are live across the planet, and sitting opposite me right now, looking so much younger than he did last year, can you believe it, is Richard Purcell. He's from Captioned, and I loved the product last year. I said it was going to be a major success. Richard, here you are, being a major success. Congratulations.
Quite the welcome. Thanks so much, Russell. Really good to be here.
It's amazing. So just tell our listeners exactly what it does, and then we can gloat on how marvellous it is.
That sounds good to me. So so we're an assistive technology company with an assistive technology product called Captioned. We essentially provide students who, predominantly those who have disabilities, with captioning and note-taking support to allow them to work independently and access learning content to their fullest ability, really.
It's amazing. I love it. It's so discreet and clever. We loved it so much. We gave it as much oomph as we could possibly manage, and the show organisers loved it and gave it as much oomph. And now you are captioning in all of the theatres here. Tell me how that happened.
Yeah, so it's amazing. It's been really successful. So lots and lots of students, lots of universities, lots of schools are using the software. It was a real success here at Bett last year, and then the organisers of Bett have taken us on as their theatre accessibility partner. We are offering captioning and note-taking support across all 11 stages at Bett, essentially to ensure that all attendees, regardless of disability or learning difference, can access some of the amazing content that's on offer at Bett this year.
So just explain to our listeners exactly how it works. So I turn up to the theatre or turn up to a learning space, someone is speaking, I am profoundly deaf, how do I enjoy that content?
Absolutely. So you turn up to see one of the amazing speakers at any of the stages. Rather than have some captions on a small screen that you're struggling to see because someone stood in front of, you scan a QR code that's dotted around the theatres, and on your phone or your tablet or your laptop will appear a text stream. You can follow those captions along as the people are speaking, You can scroll back if you missed anything, so if you weren't sure what was said, just scroll back and recap on it. And you can also add in your notes, so if you think something's important, flag it as important, type your own comments alongside, and at the end of the day you'll get an email from us saying here are all your notes and the transcript from the sessions you attended, and you can go back and enjoy them and revisit all your notes at your own time.
That's amazing. Is it better than what we're used to on the TV? Because I like watching the TV at home with the sound down and the captioning is what it is, the text service up. But I'm still seeing good old Manhattan Cock. So when Matt Hancock is ever up there and she says Matt Hancock, it says Manhattan Cock up there, which makes me laugh on a number of very interesting levels. Has that improved, or is that problem still here?
So there's two things that people really take away from the captioning element. So there's accuracy, which is the bit you're talking about, and we have really high levels of accuracy. We are AI powered, but we refine by things like accent, language, and subject matter to hone in on exactly what's being said. The other thing we do is we customize it for those talks, so we get people's names right and things like that. The other area that's often overlooked is called latency. So the delay from when somebody says something to when the text appears. So you often see it with like live captions on BBC News and things. They're so far delayed after somebody speaks that you can't
I'm on the next
along.
show. I'm on the captions are finished, the BBC logo's disappeared, and and then what happens is they change feed or something, and then the captions just stop, and I've lost the last 4 sentences.
Absolutely. So what we want is to be as accurate as we possibly can and as quick as we possibly can, and we marry those two up. Often people say, I'll actually take a slightly lower accuracy for a higher speed, because there's this sort of misconception, I think, that people who are deaf or have hearing loss can't hear anything. That's not necessarily true. Often they are missing bits of what was said, and they're using the captions to fill in those gaps. So if the caption doesn't appear when the gap appears, it can be pretty much redundant. So we want to be accurate and we want to be quick, and that's what we do.
Absolutely, and especially accurate for ministers and ex-ministers, always very helpful on
That's
that. Richard, it's been great to chat with you. Thank you so much. You are a brilliant success story. You are a Bett success story, and I'm pleased to be able to share your success. Congratulations on an amazing Bett. You're having a good show this year?
Fantastic show. Thanks so much, Russell. And we've got a stand over near Google on SL82, so if anyone wants to see the products, try it out at the stages or come and see us.
It's a brilliant product, folks. I've had a look at it myself. It's a game-changing app. It really does shift the balance of power, and I love it. Richard, you are doing marvellous things. Congratulations, and let's hope for another brilliant year for you.
Thanks so much, Russell.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderton Tiger Radio Network.
Just a different selection of music.
I like the variety.
The variety.
Just the variety.
I never turn it off.
Good music.
Amazing. Just amazing.
Plays really good music.
Very good.
By far my favorite station.
You're the best. Oh, yeah.
I love you guys.
Powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Amazing. Love chatting to Richard. He is such a brilliant, generous man with his time. Thanks so much indeed. And it's the guests like that, folks, that make Bett and the show so exciting. Still to come on today's show, we've got Jenna, Jonathan, Murray and Mark Anderson, who is coming next. Don't go anywhere, folks. You're listening to me, Russell Prue, here live at Bett 2023. Hey guys, live in the studio, I've got Mark Anderson. Mark, weren't we good this week? Was that amazing or what?
Absolutely fun. I love the show so much, and just Russell, just thank you so much for the opportunity to share, not just with the words but with the music as well, and to allow my son to come on and play a few tunes as well. He is still absolutely buzzing, thrilled about it, telling all his teachers, all the rest of it, and that's the power of your radio station, the Anderton Tiger brand, and what you bring to the game for schools. School radio is so powerful, Russell.
My pleasure entirely. And if you want to follow him, folks, it's DJ_Dougie.
Absolutely, on Mixcloud.
On Mixcloud, where you need to go. He needs some more followers, folks. Let's try and get him up to 200 would be really nice, wouldn't it, Vince?
Be really nice.
A magical number there as well. Folks, Mark Anderson is in the studio here. We are live at Bett. How's day one been for you?
Oh, do you know, it's absolutely thrilling, Russell, to get the chance to meet educators, and that's what Bett's all about. You know, it's great to learn about new educational technology and the latest updates to software and so forth and so on. But as we know, relationships are absolutely key, Russell, and so it's been fantastic to meet with some amazing educators, catch up, rekindle old friendships, make new friendships, develop that professional learning network, because learning happens every day, and when you connect with other educators using various platforms, social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, so forth and so on, it's just so powerful. And education is a force for good, isn't it, Russell? And there's so much more that unites us than divides us, and when we can come together to help children, to improve standards, to improve things in the classroom, well, the world's a better place, isn't it?
It is indeed. Did you see anyone yesterday you weren't expecting to see?
I did see some people that I wasn't expecting to see yet. I'm bumped into Mr. Mark Martin, MBE. Haven't seen him since
urban
such
teacher.
a long time.
Amazing, top dude.
So I met him and had a good chat with him at the Bett Awards last night. He very kindly gave me a copy of his book as well, and he signed it inside as well. It was such a lovely message, Russell. So urban_teacher on Twitter. Check out his book. It's available from all good bookshops.
Mark, top dude, amazing chap. Amazing chap.
It was really good. And the thing is, Mark is he was talking like myself. He's been teaching for a long time, right? And he was saying that children who are now adults, they're now working for edtech companies, the developers, and they're at Bett, and they were coming up to him at Bett yesterday saying, "Hey sir," they're 25 now. "Hey sir," right? And what are you doing now? So, well, I'm working with this company, I'm developing this product, and it's because of you, sir. And that's the impact that we can have as teachers, that dent we can make in university to inspire young people to push them forward into the future. It's just such a privilege to work with young people, to have that sort of impact. And Mark is one of those people who definitely lives and breathes it. So it was a delight to see Mark. I wasn't expecting to see him.
Perfect.
And then to have a good 25 minutes chat with him was worth its weight in gold.
Amazing.
Better for it.
I'm delighted to hear that. Now, that was day one. We're day two today. What have you got planned for day two?
Well, day two for me, I'm absolutely thrilled to be doing a variety of recordings on the NetSupport stand. I'm really excited to be meeting with Jerome Nogwes from Packwood Hall School. We're recording an insight session today. He's going to be sort of sharing top tips and takeaways. And on the stand, we're doing lots of recordings. Please do check out the NetSupport's YouTube channel, youtube.com/NetSupport. We've got lots of recordings already on our Insights blog there for you to check out, and it's about educators coming on and sharing their insights into what works for them, teaching and learning in their classrooms. So we had a great chat yesterday as well with Mr. Ollie Lewis. I'm looking forward to seeing him on the Leaders Theatre shortly with Al Kingsley. I'm also looking forward to chatting with Becky Baller from Risker School, just near Newport. She's coming on talking about, again, how to make technology work across the curriculum on another Insights recording. I'm meeting with Jez Bellas. He's from UHQ. He's sharing about ways in which we can make wellbeing work in the school. And do some Check It Out conversations today for our Check It Out show as well. Really exciting to hear from Peter Kilcoyne from Transform Education. He's going to be sharing about a new AI product they've been developing. We've got Tony Phillips from our partners, Cloud Design Box, coming on and talking with us as well.
Amazing.
And one of the best events at Bett, and again, it's about people. But this evening sees us have our how many have there been Teach Meets taking place. I'm really looking forward to hopefully sharing my presentation around the Bananarama principle, which is it ain't what you do, it's the way that you do it, and that's what gets results, Russell.
If only we had a jingle for that, or could play a clip for that. That's amazing. Some fat shout outs in there, isn't there? Wow, amazing. Good work. Have a brilliant day. It's great to stop by and everything. And don't forget that Mark is here all day. If you are listening to the show and want to drop back, it'd be great to see you. SE51 NetSupport software is the place to go for Bett. Have a great day too, Mark.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Russell. Cheers, mate.
And a big congratulations to Marky Mark on his MBE. My goodness, I love an MBE. If you're out there and it's within your gift, pop me a name forward. There's a good person, won't you? Thank you. You can put it down to the amazing broadcasting work, the hundreds of live shows during lockdowns, and the 1.2 million young people listen to. Pop it down to services, to education, broadcasting, and just being a fabulous radio personality. I really don't mind. Wouldn't that be nice? Well, not to take anything away from Marky Marks, is urban_teacher on Twitter. Amazing accomplishment and recognition. I'm really thrilled for you. Still, loads more to come. You're with me, Russell Prue, live. It's 16 minutes to 4. We're broadcasting, as you can hear, from a very busy show floor here at London's Excel here in Docklands. It is Bett 2023. Amazing show.
And that's what I like to call.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
What's up? This is Adam from Maroon 5.
This is Kings of Leon.
You ready?
NetSupport Radio.
Right now. Listen to me now.
Al Kingsley is next.
Hear this. Get into school radio for less. The Anderton Tiger Hub. AndertonTiger.com/hub. Feel the power.
LearnRadio.net is a live broadcasting and podcast platform that showcases the best examples of radio for learning. You'll find hundreds of pupil shows, our book club, Crafty Cafe and Russell's Radio Academy. LearnRadio.net, live radio for learning.
Hello, it's John Bentley here, best known for the Gadget Show, and you're listening to me on LearnRadio.net.
Arco Iris Learning is a creative learning company especially for primary-aged children and primary colleagues. Contemplative photography uses imaginative mindfulness exercises as a stimulus, and then our learners create a photograph using the resources provided. The sessions are based on different themes, and we can create special bespoke sessions to match your curriculum. Primary colleagues looking to expand the theme of contemplative photography can also book our online or in-person CPD session. For more information, contact us via our website, arcoirislearning.co.uk.
So, a quick episode on NetSupport Radio, and I wanted to chat with you, Ollie. We've just sat together, done a panel at Bett, and we've been talking about how governance can support digital transformation. Some quite interesting ideas were shared by a number of panelists. What was your take from the discussion?
I really liked everybody's kind of frank and openness and approach to it, and I think that that's something that resonated. I know it resonates with you and it aligns with your thinking, but you know, from a trustee level, whether you're challenging down, or from a schools level, whether you're challenging up, I think that honest dialogue is really important, and the understanding of the why around decisions that you're going to make looking future ready across your organisation are hugely important to better understand that. Understanding what the data is that you've used for that evidence-informed decision. I really like that point. Cannock's phrase was we all trust in God, but
in God we trust, but for everything else it's data.
For everything else it's data, yeah. I really like that.
I mean, he was sharing some great insights. They've got a huge base of schools in many challenging rural areas, but again, focusing on that idea that it's really, a lot of it's about the strategic planning and purpose, and not losing sight of the pedagogy, the educational value, whilst bringing in those commercial kind of scalability considerations as well.
Yes, exactly. It's a partnership ultimately at the end of the day, isn't it? And whether you're going to do something small scale or large scale, that aspect hasn't changed. You've still got to have everybody on board, involved in the process, understand what you're doing, why you're doing it, and what you would expect to see as a result of it. And it's all right to make a few mistakes, as long as you don't keep making those mistakes and you twist and you iterate and come back to your guiding purpose, which is the students and education.
And what we've seen is that focus on, we use the governance word, but actually irrespective of your school status and where you sit in the system, governance is at all levels, and sometimes governance happens between senior leaders and staff. It doesn't have to be the governors involved. It's about that scheme of delegation and everybody having that willingness to be challenged, and to challenge, as you articulated in the presentation, challenge both up and down.
Yeah, and it comes back to your kind of organisational values, I think, really, and it's not a done to, it's a with, it's a partnership thing, and at least it should be. I know it is in your trust, and I know it is in my trust, so Peterborough's doing something right, I think, flying the flag on the governance sector. And
Still, I think on that, but yes, you're right. We're moving.
we all do, but it comes down to that cultural aspect of being comfortable to have what some might deem as difficult or challenging conversations, but actually it's just a conversation at the end of the day.
Let me change this conversation very briefly to tag on the end, because I'm really lucky that we've got you sat here for a quick conversation. We like to celebrate the best in EdTech, but be it the products, the applications of, and the success stories. And one thing that I know you're involved in is this year's EdTech Awards, providing a platform to really showcase some great best practice. For those listening, could you share a bit more about the awards and how they could get involved?
Sure, so if you want to find the awards, if you search for edtechawardsglobal.com, that will get you to all of the various different categories. I'll go more into those categories in a minute. Entry deadlines is the 21st of April, so you've still got 22 and a quarter days in which to apply. So that is very specific. You'll notice that there's a timer at the bottom of the website, you see. So I've made sure I'm accurate in my data on that and collected that. And actually, it doesn't matter if you're an educator in a school, a trustee, or you're a vendor. Really, what we would like to capture is celebrating good things that are happening in the education space around educational technology. And we've really carefully selected the categories to try and highlight that. In the ed space, going back to our governance talk, it is about collaboration and connecting with people, and actually it's partnerships that are really important, and we want to celebrate that.
The one thing that stood out for me earlier on that, and I know you've got quite a broad set of categories, but was actually about the fact that the judging process, how you're keeping that kind of independent and separate.
Yeah, so all entrants into the awards are, we've removed any names from the entry by the time it goes to the judges, so we've removed any layer of bias, so you won't know who the entrant is in terms of is it which person or which company it is. So we've removed that layer by anonymising the data, so actually you can just look at it in its rawest sense and form and try and identify the impact that solution, that person has had in that space and highlight them. And I think that's really important, as you'll know quite often in any space, sometimes it's who you know, not what you know, and actually we're just trying to highlight what's really good in this instance.
Brilliant, thank you for sharing, and I'm going to hand back to the maestro himself, Mr. Prue.
Thanks, Al. That was Al Kingsley and Ollie Lewis there, and I've always said it's not what you know, it's what you know about who you know. It's exactly 8 minutes to 4, and sitting opposite me right now is the fabulous Kelly Hannigan. She is from Mindwork Matters, and Kelly helped us out enormously. She provided some great well-being and mindfulness moments. This is before anyone thought mindfulness moments were anything. So we were there during lockdowns, doing it ahead of everyone else. Kelly, it's lovely to hear from you. How the devil are you?
Oh, I'm absolutely great, Russell, and it's always a pleasure to see you and to be here at Bett. It's been an incredible couple of days.
Your whole career has been accelerated at light speed. It's amazing. 1 minute you're in post in a school, and now you're an ultra uber celebrity guest speaker on the Bett stages. How was the presentation today?
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. The room was absolutely packed. There were people sitting on the floor, people standing outside. And what I was trying to give the message of is, how do we develop a cost-effective digital strategy for well-being in education when we know that budgets are being so stretched at the moment?
They've been stretched beyond all capacity. The money for any pay increase is going to come out of school budgets. How are we ever going to afford anything in a school? Of course we want to pay our teachers more. The stress. This is adding more stress, more worry, more anxiety. What do we do about this?
I think we need to stop, pause and reflect. I think we need to simplify mental health and well-being. There's so much white noise around mental health. We've been bombarded with resources that it's suddenly become like wallpaper. So we need to get clarity on what well-being is and not hide behind it.
Amazing, just amazing. So what else were you covering in your talk today?
So I was looking at a whole school approach for mental health and well-being, and considering how do we protect the future for education in the digital world. I think it's absolutely vital that we help teachers develop that sense of confidence and stability around fully embracing tech. We know that EdTech is now embedded into education in a way it never would have been before if we hadn't gone through the pandemic.
Yeah, absolutely right. I couldn't agree more with you there. But I mean, are there some practical tips? I mean, what could, if someone's looking for a bite-sized, takeaway, munchable morsel, what can we give them now?
I think it's about building the confidence of staff, so inspiring confidence into teachers to develop those relationships with EdTech suppliers, and look at what you've got in school, in your cupboards that's collecting dust. Use the EdTech that you've got, and also have the opportunity to develop digital champions. So look at the people in your school community, may it be your students or your staff, who have a particular interest and passion around technology, and ensure that they give opportunities to teach others about technology. So I think, learning from within and growing from within is incredibly important.
It's a more holistic approach, really, isn't it? And we've been saying that for years about everything, but it's still hard for colleagues to get their head around that. Just amazing. Where can folks connect with you? I know you offer lots of peer mentoring. You offer on-site presence, talks, and folks can engage with a whole manner of things. You've got loads of resources, and I've seen you speak many, many times. You're absolutely amazing. Where can folks book you and get hold of you?
You can find me on Twitter at Mindwork Matters. You can find me under my name, Kelly Hannigan, through LinkedIn. You can also connect to me via email, kelly@mindworkmatters.com. And just to highlight that I offer a whole system strategy for mental health and wellbeing across all phases of education that prioritises leadership wellbeing, because our school leaders, they can't carry on pouring from an empty cup. Staff wellbeing, student wellbeing, community wellbeing. So thinking about contextual wellbeing that includes embedding a purposeful approach for positive homeschool links and parent engagement.
Amazing. If I had a jingle, we should be playing that there around. That was amazing and very well done. Kelly, it's been great to catch up with you. You're the gift that keeps on giving, and I love the ethos. You've got to put your own oxygen mask on first before you can help other people. Amazing stuff. Continue to have a fabulous Bett experience, and thanks for sharing it with us today.
Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
The sky's the limit with NetSupport's award-winning software solutions.
Listeners, I do like a return visitor. They usually come back for me to apologise, but not on this occasion. It's lovely to catch up with Jenna Carner again. Hello, Jenna. How have you been?
Hello, I've been very good. Thank you for having me back.
Oh, always a pleasure. What were you getting up to yesterday?
So yesterday we had the immense privilege of opening the Leaders Theatre with a panel discussion on the datafication of education. And we had an amazing turnout. I think this is really, a growing concern for schools, for teachers, and particularly for parents as well, because we know that the data being collected from children in schools is growing in both volume and variety, and we can't yet really predict the impact this will have on children's, futures. So we were able to explore these issues with some experts. One from the USA, my colleague Jill Bronfman, who's our privacy counsel from San Francisco. We had Dr. Velislava Hillman also with us, and then Krakow Potong from Five Rights, a great charity working to protect children's rights in the digital environment. It was a great way to open Bett.
Well, congratulations, and thank you for your contribution. Well done as well. Now, you also have some other interests as well. Talk to me about those.
Okay, so Common Sense Education basically exists to help children thrive in the digital world. And we offer a free progressive scheme of work for children aged 4 through to 18, which helps to teach digital citizenship. So that's everything from being a force for good online, having strong online relationships, how to use social media for lobby for causes that you care about, and also things like for younger children, setting good passwords and understanding the impact of your digital footprint. So I would encourage teachers listening to this, please check out our resources on Common Sense Education. Just Google Common Sense Education and you'll see our free digital resources, digital citizenship resources, which have been recently transcreated and translated for the UK market.
I'm delighted to hear that as well, because that plays nicely into online safety.
It does. And then one more thing, Russell, as well, is that we have a parent platform called Common Sense Media. And on Common Sense Media, you'll find reviews and ratings for everything that children want to watch, read and play. So we have movie reviews, but also things like lists of the best podcasts for learning. So there's some great resources for educators on there. And if you're a teacher, you can access a free, fully loaded Common Sense Media membership. So to get your free membership, all you have to do is just contact me on Twitter. I'm at @TalkToJenna, and I'll give you all the information you need to sign up for your free membership.
Couldn't be any better than that. Lovely to catch up with you.
Thanks
So much for sharing, and thanks for your contribution.
Thanks, Russell. Have a great bet.
Oh, absolutely amazing to catch up with her as well. Jenna, that was amazing. Thanks so much indeed. Common Sense Media digital citizenship, not easy for anyone to say. Still loads to come up on today's show. It's an amazing broadcast. Loads. I'm really enjoying your messages. Now, don't forget, the answer machine is live and available. If you want to leave a message on it, here is that number one more time. After that, I'm going to play our live broadcast from Phonic FM that went out into the Exeter region this morning on FM.
Our phone lines are now open. Call us now on our London studio number 0208 133 5170. Calls are charged at your standard rate. Calls from mobiles may cost more. Please dial carefully.
Lonely without the boys, though. That's the only problem.
Well, they're here for you. I've got, of course, Chris and Will, and we love to catch up. It's one of my just most cherished fantastic opportunity. Let me tell my listeners what we're doing, folks, because what we're going to do is broadcast this on my live show. So I come each year to Bett. This is my 38th exhibition, and I come each year and I broadcast a live show at 3 o'clock on my radio station. And the listeners are typically educators, parents, policymakers, folks that have an interest in education and IT. I interview people from the show floor. I interview VIP guests. I didn't get the Secretary of State for Education yesterday because she was late. And when she went on stage, the audience got up and left. Bless them, bless them. So things are not good here. At the Palace of Westminster. Really, really sad. Anyway, let's get the guys in. So I'm going to broadcast this later on, and we're hooking up, for my listeners, folks, we're hooking up live with a brilliant, one of my favourite radio stations, Phonic FM. And they do some marvellous work, and I love listening to the station. And I've got two of their presenters with me here in London at the Bett show. Of course, I've got Will. Hello, Will. Can I say hello?
Hello.
Excellent. And of course, got Chris.
Hello.
Excellent. And we're here and we're having a fantastic time, JD.
You are. It sounds like, it's a party going on down there.
Well, it's busy. We have, over the 3 days, we have about 35,000 visitors, mostly educators, policymakers, leaders, school leaders, education leaders, university leaders, lots of students here as well, particularly busy. We weren't sure what was going to happen today because Thursday we did have a train strike scheduled, and that would have impacted on our numbers significantly. Yesterday was really busy, and so we thought, well, have we foregone the burst in traffic on the Thursday because everyone's moved to Wednesday? But no, as you could hear, the evidence is on the airwaves. It's busy. It's delightfully busy. So typically about 10,000 people come to the show. These are not studio conditions, for which I can only apologise, but it's great to catch up as well. So I'll just ask the two guys here, Will and Chris, what they've been up to, what they've seen at the show floor. It is the world's biggest IT and education show, and it's everyone who is anyone is here showing their new stuff, and Will's a real big fan of everything technology. I mean, he's an uber geek, really, and you won't mind me saying that, really. What have you seen that's really caught your attention?
I'm going to concentrate on the Catchbox, because the higher education world has discovered Bett. I think this is the third year there's a head by Bett as part of the show, but it's got a scale now. There's definitely more interest in it, but the Catchbox is a sort of throwable microphone, so it relates into radio. And I was just checking with you, Russell, beforehand. I think there has been a teddy bear microphone.
Well, we hasn't. We've used these in the primary school really well. It's a good control mechanism, so that you're teaching a class of 30 kids and you're throwing some question and answering activity around. You want only one person to speak. And you basically throw the teddy bear around, and the one with the teddy bear speaks, and there's a microphone in the teddy bear which you capture the sound of a particularly difficult room, and children don't have to project their voices, and that's part of the magic of radio as well, because of course radio, if you're using radio in a school, it's like an invisibility cloak. You can't necessarily be seen unless you've got a camera in the studio, which some of our bigger brothers and sisters on the bigger national stations kind of do, because it's a marketing exercise for them. But for us, in school settings, we want to hide the identity of the children for their own protection, for their own safeguarding safety, if you like. And radio gives them an opportunity to speak, so it's using that same concept as well. Yeah, we've had teddy bears for a while. You're talking about a cube here, aren't you?
It's a cube, yes.
Yeah, that's
it's not. Yes, so it's not exactly the same as a primary school, but it confirms my idea that the universities could use a lot of the same techniques that Bett has known about for a long time.
Yes. It's nice to have them here. Where have you been? That's what I'd say. Thanks for joining in. Better late than never, but that would be...
Well, eventually they'll do a study of it all, and they will have something to contribute, I'm sure.
That would be really good as well. Brilliant. Chris, what have you seen on the show floor?
Well, yesterday I was just having a brief look around. Today I've seen the Orcam, which is a tiny little camera which reads things to you, and it also charts your progress through reading, and I thought that was really good.
Brilliant, amazing, good educational tool, I'd say, yeah.
And yesterday I went to the Tower of London.
He's such a tourist, this man, honestly.
Yeah,
what was that like? What was that like?
Well, I could only see 3 exhibits because they weren't very wheelchair accessible.
No, get out of here. You kidding me?
No. Well, they're old buildings, and I don't think wheelchair accessibility was thought of all those years ago.
Well, we need a stiff letter to your MP. That's what you need.
I think a stiff letter to the King would do more.
I agree. Hey, look, we're changing policy here. Just can't be any better than that, can it? Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, that is a royal public building.
Yeah.
Amazing. Out and about as well. Have you had a day out and about?
No, I'm concentrating on the show, but the other place we've been just now, just around the corner from Orcam, is Intel, and that's part of the STEAM trail. I couldn't see a lot of arts in there, but one of their very tiny little computers, it's a very tiny little box, it's going to be certified by Dolby soon, which I think might open up some arts aspects to it.
And
so we'd come back to that, I think.
It's only, well, it's about the size of my mobile phone. Bit thicker, and it contains virtually a computer.
Wow, that's amazing. For folks that don't know what we're talking about, Intel is the world's biggest microprocessor manufacturer, and they're really pushing the boundaries about. And of course, you're talking about STEAM, and that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But arts are in there because it used to be called STEM, and now we've put the A in, the A for arts, and that's why we've got something for audio in there, isn't that good? And that's why Dolby are in.
Well, it's not official, Russell. They're hoping the certification will be announced quite soon.
Well, they heard it here first.
Right.
They heard it here first, JD. It's good. We're in here first. We get in there as well. Well, it's amazing. I love catching up with you guys as well. How's it going there with the station? Talk to my listeners about your station, JD.
Well, we like our station. It keeps chugging along, but they do need a new desk. Yeah.
Tell us about the desk you need there, JD.
The desk is probably from 1903, and I have to wind it up every now and again.
Good old Marconi, amazing desk. Oh well, bless you. You do amazing job if the equipment's that. It's all down to the skill of the broadcast.
Yes.
All down to the skill as well.
Well, it's the skill of the DJ or the announcer, isn't it?
Absolutely. Always. It's been great catching up with you. This is one of my favourite items on our show. We're live at 3 o'clock each day, and I'm going to put this into the show as a pre-record. I love hooking up with you live. And just to prove it's live, it is 16 minutes past 11 on Thursday, the 30th of March 2023. And you can't do that in a podcast.
You said that with a good announcer's voice. I don't have to repeat that.
You're really good. What's your next track? Because we could introduce that here from you, live from London.
Well, I don't know. I'm just going to push the button. That's what I like.
I love that.
With me, you just don't know what's going to happen.
Random selection.
That.
I know. We'll call you DJ Dangerous. That's what we need to call you.
Oh, I like that.
DJ Dangerous. JD, great to talk to you. From
great to talk to you, mate.
Chris and Will and myself, Russell, here in London. Thanks very much. Have a great Thursday afternoon to all your listeners there. And thanks so much for joining our show, and thanks for having us on your show.
Okay, many thanks.
Cheers. Bye now. Bye.
Bye, JD.
That was great. We linked up with the people in London.
Oh, absolutely stunning. And that played out live, folks, on an FM transmitter in Exeter. Amazing work. There's Phonic FM. If you want to listen to them, amazing work. It's exactly 10 minutes past 4, and I am live with Sven and Christina. They are from Fiction Express, and they won a Bett Award last night. Congratulations. Let's give you some applause, because that is amazing. It's their 5th Bett, and they have scooped the grand prize. Well done. Welcome to the show. Wow, what kind of a Bett are you having, Christina?
I think that luckily we are back right after the pandemic, and we see a lot of people, we see a lot of interest, a lot of motivation, motivated teachers, and this is amazing.
I'm so pleased. Sven, tell the listeners all about the product. What is Fiction Express? What does it work? How does it work? What is it?
Fiction Express is a reading and literacy platform for primary and secondary schools. And the uniqueness of Fiction Express is the way how we publish our stories. We do this in weekly chapters. And every week, the students decide actually how the story continues next week. And we do that through online votes and online conversation between the students and the authors. So it's an amazing way to get kids into reading, and to drive the interest and to drive the habit. And yeah, we do this in English language, English as second language, and Spanish language.
I love the fact that you're so international. I think that's amazing, and it's going to take the minds of great countries to solve a problem that we just simply can't solve ourselves. It's very hard to get young folks interested in reading when their parents are not interested in reading. It's very hard. What's different about the product? I love the idea of the team writing. I love that idea that the story could go in different directions. There's a feel of control, of ownership. I get that. I think that's really good. Who's your competitor, and what else is out there? I've not heard of anything like this in the world, Christina.
No, there's not anything like this exactly, but there are lots of competitors that are doing amazing things, and with this AI disruption, we have to really think how we can get more advantage from everything that's out there. And at the end of the day, in school they are only going to read one thing, right? They are not going to read on several platforms. So even though we don't have a competitor that's doing the same thing exactly like us, we are competing for the same budget. So at the end we have to be the best, or we will not be there.
We're all competing for the same budget as well. Can this work at home? Is this something that parents can do, Sven, at home, or is this something just in school?
We decided a couple of years ago that we focus completely on schools, because we did B2C stuff before getting into Fiction Express, and we learned that there's a lot of value on focus. So we just want to be the best platform for teachers to teach literacy, and not worry about other markets.
So how do I start using it as a classroom practitioner? What are my first steps? Where do I go? How does it work?
The first step is actually, if you contact us, we will give you a free trial, because we want you to see what's happening in the classroom if your students are starting to read Fiction Express.
And that's so the web address for that would en.fictionexpress.com. Would that get me to the right place?
For example, yeah. There you have a button, request free trial.
Okay.
And we'll get in contact. We explain you everything. We run you through a demo.
Okay.
We give you free access, and you get
Is
started.
it all online? Is it everything online? I don't need to download or run it. Don't need a particular.
It's a web-based platform because we know that in schools we have all kind of devices. So we want to be attached to a certain technology, whatever. It's really low bandwidth. So we have kids reading it on very simple mobile phones even, but it can go up to laptops, desktops, digital whiteboards, whatever you want.
I love it. I see the countdown at the bottom there. Tell me what the countdown. It looks exciting. I love a countdown. I love a countdown. What's the countdown for?
The countdown that you see now is for the publishing of the release of the next chapter, but tomorrow, when we release the next chapter, the countdown that you would see would be because they have to vote within the next 5 days. So we are changing the countdowns, but there's always a countdown in the website.
I love it. It engenders urgency and importance. 18 hours, 48 minutes and 42 seconds right now. I don't know what I want it. I love it. I think it's amazing. Congratulations on your Bett award. It's a major achievement. I love the idea, and I wish you the very best of luck in the world. And thanks very much for joining us. Lovely to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having us here.
You're really good. Fiction Express there, folks. If you want details, en.fictionexpress.com. And the most important thing out of that is that they support English as a second language. I like that. I hope you didn't miss that.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderton Tiger Radio Network.
Just a different selection of music.
I like the variety.
Just the variety.
I never turn it off.
Good music.
Amazing. Just amazing.
Plays really good music.
Very good.
By far my favorite station.
You're the best. Oh, yeah.
I love you guys.
Powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Weren't they good? I love innovation. So amazing. 16 minutes past 4 and we are live. Good to have you company. We're broadcasting from the Bett Show here at amazing venue here. Docklands Excels Conference Centre. We're across both halls. We are in the South Hall, SE51. If you are coming tomorrow, lovely for you to drop in. Say hello, cheerio, ta-ta. And I'd love to know what your Bett experience was. What was your Bett experience? Very interested to hear from first-timers, folks that have dropped into the show. What's your first impression about the show floor? It'd be really, really good to hear from that. Still to come is Jonathan Durant and Murray Morrison. They are coming next on this fabulous radio show.
Bett 2023.
Every song totally rocks.
It's awesome.
It's all about my kind of music.
My kind of music.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderton Tiger Radio Network.
Get on down and party.
Don't understand what's going on here.
The first cut on this record has been cross-format focused for airplay success.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Listeners, my next guest is in the studio with me live. I have Jonathan Durant. Did I get that right?
You did.
Oh, good man. Excellent. He's from Cypher Learning. Jonathan, welcome to the show. What do you do?
I am the Regional Vice President for EMEA for Cypher Learning, and Cypher Learning is an intelligent learning platform.
Tell me more about it. What does it do?
So, if you look in the past days, the version 1.0 learning platforms, which are a bit clunky and didn't really give a very good user experience, Cypher Learning's platform is a very automated, AI-driven platform that really helps with learner engagement and also with giving a very good learner experience. So within the platform, it is absolutely riddled with AI, and within
magic words those.
They are AI and automation. So at any one point, you can have up to around 25 points of automation, which really helps out educators complete their daily tasks. With the pool of teachers reducing at the moment, it really does help with the smaller teacher pool.
So as a teacher, what do I get out of it? What's different for me? What would make me go ooh and ah?
Okay. So you can track every step of the way what a student's doing with any of their online training. So from the point where they're actually registered on the platform, to be invited to take a course, to course completion, to the levels of mastery that they're achieving through the platform, and also to the skills that they're actually gaining from taking the courses on the platform.
Wow, amazing. And can this be deployed in a single school, or is this something that needs to be purchased on a MAC level? Is it something that's big and global?
So it's either way, and
cool.
I can give examples where we have it in single schools or in small corporates to large corporates, but then we also have it at country level. So as an example, the whole country of Qatar, their full education system is run on Cypher Learning's platform.
Wow, that's a major accomplishment. Amazing! Wow, well, I'm blown away by that. That's a serious accomplishment as well.
It is.
If folks want to come and see you, what's your stand number? Where are you on?
It's SE71.
Okay, and if I'm not at the show, and there are a lot of people listening who can't get to the show, where should I go for perhaps an online demonstration or a look at your website?
Cypherlearning.com.
I was expecting a little bit. That's as simple as it gets, really. Thank you so much.
If you go to our website, you can actually book a demo, and we'll get in contact with you. But the best way is to actually go to the website and find the contact details on there.
Brilliant. And it says what it does on the T-shirt, I think. You can't really say any more about that as well. Thank you so much. It's really good to hear from you. What's your Bett experience like this year?
Very good. We've got a lot of foot traffic coming through the platform. We have 60 meetings lined up in Bett Connect from companies all over the world.
You're my first guest who's had a Bett Connect experience. How was that for you?
Yeah, it's really good. Met some really interesting people. And we've got a lot more meetings to happen over the next 2 days.
And would you say that was good value for money?
Absolutely, yeah, because everyone that we've met have asked us to follow up in the coming weeks.
And that's a good measure for you?
It's a very good measure, yeah.
Excellent. Has everyone turned up on time? Sorry to just...
We've actually had a couple where they haven't turned up, but the majority of them have turned up.
A couple is good. Yep. If you'd said 50%, I'd have been horrified, but I'm really, really pleased.
So far, out of the 60 meetings we've had booked, there's been 2 no-shows.
That's a very good metric for me. Congratulations. I'm really pleased you subscribed to that. I'm a big fan of the whole... As soon as they announced it, you'd probably see me on the video on the front of the Bett website with Louisa Hunter, our Bett show director. Big fan of the whole concept of the meeting programme. I think it's a game changer.
It's absolutely brilliant. And they actually don't mind if you take a couple of you up to the Connect itself, even though it's meant to be like speed dating where it's one-on-one. You can actually get a good huddle around the tables.
I like a good huddle. That's the kind of agility and the magic of this meeting space. Good. I'm glad you're finding Bett's a great experience for you. Really good. Jonathan, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I love chatting with Jonathan. They're amazing. We're completely and utterly live, 22 minutes past 4. I've just had a lovely young lady wheeled into the studio, quite bemused, and these are some of the best interviews happen this way, I have to say. I'm joined by Mary Myatt. Hello, Mary. Hello, how are you?
Well, hello, and thank you so much for putting me on the end of a mic. I'm really well.
I'll do it with anyone, honestly. I made you feel special, but in real terms, that's just completely fake. What brings you to Bett this year?
Well, this is my first time. I've been here about half an hour, bumped into Mark Anderson.
I'm so sorry, I can only apologise. I can only apologise for that experience. You will eventually get over it, I can assure you.
And we hadn't seen one another in the flesh for about 5 years, hadn't planned to see him here. And I was actually coming to meet a brilliant young edtech entrepreneur called Michael Olegandru, and he is got an amazing program online, virtual support, AI assisted to support students with STEM subjects. So that was the purpose of it, and then I end up here having a great chat with you.
It was very good. Tell the listeners a bit more about you. So you're an author, you've written widely on the subject. What's your specialism? How would you identify yourself?
So my background is I'm a secondary RE teacher, and after working in schools in London and Cambridge, most part just outside Ipswich and Suffolk, joined a local authority, and then after about 10 years of that, so it means 10 years since then, 30 years in the trade, and most recently writing a great deal about the curriculum. I've been involved in curriculum development for about 30 years, was doing work pulled out of schools when I was an early qualified teacher, and just find the whole world of curriculum development absolutely fascinating. So that's me.
And is it STEM that particularly interests you, or STEAM, as we like to say now, with more arts? I'm more on the artsy side, because we're here doing radio, and that clearly falls into the arts rather than the engineering. Are you a fan?
Yeah. So I think the whole holistic view of an education for young people, it's just such a shame that it can get the two tracks, vocational and academic. I think what the STEAM/STEM work can do can actually really integrate the two. I don't think that the DFE, in particular the government in general, appreciate just the jobs and the amount of money that comes into our country on the back of STEAM, STEM, arts and all the rest of it. So I'm very interested in all that, although a lot of my work is supporting schools to do curriculum development in their schools at a general level, but it happens to be STEAM/STEM today.
Bit of a stirrer, aren't you? I can see that, and I like that in you as well. We need some more agents provocateurs. We need to kind of disruptors in education. You're absolutely right, and I would say that I think the government know exactly what they're doing. This government knows exactly what they're doing, and I would say there's some thought process in play here that doesn't want too much inquisition from our young people. They don't want too much autonomy, because that doesn't lead to a measurable, discernible, easily identifiable, metricized population, really.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. And we need to be thinking about names, not numbers.
Yeah,
people as individuals, not as statistics. But that doesn't hit politics headlines as well.
And it doesn't. One tries to make them. Well, you can't get a headline when the audience leave as you arrive on the stage, and this is the welcome that our Secretary of State got yesterday when she turned up late to open our show, which is very interesting. So folks just voted with their feet. They just kind of didn't want to hear it, and that's an interesting measure. It's been lovely chatting with you. I'm really pleased there was such refreshing thought in there, and I hope you enjoy your bet. You here for the 2 days? You staying tomorrow as well?
No, I'm not, sadly, but I will be next year.
Well, that would be lovely. I think we should get you on the speaking programme. You're just the kind of person, you're just kind of disruptive that we kind of need here. Mary, it's lovely to chat with you. Thank you so much for dropping by. I'm sorry that Mark kind of almost press-ganged you into a microphone
Oh,
sitting.
No, it's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
You know him is an amazing feat in its own right, and still friends. I hope you're still exchanging Christmas cards after this. But until next time, bless you, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and thanks for being with us on the radio.
Thank you so much. It's been great.
Amazing. Chatting there with Mary Myatt, who, I'm expecting great things from her in the future as well. Still loads to come from our show. Don't go anywhere. Murray Morrison from Tassamay is up next.
Get on down and party.
The first cut on this record has been cross-format focused for airplay success.
Oh, yeah! NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
It is the best station.
They have a variety of music.
It's a wide variety.
You're listening to Russell Prue.
Listeners, my next guest joining me live is Murray Morrison from Tassamar. Hello, welcome to the show. Tell me all about yourself and your business.
Oh, thanks very much for having me. It's really nice to meet you, and good to see you guys at NetSupport again. My name's Murray. I'm a former teacher, and I founded and developed the software company Tassamai.
Wow.
And we're now in our 10th year. We just had our 10th birthday. We work mostly with secondary schools around the UK, but we are a global business as well. And basically students use our program to reinforce learning, but it uses all those great techniques of proper diagnostic, adaptive, spaced repetition to make sure students are really learning what they need to learn. We give feedback to teachers, and we have great engagement. We've just passed, I think, 2.5 billion questions on the platform this year.
So is it a Socratic kind of process, or is it, I'm trying to get my head around it. Tell me what the user experience is.
Well, for a student point of view, they just have an app on their phone, which is a kind of fun quizzing game.
Nice.
They only need to use it for sort of 5 or 10 minutes a day, and what we're doing is doing all the work in the background to make sure that what they're given is a very simple challenge to complete a couple of quizzes. But what they don't necessarily realise what's going on in the background is that we're formulating those quizzes to really implant the knowledge they need. Sometimes we'll pop up a video or get them to read an article, but most of it is learning through quizzing. And so the engagement is easy, the attainment is effortless, and all that information we gather about the students straight away we can feed back to them or their parents or their teachers. So it's really powerful.
And is that the kind of solution we're going to need to look for to get us out of what we can perceive as the AI cul-de-sac of a problem that we're going down at the moment? We're all worried that computers are going to be writing the answer for the child.
Well, yeah, and I'm afraid of the term AI, to be honest. Even though it's written in the name Tassomai, we don't really present that as a solution, because I think there's a very real concern in education of like black box thinking, what's going on behind the algorithm.
Yeah.
We've always been very transparent about what we do and how we work, and really share information with teachers, because I was a teacher myself. I want to know that the program is efficacious, that it's well written, that it's written by teachers and for students properly. So, yeah, but to your point, what I think is great about this kind of approach is it's really making the student do the learning themselves. We like to think of ourselves as being like an educational personal trainer. You know, you go to the gym, the personal trainer will show you the ropes and get you to do the right exercises, but you're in the end the one lifting those weights or running on the treadmill. What you don't do is get the AI, the personal trainer, to go do the exercise for you. You're not going to get fit that way. So it's very much the idea that we lead the student to the work, we give them the right exercise for them to benefit. We're all about kind of educational efficiency. So every engagement a student has, we want to have maximum learning impact, which is why we're a very evidence and research-led organisation, to make sure we deliver on that promise. And we don't really do that black box thinking where it's like, well, let the AI do it for you.
And how do you get around making sure to me, so my form of identity, why can't I have my big brother answer the questions? What's in it to stop me from wanting to do that?
Well, to an extent, you could have a system where, I mean, we're not blockchain kind of ready, where you know. So, but to be honest, it's generally used in schools in the classroom. Where
Gotcha. Okay.
Or it's on a device. I mean, it's theoretically possible that you could get your big brother to do your homework for you, but then wasn't that always the case?
Indeed, it was.
I mean, my own son's in primary school, and I find myself doing an awful lot of maths help. So you know, that's hard to avoid, but we do our best to kind of make sure it's kind of done that way. But one of the nice things is lots of students do that work in school, so it's witnessed, and we actually can track a lot of what's done.
The behaviour, the language is often different. You can usually spot it a mile off if you know the child. It should be really easy, and that's always one of the defences that I put up when everyone says it's whoa, you know, it's just going to be awful for us all, and the future looks really interesting. So it takes it. And I like the fact that you're in an app environment which you can run on devices and phones. I like that as well. I think that's very, very powerful. What do the teachers? What the educators? What's their interface? What do they get?
Well, and this is really why I started Tassomai, was for myself as a teacher. I wanted not to have to spend my whole time repeating the facts that I wanted my students to learn.
Sure.
So the first thing was to make the app essentially do the job of getting students to practice knowledge, reinforce, learn, grow, so I can teach them the next thing. But I also wanted to kind of superpower myself as a teacher and become like pedagogically clairvoyant. So what we build for teachers is a live, constantly updating RAG rating system, so they can explore, all right, across the curriculum, where are my students doing well, where they're advancing, where are they struggling, so I can plan my intervention, reteach to a class, or get certain students and kind of work with them in a smaller group to really tackle a problem. That's been hugely successful, and our research and evidencing on how that data correlates with actual student outcomes in terminal exams has been really compelling, really powerful. So teachers use that a lot to plan their teaching, and we actually turn that also into a live data visualization for students, which looks like a growing tree. So we can even, I don't want to cut out the teachers obviously, but it's really nice for a student as well to see that map of their data grow and have their own chance to sort of essentially intervene on their own learning as well.
And as the lesson leader, can I put my own content in? Or do I have to use the stuff that's in the library?
I mean, in theory, yes, but one of our whole tenets here is to reduce teacher workload. We're not one of those platforms that's content agnostic and requires the teacher to do extra work.
Sure.
Why are we doing that? Secondly, and I don't want to sound rude here to teachers, but the content we build is written by experts who are not only experts in the subject, but experts in making content that lives on the platform most powerfully. So we do work with teachers to do content for them when they write bespoke stuff, but it tends not to be that high quality in terms of where content meets the platform. Can it really be powerful? So yes, we've worked with schools to build custom content, but the content we build is curated and is generally far more powerful. So we'd rather you used it out of the box and, you know, let it run, because that's what delivers the results. In the end.
Sounds brilliant. If you are interested in this, listeners, where do they go to find out more?
Well, this year we're actually not exhibiting at Bett, but we usually are, so you'll definitely find us any other year. But you can find us on our website. The challenge is, of course, can you spell Tasomai? So good luck with that. But it is TASSOMAI.com. And you can just get in touch with us on the website. We do free school trials for schools, and we do a range of subjects: science, maths, English, geography, history, computer science, and more besides. So get in touch and we'll take you through it and let you see what it can do for your school.
Murray, great to chat with you.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Amazing. We love to bring you a smorgasbord of interesting folks that have accomplished amazing things. That was for you, Sven, and a big thank you to Fiction Express for coming along. It is exactly 26 minutes to 5. I have Michael Alagunju. Did I get that right?
Almost.
Alagunju?
Olagunju.
Alagunju.
Olagunju.
Olagunju.
There we go.
Thank you. You're very kind. I got it right. Eventually. Really good. Excellent. Welcome to the studio. Good to have you with us. Is this your first bet?
First bet.
Excellent. What do you think so far?
Really nice. Met some really interesting companies that are doing something similar in the space, which is very AI focused. Met some potential partners. And yeah, now I've managed to find myself here on this radio show. So yeah,
I know you look like a man with a great face for radio. So you weren't expecting it, and I like that. You've got this startled look on your face. Don't worry, it's not a problem. You're at the end of the show, and I can cut you out of the podcast if it all goes wrong. No, it's fine.
Awesome.
We're live
because the back-ended compliment.
You're very welcome. Tell me all about yourself. So what brings you here today?
So all about me. So I'm a British-born Nigerian, born from a humble background, was born and raised in West London. I did really well in school until I got to sort of my A-levels, where I saw a significant drop in my maths grades. And that was kind of a turning point for me because, my mum couldn't afford a tutor. She actually found me this channel called Exam Solutions, which had thousands of free videos. They were bite-sized and taught by an amazing teacher called Stuart Sidders. Shout out to Stuart. He's still around. And so it helped me to get an A in my A-levels and then go on to achieve first class honours degree in maths. So as I said, for me that was a turning point because it showed me that sometimes all you need is the right opportunities to be able to get the right resource or the right teacher to put you on the right path in life, because I was a very naughty boy in school. Could have easily ended up a different way.
Imagine, honestly, I so can't imagine. You've got a cheeky grin. I like that.
I think you're lying.
I know, that's fine. So there's something else. So you're developing some stuff, and I think that's what I love. This background story, and congratulations. That's an amazing success story. A really good. And a really good example to others that may also find maths incredibly challenging at some point in their life as well. But just fast forward to now, that brings you here with an interesting solution. What are you working on?
So right now we're in a position where we have 4,000 videos. We've got a huge subscriber base on YouTube. I now own Exam Solutions, and we also have about 100 STEM tutors. They're all qualified, and what we're doing is we use AI to predict students' grades quite scarily accurately, and then recommend precise learning tasks to help the students level up based on their budget, their learning style, or their interests.
I can see now why you're of interest to Mark Anderson. So he'd have spotted that and thought so. Well, I mean, we're very, very sensitive to anything AI, and those are that's the here and the now. That's the new Ford motor car solution that we're seeing at the moment.
Indeed.
But it also presents lots of challenges for folks. So people are not happy handing over some of their human-based decision-making expertise to an algorithm.
Yeah. I mean, what we say is that we work with schools, we work with teachers and students to complement what they do, as opposed to sort of take their role. In terms of sort of the grade predictions, I think that it's an area that is quite blasé with schools. There isn't any real scientific metrics on how to really determine the true skill level of students, and that's the problem we're really interested in. And we're telling schools, well, look, right, we're going to help you to find exactly where your student is at based on the data. And then let's work together to provide them with either the right content or the right tutors to help them to level up. So, yeah, I mean, AI is is on a pretty scary trajectory. But you know, we're kind of riding the wave because we think that we can use it to our advantage.
I think that's a brilliant idea as well. So what are you looking for here? You obviously don't need investors, or perhaps you do at this stage. What, you want to connect with new subscribers? You want to market the product to other people? You want to roll it? Do you need trial? What do you need?
Absolutely. So we are launching this beta version in a couple of weeks actually. So we'd like everyone to sign up on the platform. It's free. It's free to use for 7 days. So there's a whole load of features there, you know, including unlimited access to all of our smart assessments, you know, which, as I mentioned earlier, is focused at determining your true skill level. You know, the grade predictions are also there, but we're also taking advantage. We're one of the first adopters of ChatGPT-4 technology to enhance learning experiences, as well as the e-marking process, which we know is a gap in the market. You know, we've seen that there's lots of platforms out there that struggle to be able to mark students' work accurately. You know, so we're actually able to partially mark students' work. So you're getting a really good representation of your understanding by using our platform. It's really, really seamless, really, really easy to use. So I encourage everyone to jump on board and try it out.
Sounds great. Hit me with some URLs. Where do we go to find you?
Yeah, so check us out on www.examsolutions.net. That's the main website. We're on Instagram at Exam Solutions Guy. We're on Twitter at Exam Solutions. And we're also on YouTube, popular YouTube channel there, Exam Solutions as well.
I see that. And if folks want to follow you personally, because I think I'm expecting great things from you. You're the next major, super, uber entrepreneur. I'm expecting great things. Stephen Bartlett needs to look out because there's someone coming along for his job. Where do we connect with you, Michael?
So I am actually not I don't have a personal social media, but I'm on LinkedIn. So yeah, you can check me out on LinkedIn. My name is Michael Olagunju, Olagunju.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, I think you need to get yourself a Twitter account. Whether Twitter's dying on its feet or not, we need to be able to connect with you. Michael, great to chat with you. Thank you so much for bringing so much to the show today. Really appreciate it. Great talking to you.
Cheers, thank you.
Brilliant, absolutely amazing. That's what we said we'd do, folks, is bring you interesting, creative curriculum. Well, we're coming to the end of our show. It's 90 minutes to 5. Time for some Zara Larsson. That nice Swedish theme is just running through the show now. Sven, this one's for you. Can't Tame Her. We're back after this. Great to have your company, folks. Thanks so much for joining us. I love this track. Stunning, absolutely stunning. That's it for today's show. 16 minutes to 5. We're done. Amazing. What a great conversation with that young man. He's going to be entrepreneur of the year. We've just done selfies and everything. Well, that's it. We've got time for today. We are back tomorrow for our last show. Michael Rosen is with us tomorrow. So looking forward to that. Be amazing to catch up with him, see how he is post-COVID, or whether post-COVID even exists for him. Bless him. We'll be chatting with him just before he goes on to close the show here at the Bett Arena. Someone's made really happy there as well. Thanks so much for listening, and thank you to all my guests, to Mary, to Michael, to absolutely everyone that's in the show. This will be available as a podcast just as soon as we can get it up there for you to enjoy. Just go to the same URL. You can listen by going to my website, andertontiger.com/Bett Radio. Or you can go to netsupportradio.com/radio, and you'll be able to download this as a podcast as soon as we possibly can. Have a lovely evening. Stay safe wherever you are, and thanks so much for listening.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Justin Bieber. Yo, what up? This is Lunch Money Lewis. What's up? This is David Guetta. Hey guys, I'm Kygo.
NetSupport Radio. You're listening to Russell Prue.
Hi guys, I'm Iggy Azalea and Charlie XCX.
Powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Thank you. It is 3 o'clock on Friday, the 31st of March 2023. It's the last day of our tax year. My goodness, hope you're all paid up to date for that. And the last day of term as we go into our Easter break. Engines have started. I bet the staff are already out of the car park. Bless you all. We can't leave here until at least 5 o'clock. That's when the show closes here for the last day of Bett. It's me, Russell Prue. We are live this afternoon from the world's biggest educational technology event here at London Docklands, the Excel Exhibition Theatre. My goodness, we've had lots of people through the doors today, and I have a cracking, nay, amazing show with you. Our top guest today is the fabulous Michael Rosen, who joins us later on. We've got Maria Wojciechowska-Kaneda, we've got Ian Phillips, we've got Emma Hawker, we've got lots of young children, we've got Jane Basnett on the show, my goodness, Jeremy Waters, and more still. Let's start with our catch-up with the fabulous Al Kingsley. He is up first. Don't forget, you can contact me. I'd love to hear from you. Here is my text details. Drop us a text for a mention on the show.
Contact the show right now. Just send a text message to 07 8600 26 400. NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Welcome to our Day 3 catch-up with the fantabulous Al Kingsley. Al is here. How's your Day 3 been?
It's doing pretty well considering the achy feet and back and everything else, but it has been a nice, pleasant surprise for a Day 3, I think.
It's been really good. What do you know today you didn't know yesterday?
Ross, you hit me with a question like that. I think what I know, the biggest one is that actually the future of EdTech is secure, because I've spent the last hour and a half at Bett Futures hosting a session with lots of new early stage startups talking about the innovation that they're creating. Some are still on a journey, naturally, but it's great to see. And I've seen solutions to support with students with neurodiversity, well-being, acquisition of language skills, different approaches to phonics. There's such a diversity of ideas. It's great to see that, the future Bett halls and the future stands that we'll encounter, are really going to be responding to what we see as the real needs in our education system right now.
Good. I'm not at all surprised you're hosting something else. I mean, you are out and about like you can't believe it. And there have been some really good seminars this year. Some cracking content.
Honestly, I mean, every year we always say, one of the key drivers for coming to Bett is the professional development and the seminars. But there has been a real range. And what I think is really nice is they have really consciously curated to make sure we've got that real breadth and diversity of topics. Something for everyone, I guess, is the simple mantra on that one, isn't it, Ross?
I believe you're absolutely right on that one as well. Stand-wise for you, professionally and for the company?
The stand, I think we've got a good spot. I'm really pleased with the stand. Customers like the way we're trying to communicate and message really clearly what we're about. But most importantly of all, it's Day 3, so I get to just be a little bit soft and mushy and say how proud I am of my team. The team at NetSupport, it's a big family of which you are also part, Russ, as you know, and it's just been a lovely week of everybody working together, trying to make sure we can share the love, share our experiences and listen. And actually the listening skills, I think, are the thing that I really notice. Listen to our customers first and then talk afterwards.
That's always a good rule as well. And you've produced some great video material this year. Groundbreaking. We've had the video producer Caitlin on it. Some amazing work.
She has done some fantastic stuff. I'm also aware she's done some very late nights editing and rendering, so we've got a daily update. And honestly, I just look at them and I think that is... there's no direction from anybody else. She just gets it. She wants to capture the mood, the atmosphere, what we do. The fun that also is part of a trade show, the fun and the sharing. So been really, really proud of Caitlin's efforts. And collectively across the team. We've got a new faces and they've all joined in the Bett experience. We've also had our friends at A&ME who have, as always, been a great integral part of the stand through the week. And then I can't but not mention it, that you have been flat out meeting, challenging, supporting so many different people, and alongside that we've had today particularly lots of young people that you've been sharing your experiences with the radio stations and the craft that you go and take into schools to share and educate our learners. And it's been lovely once again to have you as that kind of anchor point on our stand, Russ.
You're very kind. I think we produced some of the best radio here as well. Yesterday was a stonking show with some great expertise that I just did not expect from lots of contributors. And don't forget, you can catch all of that on netsupportsoftware.com/radio. Simply go there and listen to any of our shows again. And again, we've got an amazing show coming up later on in the next couple of hours. So amazing. I can't tell you, I will be pleased to pack this up. I really will be pleased. It's been exhausting, Al.
I can see that, but as always, the consummate professional, it is like every show, it's tough, but it's nice when you realise that you really have achieved something, and as you said, we've got some great experiences to share. So head over to the radio show, and as always, huge thanks to you, Russell.
You're very welcome. Thank you. We produced some great content. It's a privilege to be at the centre of that. Al Kingsley, thanks for joining us.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderton Tiger Radio Network.
Just a different selection of music.
I like the variety. The variety.
Just the variety.
I never turn it off.
Good music.
Amazing. Just amazing.
Plays really good music.
Very good.
By far my favorite station.
You're the best.
Oh yeah. I love you guys.
Powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Hello, my name is Sienna. Thanks for welcoming me on the show.
Hello, my name is Chloe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Hello, my name is Evie. Thank you for having me on the show.
Hello, my name is Dexter. Thank you for having me on the show.
A big hello to the children from Galley Primary School. Good to have your company. Thank you so much indeed. There's plenty more of that coming at you. It's been a very interesting day in the news. My goodness, Heathrow Airport not looking good, folks, if you are looking to travel from there this weekend. 1,400 staff from the Unite Union are taking strike action. It's going to be tricky with that baggage check in there, so our hearts and our thoughts, well, probably not in 100%, are with you all, trying to squeeze your holiday through the tiny portal that is Heathrow Airport, trying to get to your well-deserved destination. It's going to be a tricky journey for you as well. In other news, folks, Ed Sheeran wants to be on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Wonders will never cease. Good luck with that, Ed. Apparently he's a big fan of the show. Next up, a great conversation with Jane Basnett. You're listening to Russell Prue Live. It is 8 minutes past 3. We are broadcasting our third and final radio show from Bett here at the London Docklands Excel Conference Centre. Good to have your company this afternoon. Stay with me. It's not going anywhere. Joining me live in the studio is Jane Basnett, who's simply just stopped by for a chat.
Yes.
Welcome to the show. What's brought you to Bett today?
Well, I wanted to come and see all the fantastic goings on. I was actually really keen to go and have a little explore of VR and AR and, just inform myself a little better. And you know what the other one was, Russell? Esports.
And do you feel informed now?
Oh, I really do. I've learnt a lot this morning. I've even learnt some things from you as well, Russell.
You're very kind. What have you learnt from me, Jane?
Well, you've showed me your amazing radio station that you set up for students in primary and secondary schools, and I'm really interested and excited.
Even more reason to talk to you, which is really good. What do you think about the esports thing, the whole esports thing?
I think I've still got a lot to learn, Russ. Do you know much about it?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, you do? Well, I think I would love it, but I was brought up on Donkey Kong and Pac-Man.
There's nothing wrong with that. If you could turn that into a multiplayer, multi-observing environment, then you're kind of looking at the esports thing, when it becomes a collaborative
communicative,
that would do activity where we're all competing against each other.
Building resilience as well.
That sounds
I
good
guess.
to me. Sounds good. Ticks a lot of the boxes there.
I guess it's all about those soft skills, right?
Perfect. Yes, I would say they're not as soft as they used to be. They're now more essential than they would be.
Yeah. Okay.
When good manners opens more doors than good qualifications, when your ability to communicate and explain things are now how people appraise you more quickly than looking at your CV, particularly in your setting. Everyone's going to have exceptionally good qualifications. Oh yes, we've done the Duke of Edinburgh. I've done. What else have you done?
Yeah.
So what's your extra? What's your unique selling particular? I run a radio station. We did a charity show and got 10,000 quid for our local charity. Oh my goodness. Here's me on the radio interviewing the local bishop.
Yes.
Click play. But things that open more doors like that.
Definitely.
And confidence with language is very important. Even in our more abled and talented young folks, they're the ones I think who benefit enormously from a radio station investment, because when they're writing their script, they just keep doing it beautifully.
Yeah.
And you can't do that. We're live in 10, but I'm not ready.
Thinking on our feet. That's what matters.
So important. When considering it, even to admission to a higher or further educational establishment, there's going to be an interview. Someone's going to ask you some questions you hadn't prepared for. What are you going to say?
It's so true. It's so true. That's what I'm here for. What next? We are, in my setting, we're a one-to-one surface school, and we've got MIE experts in the school, etc., etc. We're a showcase school, and the students know how to use their devices, but actually, what is it that's going to give them something more when they go on?
Competent, confident young people who feel they've contributed to the success of their environment.
And I think we should be equipping them with the kind of things that they're going to be doing beyond school. It's just, we've moved beyond.
We don't know what that is. That's the trouble. We've never, it's not. Who would have thought? Someone said on the radio this week, someone said, who would have thought the head of an online bookshop would be the richest person on the planet? Who would have thought that 20 years ago?
Know that.
Who would have thought that head of Amazon would have been the richest person on the planet?
I wouldn't. Okay, so when I went into teaching, I wouldn't have imagined the job that I do now. And so that's even my lifetime. So for the students, they're going to be doing loads of different jobs that they don't know about.
It's getting faster and it's accelerating, which is what it means. It's lovely to chat with you. I'm pleased you've had a positive experience. You'll be able to find this recording as a podcast afterwards and share it with your disciples at the school. They'll be thrilled to hear from you.
I will look forward to sharing that with my staff and the pupils at Downhouse. They ought to get that in there.
Oh, that's very kind of you. I wasn't able to mention it, but now you've mentioned it as well. It'd be really good. And I'd be delighted to talk more about the radio for you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Russell. Really enjoyed it.
Get on down and party.
The first cut on this record has been cross-format focused for airplay success.
Oh yeah! NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
It is the best station.
They have a variety of music.
It's a wide variety.
You're listening to Russell Prue.
Good to have company, folks. It's 13 minutes past 3. We are utterly and totally live across the planet, and as if by magic, a major contributor, a major disruptor. This is Mr. Disruptive Pants himself. Nick Corsten from Steamco is here. He's the guy with the rocket. What trouble is he? He's big trouble. Nick, how are you?
You keep out of my pants, Russell Prue. I've spent a week looking for you. I've been here 3 days, and the last hour I find you in a corner. Fantastic.
Well, there's an app, mate. If you've not downloaded the app, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to find your way. What are you up to?
I'm wondering. I'm ploughing the floorboards, if you like, looking for inspiration, looking for ideas, looking for old connections, and it's been absolutely fantastic. We did a teach meet last night, a live stream teach meet from a cardboard oil rig outside the Bett Centre. I mean, beat that, Russ. Well, actually, you will. I'm not going to challenge you.
Well, I'd say we need another oil rig, like another hole in the head, don't we? Really, honestly, it was really good. But I love your brilliant graphics and the way you do it, and just take young people to a different space, and I think that is magical. But you're also quite disruptive. You are challenging, and you like to put creativity at the front of everything you do.
Absolutely. I always have to remind people what I do, Russ. Actually, and that's very much to champion creativity, to inspire creativity. But as you know, we have to be doing something, so I like to ignite creativity with creativity days, workshops in schools. But what really struck me here actually was a couple of weeks ago, the new technology minister, actually, Michelle Donnellan, who was prior to that the culture minister, and prior to that was in the DFE of all places. She was in Bloomberg announcing for Treasury that the UK is going to be number one in AI and tech. I thought, great, let's have some faith, let's have some belief, brilliant, we'll stand with that, whatever. And then she said, but at the moment we have vacancies in the IT sector that represent a loss to UK GDP of how much do you think, Russell? How much do you think?
Billions. It's in the billions.
It's 150 billion
I'm not at all
pounds a year.
surprised. That does not shock me.
And I hate to say, I'm not going to get political on the show because I know you don't like that, but we've got a lovely little hashtag that one of your contributors earlier gave us, actually, long COVID. because we've focused almost relentlessly on literacy and numeracy, which are obviously important, but at the expense of other skills that a lot of young people desperately need. Tech literacy in its broadest sense, as well as coding and those things. And there aren't many jobs that won't require tech literacy in the future. I see you've got a couple of laptops down there, Russell. It even got you in the end, didn't it?
Of course it did. They can't do virtual live broadcasting across the planet without those kind of literacies. But what worries me enormously is that other countries, other nations are doing it better than us. For example, Wales. You don't have to go too far. Whip across the bridge there, and they have adopted a new, completely creative curriculum. It's exciting, it's vibrant. They've put creativity at the start. The Arts Council are involved. Graham Donaldson's written a crackingly exciting new curriculum, and the schools are getting involved. They're not the richest of schools, but they're scraping money together to buy radio stations. I have 25 radio stations in Wales, and that has happened in the last 5 years because they're scrambling to get opportunities for creativity. It's quick, it's easy. You know how this kind of works for everyone. Everyone's got a face for radio. It just works, whatever. What are we doing here?
Well, how long have you got? Not
poetry.
Very long for that one.
I love the way. Let's talk more about your rockets. I love the way you get to schools with explosives and you set rockets off in the playground. How's that going?
Well, I must admit, I don't like being put in a box called the Rocket Man box, so that's a banging tune. But no, for me, it's an engagement platform. It's a great way of inspiring kids, talking to them about aiming higher than high, what could be higher than a dynamite rocket, but it also gets the parents involved. And there's no happier moment in my working week when I let a dynamite rocket off and you've got the parents standing there, you've got carers, you've got the staff, you've got the children. And I always go up to, and they're all screaming and they just can't believe the buzz. And I always go up to the school leader and say, what do you think of that? And the really perfect answer is not, the kids enjoyed it, because no, Sherlock, really, children are going to enjoy something like that. But the important thing for me is, did your colleagues enjoy it? Did it help? Did they get something from being off curriculum? Did your community enjoy it? Are those children going to talk about what they did at school with their families that evening? Because if we can build those bridges between school and home, I think we're making major inroads. And that's really what STEAMCO's always been about. It's been about connecting kids with their art and our communities with our schools. And I think there'll be a lot of benefits, because if communities start understanding what goes on in our schools, start understanding the work of leaders and teachers in schools, there's going to be a much greater empathy there, which I think is going to play to everybody's favour.
Amen. You're talking to the converted here. Now, folks want to connect with you, want to book you. They want you to bring a shed load of explosives. But I mean, you said people standing by, not to mention the health and safety officer, and of course, just an environmental service. I love it. It's so exciting. It's this level of disruption we need. Where can folks connect with you?
It's just check us out on STEAMCO, #RocketKids23, #OurCreativity23, and I've got a massive announcement for you, Russell Prue. Actually, I've just had a message this morning. Every year there's a festival in Brixton, in Brockwell Park, called the Brockwell Bounce. So they have a weekend festival for the public. Last year, Madness one weekend, and another weekend, another load of bands. And in the middle, the council insists that they run a community festival in the middle. We've just been only given the big top for the day.
Wow, amazing.
Big screen, 100 kilowatt PA, big sound system, light show, and I need to get people down there. So I think we'll have to work out a little creative competition.
Congratulations.
So thanks for your support, Russell.
Always
it's been a long time now, 8 years since Wellington College, I think.
It's not a bad history, is it? My goodness.
Thanks a lot.
Great to talk to you. You're an amazing man doing great work. Nick Corsten, ladies and gentlemen from STEAMCO. What a dude and a half.
Contact the show right now. Just send a text message to 07 8600 26 400.
Listeners, in my quest to bring you a plethora of guests across the industry sectors, I have in front of me Jeremy Waters, who is from Elastic Learning. I couldn't resist that. Elastic Learning. It sounds like a trousers you'd buy from Marks and Spencer's for gentlemen of a certain age. How exciting. Jeremy, welcome to the show. Tell me what you do and what you're doing here.
Russell, it's great to be here, and thank you for having me. We've had a great bet so far with the Elastic team, and learning a lot as well. But day 3, and it's a real privilege to be on your show today.
You're very welcome. It's a pleasure to have me. Tell me what Elastic Learning does.
Well, we work with schools in Australia and the United Kingdom. We acknowledge that schools are data rich but insight poor, so we help schools understand the gaps that are impeding student progression. So schools do many assessments, and often just to get a top superficial level of data We help schools aggregate assessment data, bring it to life, and then derive the gaps that are impeding student progression on an individual performance base, or in groups, or classroom, or whole school. We're able to also provide content to fill those gaps to support the teacher.
And what form does that take? Is that a boffin in a tall, pointy hat, or is there some interface or something? As an educator, what does my interface look like? What does it look like?
Yeah, well, it's an online interface where the teachers log in, students as well, and the teachers are able to drive insights that come from the data. More and more we see schools become proficient at storing a lot of data, but often that can cause overwhelm for teachers, where there's so much assessment and testing going on. Where do they even begin? What does a 10 out of 20 mean? What does an A mean? But what we do through the lens of curriculum linking and expert knowledge of certain areas of teaching and supporting teachers to save time, we enable them to pull out the information that's important. So we save them time, but we also help them to be more enhanced and effective in the classroom in their decision making.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. I didn't even knew we needed this, which is really, and is that a challenge when you're conveying that? People just...
Yeah, it can be. I mean, the market is deep and wide, and certainly for me, being in the Australian market and coming to the United Kingdom, I'm learning a lot about how there are many different players and how to engage with schools. Certainly at the beginning of the journey, a lot of schools wanted to bundle us up into the assessment world, but what we've proven is that we're very, very different to large assessment providers, that we're there to support the teacher. Being a former teacher myself, my wife's a teacher and my mother's a teacher, I have a deep understanding of education, and what's important is we keep the best teachers in the trade. More and more we see teachers leaking out of education and going into other industries. We've got to support them. It's not about taking their jobs away from them, it's about supporting them, and data itself, the richness of data can be a support and not a hindrance, but you do require a tool like Elastic to allow the teachers to unlock its essence and its potential.
It's a bit like having an intelligent investigator kind of thing. I like the idea of that.
Yeah.
Again, saving a bit of time there, and I just don't want an average or a meridian average. I need some intelligent data collection, which I think is perfectly okay. I get it. I'm excited.
Thank you.
You have excited me. I like that. I wasn't sure I was going to be excited, but with a company name like that, we had to chat. Where can folks connect with you? Where's the website? Where do I find out more?
Yeah, so we're actually located on the DIT stand this year. We're partnering with them. They're helping us explore other regions outside the UK. We're elastic.com. Elastic is spelled with a K and not a C. The name originally was derived from potential energy and pulling back, if you think of a bow and arrow, and releasing, and propelling a student forward. So that was the fulcrum of the name and where that came from.
Nothing to do with stretchy pants, which I am delighted for as well. Jeremy, it's great to chat with you. Continue to have an amazing bet, and thanks for joining us and bringing this to our attention. I love it. I love it.
What a great experience. It's been fun. Thank you.
Bless you.
The sky's the limit with NetSupport's award-winning software solutions.
Very good afternoon to you listeners. It is National World Backup Day. Just to remind you folks, it's the 31st of March. Time to back up those phones, back up those devices, back up your life. Do it if you can. It's World Backup Day. I just wanted to put that out to you. It's currently 24 minutes past 3 and it's author hour here. Well, I wish I could give her an hour. I'd love to. It's lovely. You wait all day for an author and then one eventually pops up. I have with me the fabulous Beverly Clark, who is the author of Smart City. Beverly, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. We haven't even had a chance to pre-chat, as we like to do with our guests, because we are mid-live show. What brings you to Bett and what's happening?
Wow, what brings me to Bett? It's the EdTech event of the year. I'm networking with loads of people from around the world and from across the UK. And also it's an absolutely great opportunity to promote my own work, my consulting, my authoring and my coaching work that I do.
Brilliant. Tell me about the book here. So I've got Smart City in my hand. Looks like a beautiful title here. Illustrated by the fabulous Terry Cooper. Amazing. Nice piece of work. Who's this aimed at? What's it about?
Okay, so during the pandemic, I sat down and thought, there's a couple of things I've been hearing for many, many years, and it's there aren't enough women in tech, and we know this to be true with the statistics, and also there aren't enough women from underrepresented groups. And I thought, I'm a leader in education, I fit these groups, I'm going to do something about this, and I'm going to write for children. So I started writing. Thank you. And so I wanted it to be an adventure story based upon some of the childhood stories that I'd written, read adventure stories, and I penned the digital adventures of Ava and Chip. And I thought I'd write one book, it turned out to be a series, and book one is called Smart City. So Ava and Chip travel with their mom, so it's modeled upon myself, from where they live to a smart city. And they learn about data collection, how data's turned into information. They learn about cameras and sensors and algorithms, and they have conversations with their mom as they travel through the smart city. And it's designed basically to encourage conversation between parents and their children, and also to be used in classroom settings, and can be used to support the curriculum. And it's this whole thing of fostering reading for pleasure, so that young people can start reading about technology for pleasure.
Absolutely right. Michael Rosen is my next guest on the show, and he is saying exactly that. I met with him earlier this morning because he's currently on stage, and my last guest was telling me he's running late. Are you in trouble? I said no, I anticipated such things, and he's already in the can. But I can just preempt that for you. He is saying exactly the same, because I asked him what can we do as educators to encourage that reading for pleasure if it's not a reading household. I mean, colleagues can only do so much, but if it's not a reading household, we've got some extra barriers to get through. I'm just looking through the book here, which you very kindly let me have a look through, and you've got those key words beautifully emboldened in block text, so they stand out. So, sensors, what a lovely word there, and smart city and algorithm, these words, and smartphones, they jump off the page to you. So this is a very smart book.
Oh, thank you very much. The thing is, we've got all of this technology around us. Book 2 is called Self-Driving Car. For example, in Oxfordshire, there is an autonomous bus stop. Autonomous vehicles are here. It isn't some distant technology, something for the future. It's right here, right now. And our young people need to understand and question what's happening. They need to start asking questions about bias and algorithms. They need to understand how tech is working for them. It isn't good enough to say tech is for someone else. All of us need to understand the impact of tech upon ourselves, our communities, and our societies.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Beverly. This is fantastic. It's lovely to meet you. Folks, Smart City, amongst the other publications published by Jelly Bean Books, available from Amazon. You're looking for Smart City, written by Beverly Clark. Beverly, an amazing contribution to the well-being of young people. Spot on, beautifully done. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for the interview. It's been great.
Bless you. Have a lovely Easter break. If you're taking a break, don't go to Heathrow Airport. If you're flying, take a holiday. Take a staycation here, because it's chaos.com there.
I will be staying in Wiltshire.
Good for you. Where's my phone? That's a lovely. That's a high concentration of radio stations in Wiltshire schools. Very creative bunch there. The authority really did look after their primary schools. So there's lots of radio stations there as well. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. Good luck with the next project, and happy writing.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thanks to everyone listening. Thank you.
Brilliant there. Beverly Clark, folks. I'll put details of her details on the website for you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. More still to come.
Bett 2023.
Every song totally rocks.
It's awesome.
It's all about my kind of music.
My kind of music.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderton Tiger Radio Network.
Get on down and party.
Don't understand what's going on here.
The first cut on this record has been cross-format focused for airplay success.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Lovely lady. Amazing contribution. I just love chatting with her. Just quite impromptu, and that's the beauty of Bett itself. It is 3:30, folks. Time to join Michael Rosen. Aren't we thrilled?
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Listeners, I'm thrilled, nay, super excited to be live with the fabulous, the national treasure that is Michael Rosen. Michael, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah.
Amazing. How are you?
I'm good. COVID did knock out my left eye and my left ear and made my toes numb, but apart from that, the rest of me seems to be pretty good.
You've continued writing and you've written amazingly well since. We've had some great titles from you as well. What does the future hold generally for you? I know you're here to talk, you've got a keynote presentation that we're all really looking forward to. What can folks expect from you there?
The future, blimey. Well, there's a couple of books coming out this year. There's a book about a bear, a little bear that's worried whether it's going to run out of dreams when it goes to sleep for hibernation. And then there's another story that's actually not by me, it's told by a dog, and it's a French dog, so it's called Gaston le Dog. And Gaston le Dog is on a kind of odyssey to get to the beach. For some reason or another, he's pretty fixated about a beach, and he meets up with some pals. There's a hedgehog, who all those of you who speak French will know is called Hérisson, yes, and also meets up with a cat that might be quite familiar to people, a little bit like Puss in Boots, but anyway, this cat lives in, of course, you know in French a cat is called un chat, so of course it lives in a chateau. Yes, you've got there. And so that's right, Gaston le Dog and the chateau, and also a very wise old serpent and a hippie yak that collects flotsam and jetsam from a river. So plenty there. That's coming out in the autumn.
Amazing. We can't wait for that as well. You're speaking at the show here. What can folks expect on the stage from you today?
Well, I did a little booklet for schools called Right to Feel Right. And it's about writing about emotions and writing for your own well-being, if you like, your state of mind. And I'm drawing on my own experience of writing about trauma and bereavement and illness and loss. And so I draw on that without loading the children with that in the book. But today I'll be talking a little bit about that book. I'll read from it. It's a little booklet, a school's booklet. And then reading some of the poems that I've written about being ill, and also or various things to do with my family, remembering or trying to understand what happened to their relatives in the Holocaust, and also the loss of my son. So I'll be reading some poems about that and talking about why I wrote in the way I did, I think, yeah.
It's an amazing book as well, just an amazing title. I love the collection of photographs that really kind of touched me in an enormous way. Really exciting. What do you think colleagues can do to improve the state of writing for our young people? What are the things we can do?
Well, I think we should stop chasing them about these expected levels. The idea that there's a special kind of writing that is good on the basis of the fact that you've ticked some boxes that come from the grammar, punctuation and spelling test, to me it seems to be completely absurd. It's to be crude about it, well, I won't be crude about it, but anyway, it's the wrong way round. I think people know the various expressions to describe that, and so I just think it's really absurd. I mean, I can remember going as a parent for open day with one of my children, and the teacher said they're very pleased with his writing because he's embedding his relative clauses and expanding his noun phrases. And I just remember thinking, well, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't actually make good writing. Good writing can be, sometimes you can just write without even verbs. You know, think of great poems, think of, well, even very clever adverts. If you stand on the tube and see it, say it, sorted. You know, there's no expanded noun phrases there, there's no subordinate clauses, there's no relative clauses. It's very direct, and in fact it's even, in grammatical terms, incorrect. See it, yeah, full stop, that's great. Say it, yeah, full stop, that's great. Though in fact GPS would say you'd have to have an exclamation mark there because it's a command, that's how absurd it is. And then we've got sorted all on its own. Well, that's not a sentence, says GPS. Well, of course it works very well. Look at me. I'm not reading that off a piece of paper. I know it off by heart. So there was a slogan that really worked that wouldn't pass SATs. Well, what does that tell us? That tells us that writing for a purpose is much more important than thinking how it suits these formulaic writing by numbers principles. So I know it's very difficult for teachers. You've got to do it. You've got to make sure that the children are coached for SATs in effect. But you must find some other time, some free time, some space where you can write, where you're inspired by other literature apart from anything else and by the children's own experiences. So the great thing about literature is it exposes us to the possibilities of different ways of writing. And different ways of writing remind us about our own experiences. So you have an interchange, a lovely, lovely interchange between your own experience and these incredible variety, this incredible variety of ways of writing. Expose the children to that, and they will fill in their own experiences and their own imaginations. You must trust them, and it'll happen.
Of course, colleagues will know that before they start writing, we need to get them reading more as well. What else can we do to encourage a greater or a higher level of reading in young people?
Well, the key thing we have to remember about reading is that it was invented so that we have pleasure. That was why it was invented. It wasn't invented in order to give us exams or tests or to find out whether it was good for us or not. You know, when Homer wrote the Odyssey, it was in order to excite us and amaze us and make us wonder about this person and his failings and the adventures, and whether he'd be able to cope with the clashing rocks, and what trick would he manage to think up in order to be able to listen to the sirens but not dive into the sea and then get destroyed. And we're in awe of this, and we love this, and then we wonder whether he'll ever get home, and then if he gets home, will it be okay? All this, that's why we invent literature. So that's over 3,000 years old, and we've been doing that ever since. And whether it's comics or stories or poems or drama, opera, this is all ways of writing, and we do it for pleasure. So school should be a place for pleasure, writing and reading too. So the idea that we can make reading for pleasure at the centre of the curriculum. We know that if children read for pleasure, they access education more easily. So if you want to then add on to that, they achieve more, they attain more, that's true, but they will find it easier to access education if they read more, and if they read for pleasure, because they'll find their ways to different texts that excite and interest them, and that's the way.
What can parents do? Because a lot of the reading can be done at home, and colleagues would say that if a child is not from a reading household, they're at a disadvantage. What advice could you give to parents to encourage their children to get stuck in?
Well, ideally, if there's a library near you, go to that. If there's a bookshop near you, go to that. Give the children the choice. Let them choose. But the internet is a fantastic source of books and writing of all kinds. It does take a little bit of navigating, but if you put in a title, let's say you've got young children and you put in a title like nursery rhymes, or you put in Hansel and Gretel, you'll find lots of lovely versions of it, whether in writing or in video form, with lots of lovely pictures and so on, and you can start exploring. So I know some books that are old are quite difficult for children to access, but virtually every book that was written before 1900, or I think even before 1920 now, is actually up there on the internet somewhere. And so you can play around with these things, and also go to authors' websites and see what they show, because quite often authors put up their bits of their books and so on their websites. I've got over 200 videos of my poems, for example. I'm not the only one. I put up new poems on my website. So if your child says, well, they like Julia Donaldson, go to Julia Donaldson's website, find what she's talking about, and sit with your child and help them navigate. That's what I'd say.
And do you have a favourite author at the moment?
A favourite author? Well, I read a wonderful book for adults, this is, by a man called Colin Grant. And Colin Grant's parents came from Jamaica. He was born here, brought up here, and he wrote a book called I'm Black So You Don't Have to Be. Yes, so it's, and that's a quote from his an older relation of his, who was a pioneer really for him, and he said, well, I did the black bit, and now you don't have to be. So it's a lovely, wry, clever, funny, brilliant book about his Caribbean heritage and how he navigates around his relatives. I interviewed him for the London Review of Books. You can see a little video of me interviewing him, and I just think it is a wonderful, wonderful book.
That's an amazing there. Do you have a particular children's author, apart from yourself, that you would recommend to anyone?
Children's authors, many. I mentioned Julia Donaldson. I think she is a pure genius. I think we are so lucky to have Julia Donaldson. In years to come, people will go, oh, she was amazing, just like the people say A.A. Milne, goodness me, how amazing, J.R.R. Tolkien, how amazing. people will say that. They should be saying it now. She should be somehow in the centre of the national conversation about literature and books. She isn't, because we diminish and don't value children. So if you write for children, this is somehow thought of as like a bit childish. But so far from it. This is somebody who is a genius with words and literary form, and we have her in our midst. We should be treasuring her. So Julia Donaldson.
That's a brilliant recommendation. It's a pleasure as ever to speak with you, Michael. Thank you so much. The very best of luck for your keynote presentation, and I may well see you later on in the afternoon. For the moment, thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I love this station.
Absolutely love the station.
Oh yeah.
You guys are the best.
It is the best station.
You're listening to Russell Prue, broadcasting on the Anderton Tiger Radio Network.
You know who it is?
My favorite station. I love you guys.
Turn your radios up.
Every song like totally rocks.
It's awesome.
It's all about my kind of music.
My kind of music.
The official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Welcome to your ultimate dance experience.
So privileged to be able to catch up with the man himself. I met him years ago at a NATE conference. We had a short conversation, no chance to pick that up as well. Bless, he is still as sharp as a tack. And I can confirm that was a brilliant. We did that in the Speaker's Lounge a little earlier today because I knew his presentation is currently overrunning, as we said with Beverly just a few moments ago, and he wouldn't have been able to make it here on time, and we'd have been panicking. I'm so pleased he kindly agreed to that hour. It's 18 minutes to 4. We've got loads more guests. My very good friend Maria Wojciechowska-Kaneda is up next. Do not go anywhere. You're listening to The Show live from Bett.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Listeners, absolutely brilliant. I'm thrilled to introduce a cherished colleague, the amazing Maria Wojciechowska-Kaneda, who is still my co-host on LearnRadio.net. We've presented hundreds of learning shows, from Crafty Cafe to a whole range of literacy book club shows during our various lockdowns in the pandemic. Maria, it's great you can join us over the line. You're not here at the show, you're in your London studio. What on earth have you been up to during the last year?
Oh, Russell, it's lovely. I've never been described as cherished. I'll cherish that. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh, how wonderful. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry to miss the Bett Show this year. I enjoyed it immensely last year, made so many fabulous, wonderful connections and learnt so much. Yeah, no, I've been on my travels this week, so I'm back in my headquarters today, and just catching up on some admin. But no, I've been traveling around the northwest of England, Russell. It's been very exciting.
Now tell the listeners about Arco Iris and your I can't even say it. It's too
easy for you to say.
It's not easy for me to say. Your photography scheme of work, which you've just been so successful with schools. It's about mindfulness. Let us in on that, can you?
Oh, thank you so much, Russell. Yes, it expands every time I go back to it and I visit new schools. So I'm an experienced teacher. I've been teaching for 25 years, nearly 30 if you class my degree. So I've been in education a long time, worked in a variety of different schools, but it doesn't matter where I was. I noticed, even pre-pandemic, that well-being needed something. So about 13, 14 years ago, I trained as a relaxed kids coach, and that was fantastic. And I think that brought me onto the journey to think, what is it that I can offer uniquely for me? Because you know, Russell, I'm very quirky. You know that, don't you?
Oh, you've been quirky all the time I've known you, and I like that. We call that innovation.
Oh, thank you. I shall start saying that more. I'm an innovator rather than quirky.
Always.
Well, I'm just following my passion now. So well-being is very important, and I do that through contemplative photography. I don't teach them some skills. So when I visit the schools and they have part of a workshop, it's just about the children experiencing photography is a response, but I also do teach. I teach an after-school club in local schools around the southeast London area where I'm based. And I teach them the actual skills. So from year 3, 7-year-olds, they're learning about focus, background, complementing backgrounds, macro. Starting a school after Easter, looking at grade 3. So I created all the content, all of this wonderful experience that I've had over the last 25 years. So I've created the content, but the workshops that I do are particularly beautiful. And Russell, it's really grown because I started just looking at contemplative photography, but now I deliver imaginative experiences. So I invite the children to relax their bodies, relax their breathing. I lead them through a guided meditation, a guided visualization, because children are very imaginative. I don't know what it is. We seem to drum it out of them. They come into school as butterflies in reception. And I've taught year 6 for many years, and I'm trying to reignite some sloths. I mean, I think I've become a sloth. You remember on the show I had Nap, my sloth.
I love it. I love what you do. I've picked up a lovely phrase here at Bett, and it can be adjusted for you. In God we trust. For everything else, there's photography. And you could just you could apply that to everything. It was someone who was talking about data. It was really good. I was just amazing. You're doing amazing work there, Maria. It is just incredible. You're touching the lives of young people, and you say, stream it. I'd say knock it out of them. And year 4, even year 4 are immensely creative. When I go into schools and do radio workshops, I believe they've not heard the word no enough. They've not heard the "you can't do that, you'll not ever be any good at that" pointy finger in forehead. They've not had that enough. They're also not so self-conscious and self-aware at year 4. They're up for anything. Tenacity levels are at their highest, and then gradually, as you say, as they go through the sausage machine that we call primary,
yes, indeed,
primary care and primary education, it's knocked out of them. You are restoring some of that back, that creativity back into their lives. This is amazing, successful, and so where can folks connect with you, Maria? They must, if they want to book you, if you're still available. Where do folks find your work?
Well, I'm taking bookings from September because I've only got a few dates left this year.
I thought I'd just throw that out on a whim.
No.
You're kidding me. Oh,
I know. I've been very grateful how the universe has provided such wonderful opportunities. I mean, I have a notice board that I'm looking at. When I first started last year, I had 1 or 2 bookings. Now I need a bigger notice board.
Well, I love that. In God we trust, and photography is for everything else. Yes. You are so on the page. Bless you.
I'm so grateful for all the opportunities that come to me, and I'm expanding. Not my waistline. I'm trying to keep that.
When I say that, people know exactly what I mean. Yes, Russell.
But my heart is expanding. I was in 4 schools for the last week.
Oh, bless.
Schools in Manchester. I travelled all the way up to Lancashire in Blackburn. I've never been treated so. I mean, it was humbling from the site manager to your wonderful TAs. I always call TAs my right leg.
Yeah.
I mean, I could never function properly without them. Colleagues are just out there, and the children are so receptive and so open. And you're talking about they don't know the word no. I always say to them, I wonder. So if they ask me something, they say, can I use this? I say, I wonder what you'll use with them. Can I take my shoes off? I say, I wonder if that's what you'll choose. So it's very permissional, or if somebody says, I can't do this, I'll say, yet. I can't do this yet. I was listening to a wonderful BBC Radio 4 programme about grit and resilience. Mm-hmm. The resilience is great, and I think with that resilience is a real big buzzword. It's been for many, many years. But I think grit, the failing, and then what do you do with that? And I'm certainly a big advocate of that. I must mention, I was listening to your show yesterday in a Sainsbury's car park. Other shops are available. In Manchester, so grateful for what you're doing, because for colleagues who can't come to Bett, you're still engaged. And I was listening to Professor Stephen Heppel, massive fan. He changed my perception of so many things. And he was talking about the golden generation of children. Yeah. Russell, I think colleagues, we are the golden generation of colleagues. I think we've been through some things that we'll never be able to go back on because we've changed. We've evolved, and like that show we did a few years ago on World Radio Day, evolution, innovation, inspiration. we're the people. And Russell, you're there, and I'm so grateful for you being there. And I'll be there next year.
Oh,
I love
bless
it's
you.
in March now. It's wonderful.
Well,
Early nights.
No, only this year. We're going back to January. It's
okay.
last week,
All right.
but one in January. Get it in your diary now. Yeah, but
All right,
book
I will.
early to avoid disappointment. I've talked over you telling me your URL and your web addresses. How do we connect with you, Maria? Where do we find you?
I'm on all the platforms, on all the major platforms. But yeah, if you want to find out more about my work, it's www.arcoirislearning.co.uk. It's Spanish for rainbows, because I'm a really big fan of rainbows. Rainbows for me are a sign for hope. They're a sign for hope for so many, and a sign for hope for children.
Maria, as always, it's a pleasure, a delight, and an honour to chat with you. Go in peace and have a splendid Friday. Thanks for being on today's show.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Contact the show right now. Just send a text message to 07 8600 26 400.
I love catching up with Maria. We presented some cracking radio shows over the couple of years that we've been broadcasting together. You can catch all of that work on learnradio.net, folks. You just go to learnradio.net. Everything is there, every show we've ever broadcast together, and there's loads, all the resources that go with it are all available completely and utterly free of charge. Aren't we good people? Talked about that last show yesterday, and of course all our shows are available on my page, on the NetSupport radio page, and of course on andertontiger.com/radio. They will be there just as quickly as we can finish this show. Starting to quieten down in the halls now. A couple of presentations just on. The Kids Judge Bett has finished. I've not been told, so I didn't win. Sad. But never mind, I was recording a brilliant interview with the fabulous Michael Rosen. That was amazing. I just can't get over that still. Just amazing. Maria, thanks very much for your contribution. Still loads to come, folks. Don't go anywhere. It's all happening here.
You're listening to Russell Prue, your Bett radio show host, live on NetSupport Radio at Bett 2023.
Hear this. Get into school radio for less. The Anderton Tiger Hub. AndertonTiger.com/hub.
Feel the power.
Arco Iris Learning is a creative learning company especially for primary-aged children and primary colleagues. Contemplative photography uses imaginative mindfulness exercises as a stimulus, and then our learners create a photograph using the resources provided. The sessions are based on different themes, and we can create special bespoke sessions to match your curriculum. Primary colleagues looking to expand the theme of contemplative photography can also book our online or in-person CPD session. For more information, contact us via our website, arcoirislearning.co.uk.
LearnRadio.net is a live broadcasting and podcast platform that showcases the best examples of radio for learning. You'll find hundreds of pupil shows, our book club, Crafty Cafe and Russell's Radio Academy. LearnRadio.net, live radio for learning.
Hello, it's John Bentley here, best known for the Gadget Show, and you're listening to me on LearnRadio.net.
Listeners, my next guest live in the studio is Ian Phillips. He's from Inspire Edu, and he's a digital strategist. I always wanted to meet one of those, honestly, Ian. What brings you to Bett this year?
People. It's the relationships. And as you can probably hear, I've got a little bit of the Bett voice and the Friday Bett voice, and that's because I've done a lot of talking. I think I've used up all the words that I had for the next month in the last 3 days. But it's a really special place, and the people here are really special, and I think that's what brings me here.
Brilliant. Now talk to me about the organisation and what's on your agenda at the moment.
So I'm running Removing Digital Headache roundtables. And what I'm doing is I'm inviting people to come and share on a specific topic. For years, like 15 years, I've been running conferences where 40 different people come and they all speak about different things, and you manage it in the breakout groups. And I'm not sure what we ever achieved. We had a great time, everyone came.
We did.
Right? But now I'm having single conversations about one topic and then publishing the advice. And all of this is advice. So last night we had one on digital safeguarding and the implications for devices. And really we're talking about personalising learning. How do we personalise learning and still keep everybody safe and keep their data safe? That's the question. And we had 90 minutes on this, and the wonderful young Al Kingsley chaired it for me. And we had a whole plethora of amazing people there. And you know, in 90 minutes, we couldn't come up with an answer, which, that's okay. But we've come up with a way that we can find an answer, and we'll continue the conversation now over the next few weeks. And then we'll publish some advice. And it won't be, this is what you'll do. What we'll do is we'll publish advice which will say, if you have headaches with digital safeguarding, here are some things that you could consider. Here are some processes that you should be thinking about. And that's all we can do is offer advice. And put it out as a draft and something that's in the public domain that everyone then can contribute to, and that way we'll iterate it and hopefully it will improve and develop.
Right, that's how the discussion starts. Ian, if folks want to connect with you and the strategy and activities that are going on, where can they go?
LinkedIn or Twitter, I'm on both, Ian Phillips, and it's Inspire EDU. I used to work at the Haberdashers School in Elstree, and so I've kept that Twitter handle rather than try and change it, so it's at Ian Habs, simples.
Nothing wrong with that at all. Ian, it's been great to chat with you. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thanks, Russell. Great to speak to you.
Contact the show right now. Just send a text message to 07 8600 26 400.
Good to have you company, folks. It is 4 minutes to 4. Now, later on this evening on Channel 4, have to draw your attention to Joe Lycett. He's back. He is Mr. Disruptor, and he's got one of his usual chaotic, fabulous shows. 10 o'clock this evening, that's British summertime. Joe Lycett. It's the Joe Lycett Night. And you'll find that on Channel 4 this evening. What an amazing show. Really enjoying that. Thank you so much for your tweets as well. Amazing ICT. Lovely message from you. Thank you for that. I know Maria's listening. She's messaged me. Dave Wiley is also enjoying the day. Dave, you are up in just 13 minutes time. I'll be playing you live into the show. It's got lots of our guests. Clearly can't all be here at 3 o'clock and sit and wait around. Just don't have those production values, that capability here at the show. So we like to record our guests during the day so we can stitch the show live with a nice themed thread running through it. I hope you're enjoying it. Do get in contact. I'd love to see a text, a tweet or an email from you. All lines are open. You can also record a message on our telephone answering machine. I know how 70s.
Our phone lines are now open. Call us now on our London studio number 0208 133 5170. Calls are charged at your standard rate. Calls from mobiles may cost more. Please dial carefully.
Listeners, my next guest live in the studio is Emma Hawker. She is the Impact and Training Manager for Governors for Schools, and as an ex-governor myself, I was very pleased to welcome her to the studio. Emma, welcome to the studio.
Oh, thank you so much. It's really fantastic to be here and lovely to see lots of really interesting people around and kind of enjoying the Bett show. So
brilliant. What are you here for?
So I would really love to share with everyone a little bit about school governance. So as you said, I'm from Governors for Schools, and we're an education charity that helps to match up volunteers who are interested in school governance with schools who really need their skills. So we're very proud to do that. We've been doing that for a long time now, more than 20 years, and we're very proud of the bespoke matching system that we have. So we really listen to what schools need from their volunteers. We really listen to our volunteers and the skills that they've got to bring and maybe what they're looking to learn as well. And then we try and find the right match so that everyone's happy.
Is there a national shortage of governors?
There are lots and lots and lots of schools who really, really need school governors. Yeah. And it can really vary, I'd say, particularly in those areas that are struggling a little bit more. In rural areas, they especially struggle for governors, but everywhere really, everyone's kind of always looking for people with the right skills.
I was going to ask, what's the barrier? What's the main barrier? Is it time, commitment, fear? What's the main barrier for folk to get involved in?
Do you know, I think it's a little bit of both, and also a little bit of not quite understanding what the role is all about. I know there are lots of people who think, well, I don't have any children, I can't be a school governor. I would like to dispel that myth. You do not have to have children in school to be a school governor. We've got lots and lots of volunteers who don't have children, they just want to give something back to their school community, and so that's what they do.
Well said. Really, really good. And it's not just about cold tea and soggy biscuits. There's a whole lot more. It was an amazing experience. I love it. I really appreciate the way that you said learning, because I think it is a two-way learning road as well. You can develop yourself, and again, it's a community-spirited activity, isn't it?
Fantastic, absolutely. I think there's so much that volunteers can get from giving. Obviously, you get that lovely feeling of having done something good for the young people and their families in your area, but it's an absolutely fantastic way to kind of upskill yourself as well. So, for example, I have had the opportunity through governance to chair meetings and kind of learn some of the new skills that come along with all of that. And it's not an opportunity that I would have naturally had through the workplace. So I really like that I've been able to learn something new, and the next time I might go for a promotion or another role, I've got that I can bring in. So actually, I've got this experience.
And would you use that on your CV?
I definitely would. I think it's a really fantastic skill to have on your CV. There are so many things that you learn through governance. So all those kind of chairing skills, keeping people on board, that real high-level strategic directional thinking, problem solving, lots of really fantastic stuff that you can learn through governance.
Different specific committee access, so you could get yourself onto a particular type of, if facilities, if building, or finance was particularly your expertise, you could use that. If health and well-being was an activity you were particularly interested in, you get yourself on those subcommittees. I guess now that would add enormous value to your CV.
Absolutely, so you've hit the nail on the head there, I think, Russell. There's so many different ways that you can bring those skills to governance. So we do often try and work with organisations, with people who can bring in finance skills, maybe HR, legal skills, all sorts of things, because actually that governing board needs a whole diverse range of views and skills and perspectives to give kind of the best that they can for that school community.
Brilliant. If you've collected all your resources, where can folks go to meet with governors for schools? You've got a website, where should we go?
We do have a website, so governorsforschools.org.uk, so it's governors for the word for, FOR, so governorsforschools.org.uk. There's lots of information there about the role, what it involves, what it's like, how you can apply. There's also a whole range of training materials that we provide to help people get going once they're in that role. So there's lots of people thinking, I want to give back, I'm not too sure about all of this. They can find lots of information on what the role means, the time it might take to commit, the kind of skills that we're looking for, what they can learn from it, and also the kind of support to help them get up and running.
And there's no better time to think about that than this year's Coronation Day, folks. This is a perfect day to push yourself forward, volunteering, giving back to the community. It can't all be done on one day, of course, but you could certainly make a job of going to the website on this day and putting yourself forward for someone registered. So do you hold a registration? Do you hold a register for folks, or do you actively get involved, like kind of hooking people up with the right thing, or is it just resources on the site? Do you actively get involved in that?
We do. So we offer a bespoke matching service. So we ask our schools to fill out an application telling us what they're looking for from the volunteer. We ask our volunteers to fill in an application, just gives us a better idea of their skills and what kind of school they're looking for, and then someone goes through all of that information, reads personal statements and works out what we think the best fit might be. We work with the volunteer all the way through to make sure that they're happy with everything. We make some suggestions when we think we've got to the right place. We connect the school with the volunteer, and there's still no pressure. It's kind of have a conversation, see if it's the right kind of fit, and then once everyone's happy, we say, okay, now you're in the role, this is what else we can give you to support you, get you going, help you be effective from day one.
It's like dating for governors, or even a recruitment agency. I love it. Fantastic. Congratulations. Hope you get an influx of visitors. Folks, there's a national shortage. Get yourselves over to the website and register. Emma, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
I love catching up with good old friends, and he won't mind me saying it. It is the fabulous Dr. Dave Wiley, and we do still exchange Christmas cards, folks.
Oh, yes.
Dave, welcome to the show. How has your Bett been this year?
My pleasure. Well, it's been great. This is my first Bett return after the pandemic. Isn't it wonderful to be able to network with people? Because, you know, the Bett show is, yes, it's about seeing the exhibits, but it's about meeting people. And we've missed that, I think. And, you know, meeting with the likes of your good self, but also, you know, all of friends and colleagues, and meeting new people, new contacts. I particularly like the startup area for the new companies, walking around there to see what the up and coming things are. And of course, you know, I am old enough to remember when the likes of Nancy and David started Smart, and they were in the Smart Up area, and now of course Smart are one of the headline sponsors. So it's great to see what's up and coming, and to meet up with a lot of the non-UK based companies. So there's one particularly that I looked at called Scolon, which is a great piece of software that enables a school to have all of their subscriptions all together in one single sign-on portal. Wow. And it can track the usage by teachers and students, because when I'm going into schools talking to heads, they quite often have subscribed to a lot of different pieces of software or applications, but they're not quite sure what the data use is. And I think that's one of the things I've observed, Russell, is that this year a lot of companies are focusing on what data they can generate for school leaders and for their users. So as well as the functionality of the nice stuff that they're doing, it's also about providing, I suppose, what you'd call business intelligence for those school leaders to make sure they're getting the best out of it, really.
Yes. I had Dr. Gupta on the show yesterday, and he was from India, and he was a research, and he was saying, in God we trust, but for everything else there's data. And I thought, he's absolutely on point there.
Yeah, and, you know, I've been into schools and done a review on particular subscriptions, and particularly in this day and age where schools are counting their money and their budget, aware of their budgets, they need to get value out of that. So I particularly like that one application.
Nice.
And then flipping completely to the other end of it, I'm really interested in engineering and technology, and with my alter ego, which we said we wouldn't talk about, which is into the classic cars, I realise how much the industry out there is reliant on computer controlled technologies. And in area N, the north side, the other side of the wall, there's a great company that's showing robotic arms and robotic manufacture. Now, some of that equipment is very expensive, but it just strikes me it's the sort of thing that in high schools or secondary schools that are focusing in on that tech, those young people need to be using those computer controlled and computer generated manufacturing things, and they're actually making SIM card holders over there. You know, it's not just making badges and things like that. They're actually producing a piece of equipment, and it looks like some of the robotic manufacture I saw 3 weeks ago when I went to a real manufacturing plant.
Wow.
You know, I was a bit shocked by the transition. We always talk about, I mean, we're in the 21st century, we always talk about 21st century skills, we're in now. But, you know, that engineering and technology side of things, a bit disappointed I'm not seeing so much 3D printing, because again, I've got a lot of friends out there who've got people working in industry who are reliant on 3D printing now. It's not just a nice to have, it's part of their engineering process model. So to me, that side of things, some things come and go in waves, don't they? It was quite a big thing pre-pandemic. It's sort of, I haven't seen too much of it now, and I think that's a great shame, because it's become commonplace in industry now, you know?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You also spoke in, I caught you on stage with the fabulous Dave Smith. What were you talking about there?
Oh, okay. Well, again, it actually comes back to data. What we decided to do, the organisation called BESA, the British Educational Suppliers Association, they do, for 18 years, they've been doing a survey of what they called ICT in schools, what sort of trends there are, what the expenditure is, and they've got a great big data set which they normally provide a detailed report to the educational edtech industry.
Sure.
And being a former head teacher myself and, sort of trustee and governor, I come back to this value for money thing and having been ahead and sat in that chair, it's quite a lonely place really. And when you're being asked by, let's say, your tech support to spend, a large quantity of money on refreshing Wi-Fi or refreshing, your flat panels or your laptops for students, you need to know whether others are doing the same thing. So they got a data set of 1,400 schools that they survey, and I asked BISA through our mate Dave Smith if we could repurpose that data, not all of it, but take the key salient points to reposition it for school leaders, and it's gone down a storm. So it's one of the things is showing the trends that. The first question was what are your pinch points on EdTech, and you won't be surprised to know that the top of the list is finding budget money to do it and acting strategically.
Sure.
But another one is basic Wi-Fi infrastructure. So my other great friend and colleague Gavin Hawkins, we put together our reconstituted Maslow's hierarchy of need but we changed it for EdTech. So instead of food, warmth and comfort at the bottom level, we put Wi-Fi and devices as the bottom of your Maslow's triangle. So that was one of the other points that school leaders were wanting. It was maximising devices. Then we went through how the trends in expenditure are slightly declining because pressure on budgets, and when we've got data around that. And then the one that really sort of rang a few warning bells for me was the internet access in classrooms in both primary and secondary. Now, when we asked in the leadership arena what people thought, I could see people's brains whirring, thinking, it's going to be 100% access across all classrooms.
It's not.
And it's not.
No.
So it was, that report was to try and highlight to school leaders and to the industry what the trends are and give them a context. Along with each of those aspects, what we did was a series of checklists for school leaders and governors to ask their own questions to reflect against that data. So are your priorities the same as the rest of the 1,400 cohort? And that's for them to decide, isn't it? You see, they've got a benchmark, if you like, now to ask those questions again. And right at the end, we put a quick audit tool. So it's gone down really well. And David has been talking to people from other countries who've seen it, and they are really interested. So I think we've hit a chord there.
Yes,
probably. We'd like to do it again next year, and we've been given some interesting feedback on different questions to ask.
Good.
So it's very much trying to keep people grounded in what's the reality out there. And I think working with a school on the demonstrator program, I realised that not all schools are like the ones that come to Bett. The ones that come to Bett are the ones that understand EdTech.
Well, it's interesting. You could say they're in the first side of the Venn diagram, aren't they? You could say that by definition.
Yes. And there are a lot of schools out there that are struggling with it for whatever reason, and this was to try and help those. And we're going to try and get it out to the professional association. Good. So it's not just the usual EdTech audience.
Good.
So it's great.
Amazing. Dave, it's great chatting with you. You're just a font of information still.
Oh, we try, Russell.
It's really good. Thanks so much for coming along. Great to chat with you.
Thank you, Russell.
NetSupport Radio, powered by Anderton Tiger, the official broadcaster of Bett 2023.
Listeners, I've just been reminded that we go back a very long way for my next guest, and we have shared values. I love that in a guest. It's Miles Pilling. I come to Bett to check my special educational additional needs compass with this guru. He's the go-to man, and it's nice to know what he knows now that he didn't know last year. Miles, welcome to the show. How the devil are you?
Very, very well, thank you. God willing, still on the planet to make a difference, and still doing what I can. I'm 71 this year.
Oh, bless you! Don't look a day over 70. That's amazing. Oh, no, seriously, you look brilliant. Oh, I hope I look that good at that age. Bless you. You're doing so well. Whatever cream you're using, I need to get some. What have you been up to since we last spoke?
Well, loads of things. But the most important thing I think that I want to tell you about is an exciting project, because in the last decade or two we've had this position of going back into the 19th century and probably the Stone Age with this emphasis on writing. My goal is assistive technology. But I'm pleased to announce that we are about to produce 3 films for schools to use in their staff meetings, in their inset days, in their assemblies, because we have spoken to in excess of 20 pupils, and it's their voice about what assistive technology means to them. And do you know what they are telling us? It's changed their lives completely. And we're not talking about really expensive stuff, we're talking about what they've got already. So we want these 3 films to impact the teaching population. I have a massive goal to reach 22,412 schools in the UK with this. We're giving it away for free. And sorry, it's a plug, but I'll tell you this.
No problem.
You can look at the teaser to get a quality of what this is. It's a 2-minute teaser, and you'll see it's really powerful. So if you want to impact your staff, if you're a Senko, whatever, but that's not it. I see a coming together of different groups all at the same time. NASON, Microlink, and the DFE are doing training for assistive technology for free for schools till August. Go and get it. It's online stuff, I know, but that's the way it works.
I think schools are hungry for something like that, Miles. Hungry as can be.
Not only that, Julia Kluter and myself, Julius from Scanning Pens, we have produced for NASON a mini guide on assistive technology, which can be used in any school or setting. It's using the SET framework, and that enables Senkos to put into practice what we've talked about in the films and what Microink are doing. So this is a really golden time, and Marie, maybe post-Gove we can move in a much more, what I would say, a much more better way, because our mantra is the technology is essential for some, but it's useful for all. And we want it to climb out of the ghetto and begin to impact the education world. As you can see, I'm really passionate about this and excited, because we've not had this in the UK. We've had about products, we've had about case studies, but what about hearing the pupils themselves?
Yeah, we need a step change, a system change, a systemic change like this. Where can folks find out more about this? Where's our website? Have you got stuff on your website? Where can we go, Miles?
Yes, barteronline.org. Because Barter, the British Assistive Technology Association, not the shoe firm, they produced it. So if you go to barteronline.org, and you'll see a link coming soon. We hope to produce all the 3 films freely available in spring 2023. End of plug of that one.
No, that's amazing. That's really good. Insofar as tech, 3-dimensional button pressing, those kind of things, has there been any significant improvement on that? I mean, captioning, I think, has been a big change. I met a company here called Captioned, and I spoke to Richard Powell yesterday. He's the founder of that, and I liked it immediately. It caught my attention. And now this year they are captioning all of the theatres on an app, which is stunning improvement. We had a jolly old catch up with him yesterday, which was amazing. I love chatting with them, and that's a good success story for me as well. Anything else on your front?
Well, Microsoft have done something with captioning. You can caption anything on any website, anywhere, anytime. Old YouTube stories, whatever, even stuff published on government websites, if you care to do that. That's interesting. Also, I have been on a passion drive to find a speech-driven computer, because I have a client who can't use their hands and they're blind, and she's frustrated because they can't do that. Remember, we talked about this last year. Well, yeah. Windows 11 you can run through voice access control, and it will actually control the computer, but it crashed our screen reader, so there's some work to go yet. 57 years ago, Captain Kirk talked to his computer and things happened, and that's the kind of technology I'm really after at the moment, is speech-driven completely. We have it a little in Alexa and Google, but do you know what? They don't necessarily allow the stuff that people want to do. My client just wants to send emails and also surf the internet, and both are a challenge. So that's the point.
Well, I wonder whether those, because of course those platforms have been developed more quickly than anything else because they have a bigger market penetration, and therefore there is more money to be made out of that. It's a mass market, and I wonder whether we should stay with the mass market idea and make those things do, even if they're bolt-on additional costy items. You know, Alexa, take a Microsoft Word note, you know, and then dictate as you would. Paragraph 1 starts, "Dear sirs," next line. You know, it has been brought to my attention that, you know, wouldn't that be great? That's kind of thing. Send email to Alexa, send email to. And I think those are good. Alexa, read the following website. And I don't know, I'm not an Alexa. I really don't want to let those devices intrude upon my broadcasting space.
Our biggest enemy is GDPR, which has stopped some of the things Alexa was developing. So if we can try and do a sensible GDPR in the country, maybe we can allow these things in. Because they had skills that would do it, but they removed them. We can only think it's GDPR.
Has to be.
A problem.
Well, we should get someone from Google on the show here. At the moment, they declined every offer to comment. You know.
Anyway, I mean, some of the other things that I find exciting, GPT.
Yes.
There are some potentials there for neurodiversity people to be able to construct, say, write me a letter of recommendation or a website or something, or publication, and it's pretty good, but it's not quite perfect. But it goes to 20. Well, and I can't say that because I might be using an older version, but yeah, there's some excitement there in that, and I haven't seen anything that wowed me yet here this week, but I've only been here one day.
Well, that should have been enough, Miles. It's great to catch up with you. If folks want to connect with you on social media, where should they go, Miles?
At Miles Pilling on Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn as Miles Pilling, and Facebook as well. So you can find me at Accessibility. That's Accessibility with an A in it, Solutions. And I mean, certainly I'm there for you if you want to reach out to us and have a discussion.
Miles, great to chat with you as ever. Enjoy the rest of your day. Cheers.
Thanks.
Listeners, I'm thrilled to have a shed load of young people in the studio.
Hi, my name's Lucy. We're from Manchester EP.
Hi, my name's James.
Hi, my name's Jack. Thanks for having me.
Hi, my name's Imogen. I'm having a great time here.
Hello, all of you. Welcome to the show. Thanks so much indeed. Lucy, great introduction there. What have you seen at Bett you've really thought was interesting today?
That's a really good question. Here at Bett, I've had a really good time, and the most amazing thing I've seen is a robotic dog. How about you, James?
Thanks, Lucy. I've seen there's quite a few of them at Bett, but I've seen these racing games where the seat moves with you. At Bett, I found that a robot that follows you to be really cool. What about you, Imogen?
Well, I saw an iSports Hall where you can play games even inside.
Wow, that's amazing. You've seen so much and you've only been here in such a short space of time. Have you enjoyed your trip? If I come to you, James, to start with, so what part of the whole exhibition have you enjoyed the most?
Probably all the fun games we've been able to play and all the cool, amazing things we've seen.
It's amazing. Good question.
What about you, Lucy?
Oh, well done. Oh, he's hosting already. I love it. Very talented. I'm not even needed here, folks.
I've really enjoyed being here at Bett, and my favourite bit is probably experiencing loads of the games and seeing lots of ideas.
Bett's great, and I love the hospitality of all the people here.
I love going on some of the games and seeing what they're actually about.
Oh wow, that's just amazing. Well, all of you, thanks so much indeed for joining me. Your classmates will be listening back at school. I know it's holidays at the end of today, so they'll be keen to get away. There'll be a lot on their mind. Do you have a message back at school, perhaps a message for your friends back at school? You want to say hello or hi to everyone? We'll start with you, Lucy. A message for your folks back at school?
Hi, it's been really great here. Hope you're having a good time at school.
Excellent. James?
Hi, I hope you're having a good time at school and see you soon.
Hi, I hope you're having fun because we certainly are.
Hi guys, I hope you're having lots of fun in school.
Brilliant. We've been chatting this afternoon to Lucy, James, Jack and Imogen from Lanchester EP School. Good to see you. Thanks for coming down.
And that's what I like to call.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
What's up? This is Adam from Maroon 5.
This is Kings of Leon.
You ready?
NetSupport Radio.
Right now. Listen to me now.
Listeners, I'm bringing you more, a smorgasbord of and delectation of a mix of things. I've got someone from Action Mats in front of me, Jonathan Bow-Mick. I hope I got that right. He's the founder and creator. Jonathan, what do you know about Action Mats?
Action Mats were devised for a school in Birmingham where all of the children were of Pakistani origin, and the brief was to get the children interested and excited about exercise without the need to explain what was needed of them. So we devised mats with pictures and graphics on there to show the children what to do so they could understand for themselves, they could take ownership of that exercise, and it would be empowering. Each mat features a little stick man and then a graphic, and when they put those two pieces of information together, the graphics may be arrows, footprints, that sort of thing, handprints, telling you what to do and how to do it. So things like star jumps, rocket jumps, those sorts of things are shown on the mat.
I see. When I saw the word Action Mats, I thought immediately there was going to be some sort of Uber Bluetooth connection model and huge video and lots of tech that as a primary colleague wouldn't be able to set up, or at least find challenging to set up. So I'm delighted to hear how old school this is.
The ultimate analogue here. We're slight imposters, but
I don't think there's anything to moan about.
It's the yin and yang.
There's nothing, no problem at all with that. So how would it work in a classroom? How would I deploy this? Is it a whole class activity, simultaneous activity?
It's a whole class activity. We've been told it's one of the quickest resources to deploy that people have come across. So children will come into the hall or the gym space, they'll pick up a mat as they come in, they'll find a space, they'll look at the mat, see what it tells them to do, and they'll start moving. All of their classmates will be coming in and doing the same, and before you know it, the whole class is moving.
But it's not the same activities. This is something I picked up as well. So these are different mats with different activities on.
Each mat has a different activity printed on it.
That's a game changer, because normally you would do this as a single classroom activity. The whole class are doing the star jumps, for an example.
Yeah.
Everyone's doing the same thing at the same time. I like the fact that this is self-paced and pupil-led.
Correct.
I like that.
Correct, absolutely so. So once everybody's warmed up, then they can sit down, take a drink, and then the teacher can explain what the rest of the lesson's going to look like.
Nice.
So there's no waiting around when the kids come in, there's no pushing and shoving and so on. Everybody's moving straight away. Then the teacher will look at our concession to technology, by the way, is that we do have an app for the teachers, which is simply a library of all the lessons that we've created.
Excellent.
So they can either have a PDF book, PDF downloads, or a book, but generally it's simpler on an app. The teacher will look at the next configuration to set the mats up in, and then get the children to set the mats up in that configuration to produce perhaps a team building game, a problem solving challenge, an educational game. So we just move the mats around to create new lessons.
I love it. In a world of overcomplication and AI, it's refreshing to go. It's like here's a deck of cards, and we're going to use them in a different way than you've ever conceived possible to use them.
So, yeah.
Good. Are you having a good bet?
We're having a wonderful bet. We've got orders from Denmark, India, Cardiff, and also in the UK.
I'm sure the Welsh are delighted to be up there.
Absolutely so. And the thing about the Welsh actually is we've got a few sales in Welsh-speaking schools, because they don't have to compromise on their language.
Nope.
They don't have to speak in English to do this. They're an inherently international resource. Kids from anywhere in the world can use them.
And there's plenty of creativity in the Welsh curriculum at the moment. You can't say that
There is indeed.
necessarily.
There's a big emphasis on health and well-being.
Indeed, there is. That's Graham Donaldson for you as well. Jonathan, it's been great to speak with you. That's an amazing product. Where can folks go if they're listening to this online?
We are at stand. Oh, sorry. Oh,
No,
online.
fine,
Sorry.
Do the physical as well.
Yep.
Although this won't go out till 3 o'clock, so it'll be a tad late for folk to make a beeline for the show.
You'd
have to be local.
But
So
it's simply
online?
www.actionmats.co.uk. Could not
It's
be
as simple as the product itself, and I like that. Jonathan,
That's
great
it.
to chat with you.
Wonderful. Thank you for the time.
And that's what I like to call.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
What's up? This is Adam from Maroon 5.
This is Kings of Leon. NetSupport Radio.
Listen to me now.
Listeners, my next guest is Mark Solomons, who's the CEO of Wellbe. I can imagine what you do, Mark, but let me know about the company. What's up?
Yeah, so we focus exclusively on the well-being of staff, and we help school leaders to more systematically focus on it, measure it and improve it. Lots of schools out there do things on well-being, they talk about being important, but if they're honest with themselves, they're a bit ad hoc about it. They run ad hoc surveys. Our stand here talks about cakes and yoga, actually culture cakes and yoga, and a lot of schools focus on that cakes and yoga piece, the staff activities. We're very much around culture. Nothing wrong with cakes and staff activities, but if they're what your strategy is based on or all you do, then you probably have a problem. So we're all about how do you build foundations, a bit like a house, and get those well-being foundations right.
You've mentioned cake and yoga, two of my most favourite things. No, I'm on the page now, absolutely with you. What does it look like from a school's perspective? Is it a portal? Is it a box? Is it a collection? What is it?
So it's a digital product. You have a dashboard. So if you're a trust, you've got your own dashboard. Every individual school within that trust would have a dashboard. If you're an individual school, you've got your own dashboard. Very easy to use, very intuitive. We're multi-award winning. We get fantastic feedback because we can't do it for you. Nobody can delegate the improvement of well-being. It has to be led by those leaders, but we can certainly make it as easy as possible for you. And we talk about ourselves as not a survey company, which people find interesting because, of course, we run a survey and it starts with a survey and it's an evidence-built survey. It's independently evaluated for its psychometric qualities. It's recognising the DFE Education New Staff Wellbeing Charter. It's not ours. It comes from the Health and Safety Executive and looks at their management standards, so you can be absolutely confident in what it delivers for you. And we benchmark and create your baseline so you know exactly where you are. But the biggest difference for us over a survey company, and why I say we're not, is we filter your results to a granular level so you know who's doing well and who you can celebrate and share practice with, and we often forget about that, and who perhaps needs your biggest support. And we don't just give you loads of data, though. For those of you who love data, there's plenty of it. We actually suggest and recommend actions that you can take. So we make it as easy as it possibly can to do that. And the final bit we do is because we recognise that you also want to help people take responsibility for their own well-being, as well as help leaders in your setting build well-being to culture. We've built a 100+ resource toolkit of interactive training, of bite-sized learning that people can kind of tap into. So that helps with implementation. So for us, it's the magic happens after the survey. So if all you want is a survey, we're probably not right for you. If you want something that actually will help you improve well-being in your multi-academy trust, your setting, and in an evidence-proven and systematic way, and one that you can track and know the impact of your actions, then we just might be the right solution for you.
I'd say the survey is absolutely essential. I mean, Ofsted will ask you, what have you spent your money on? Have you got value for money? I mean, you can't measure that if you haven't got a survey. So I'd say that was an essential tool in the kit there. Fascinating. I don't know anything like this available in the market, so congratulations for bringing something innovative. The timing is absolutely spot on. It's essential that folks can track, measure and improve well-being of our staff. It is absolutely essential. Mark, thanks for joining us. Oh, just before I go, where do folks click and find you?
So there's a couple of things. So wellbe.co.uk is our website. The other thing we're doing for those people who want to have a little taste of us as well, particularly around the toolkit, we built this fantastic resource set, and we are also giving away half of that to every educator in the country for free, teacher, support staff, leader, because whilst we want to sell to all schools, sometimes getting through the school and the procurement process can take a bit of time, and clearly we're in crisis in this country in many ways, so every bit of help we can give, some fantastic resources. I am biased, but actually we found someone who's a whiz with the tech, who up until 2 years ago was a primary school head teacher. So he's built our toolkit with content that I've shared and other experts like Kelly Hannigan that you'll know from Mindworks Matters. So there's something for everybody there. So come and join us and help yourself and help your staff. And I'd love to have some conversations.
Perfect. I'm delighted you got Kelly involved as well. Mark, thanks for joining us. Good to hear from you.
No, thank you very much. Good to be here.
Well, it's 26 minutes to 5, folks, and that is amazing. Elvis Presley, the man himself. Have a lovely Easter break, and we'll catch you again soon.